Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the League of Legends League of Origins. It's day number 2, and we are just about ready to find out which state of Australia, actually the Oceanic region as a whole, is the best, because, of course, we've got New Zealand here as well. Joining me on the desk, again, I'm Dom. We've got Indiana Frusker and Black, and Cameron Crunch Russell. How are you two doing?
Oh, great. I mean, it's good to see New Zealand come this far.
Yeah, they're certainly looking very good right now, number 2 in the league. And Frosco, how are you?
Pretty good. You know, we had a bit of a slower start today, but you brought in donuts, which you can't see. Like, it's great. The camera cuts off, but there's literally like 6 boxes of donuts just right over there.
It's one of those kinds of days. We got to make sure everybody's nice and spiced up for the grand finale to find out who actually is the best. And I'll open the floor. Who is the best?
I just want to say that my preliminary rankings coming into this tournament have so far been on point. Now, I put New South Wales at number 1, which they're in the finals, but I actually put New Zealand as number 2, and they've been my dark horse of this tournament. I know Crunch isn't going to disagree with me. He's like, yeah, we're the best. But Victoria, they've got the highest skill ceiling. We said they were kind of the Globetrotters coming into this, the superstar team. It's now just a matter of can they meet expectations.
Yeah, Crunch?
Yeah, and absolutely, Victoria have been very, very good in their small skirmishes in the early game, but New Zealand, their team fighting has been exceptional. They've really worked well as a unit, sticking together. So it really comes down to the play styles and which one can really excel first.
Yeah, we'll see how it happens. And, of course, we've got a chance to take a look at what those games are going to be, and we'll figure out who is the best over the course of the day. First, we've got a best of 3 between Victoria and New Zealand, second and third place after playing the best of 1 round robin just yesterday. The winner of that will advance to play New South Wales in a best of 5 to determine who's going to go home with the trophy and who's going to go home with tears in their eyes for the next year. But before we get to that grand finals, let's talk about what's going to happen next, this best of 3 between New Zealand and Victoria. Who's taking it?
Well, effectively, it's kind of an extended best of 5. We've seen these teams go back and forth over the course of the tournament. It's been fairly even split, so this is really going to be the decider for them.
Yeah, New Zealand started off slow in this tournament, but you have seen them pick up a lot more traction in regards to their game so far, except New South Wales absolutely crushed them in that game last night. Hopefully they can really just shake that off and keep the momentum going from the previous games. And Victoria, on the other hand, were looking slower. Obviously, they were 2-0 up. Everyone thought that they might go 3-0, and then all of a sudden they dropped 2 games. So interesting to see whether they can actually pick themselves up on the other hand.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fun to see if they can adapt. Let's actually get into the matchups in a little bit more detail. Obviously, they've already played each other twice. We've gotten a chance to see how they work out in game number 1. New Zealand lost to Victoria. In game number 2, Victoria was able to actually lose to New Zealand. I just did that completely negative backwards. So
it was actually fairly fair to what happened those games. Like in the first game, New Zealand, that was their game to lose, and then it was just over a barren blunder where Victoria came back. So while you did say it backwards, it was pretty true to the actual outcome.
The spirit of the game. Yes. Yeah. So then to finish off this best of 3, do they have to play it backwards again, lose for the first 20 minutes and then win in the end?
No. I do think that Crunch was onto something. You know, as the tournament went on, Victoria seemed to get, weaker in a sense, and I don't think it's necessarily because people figured them out. I think it's because as these rosters are spending more time on stage, they're automatically getting more comfortable with each other. And I do agree, it's like the power of friendship versus like the individual talents of Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
But as communication and synergy increases with the other teams, Victoria are lagging a little bit behind. We've got a lot of big personalities on that team, a lot of big voices, and sometimes the spirit of the game gets drowned out in all of that.
Yeah, and Crunch, it really seems like New Zealand are finding their stride in sort of their teamwork. Like Reyes is really coming together in the mid lane. We saw Soulstrike seem to find his momentum over the course of the series yesterday. Is this going to continue today?
Yeah, well, Chippies is, as I was saying last night, typically more of a split push and really solid top laner that in a 1v1 situation, he is looking to dominate his opponent. But he's been grouping so well with the team, and it has been working really well for New Zealand. So the Jarvan pick and how well they've used that team fight, that's so core to, I guess, how New Zealand have been finding their success. So he is a versatile player, but I think he needs to really stick around playing with the team this time.
And I do agree that Chippies has been doing well, but I think the interesting thing is also Soul Strikes. If we have this idea of as the tournament goes on, as people figure out the tournament meta, then having the coach on the roster in that jungle position becomes that much more valuable, because then you can understand, like, okay, these are how these teams are playing. Now we have enough footage, and now I can make a capital decision.
Yeah, and absolutely. After last night, you've got a lot of time to be able to go home and think about everything that really happened throughout the day. And as a coach coming back into the roster now, there's probably a lot that he's picked up from the day, had a sleep, really refreshed, and come back in with some really fresh thoughts that he can bring in, sit down with the team, and just really nut out what do we need to do? What are the fundamentals that we really need to fix here?
Yeah, and I think the first question that they're going to have to look forward to is who do they play against in the jungle, because they do have that sub on the opposite side. We got to see both Spooks and Carbon yesterday, and they still have the choice of choosing between them today. Who's going to start?
And this is no comment against Carbon, but
Yes.
I think that Spooks is the stronger jungler in this case just because of the synergy that's instilled with Swiffer in that mid lane. And Swiffer's probably the most pivotal piece or the most dominant piece that they have on that roster. He's popping off on the likes of the Ahri, he popped off on the likes of the Zed, so it just makes sense to lean more towards Spooks, unless maybe you want a pocket pick from Carbon, although Spooks played the Nunu yesterday, Carbon didn't even get to touch it.
Yeah.
And we've seen so much pressure around that mid lane. Reyes was really punished by Swiffer in both of the games. They're playing mind games with him, just really so much camping. All the vision was swept around that area. I'm expecting the same thing again, but with Spooks in the jungle.
And someone who's seeing a little bit of a benefit from all of that added pressure mid onto Reyes, I think, is King in the bottom lane. He seems to struggle a little bit during the laning phase, but he has really been pulling himself together as the games have been going on.
Again, it's this idea of kind of segmented pieces. You have the Chiefs jungle mid synergy in the middle of your map, and then King is kind of left onto his own. And yes, he's going to be a phenomenal AD carry player, but he's playing a bit uncomfortable. He's not given the same amount of resources that maybe we would see him shine with in the OPL. So it makes sense that there's some growing pains because he's in a role where he's much more reliant on his teammates to be heads up around him.
Yeah, and even when New Zealand banned him out in that first match, he was able to come through and be the MVP when it really mattered. I mean, the Twitch struggled early, but as soon as he hit that power spike, he knew to be so confident, coming around with the flanks, really pushing up deep, and starting out the fights as a Twitch. And it's not something that's easy to do. You've got to be confident on that champion, and it wasn't one of his comfort picks.
Yeah.
And that is something that we really need to underline with this Victorian squad. They are players that will make big plays in high-pressure situations. Every single one of these veterans has shown up and been that EVP when their backs are against the wall, which I can't really say the same for New Zealand.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they can pull it together and take this series here. We're going to go ahead and toss it to our casters to get us into game.
Thank you very much, Dom. Good catch there, Spawn. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spontabeer. We're here for day 2 of League of Legends, League of Origin. Only 3 teams remain, New South Wales, Victoria, as well as New Zealand. And the first match of today will be New Zealand taking on Victoria to see who will go up against New South Wales in the grand final.
And before we even get into that match, I think everyone in harmony around the rest of the regions can celebrate the fact that Rusty's team got tossed out on day 1. It was a great feeling for myself. I know that you were very happy about it as well. It just feels good, man.
Certainly does. Rusty, of course, nowhere to be found. Absolutely no idea where that guy's gone.
He's gone into hiding. I mean,
Probably hiding
what
somewhere.
a bad pickup from him. It was just
Back
a
in
shame.
Queensland. Who knows? Probably. It was a little bit disappointing, but unfortunately he didn't make it to day 2. Now 3 teams are left that have made it to day 2 here today. Found him. He's in the crowd somewhere, hiding as usual. Took off his jersey. A little bit unfortunate, but we are into Champion Select. New Zealand taking on Victoria.
Yeah, and this should be an absolute cracker. We've seen these teams play twice. Game 1. Game 2, actually, of the whole tournament was New Zealand versus Vic. Vic was able to pick up the victory. However, New Zealand did look very good in the early game. Then, for the second last game of the night, the tiebreaker, Victoria were out to, I think, 10,000 gold lead. Swiffer was 10-1 at some point, and then just repetitively face check. That definitely was not in the playbook and managed to cost them the game. So we'll see whether back to the drawing board now, and night's sleep is always welcome after a day of pauses, Fish. And picks and bans already coming in through thick and fast.
Certainly are. And the jungler for New Zealand is definitely on a mission here, Spawn. He's already eliminated one jungler from Legacy from this tournament. He's looking to do another. Soul Strikes is on a mission here. He wants to start back on the Legacy roster next split, give Carbon a run for his money, so to speak. And he's going to be playing up against his jungler this game. So far, the bans are going to be Zyra, Nunu, and Karma, with Lulu, Ivan, and Zac being banned up by Victoria. First pick for New Zealand will be the Galio, heading probably to the top lane.
Although we have seen Raze play it, I believe, and Chippies is more of a carry player. It's funny that they pick it up first because Fantix really was struggling with the pick. They ran Olaf into it in one of their games and seemed to be able to do fine. Does leave up some power picks on the side of Victoria. Jace going to be locked in first. That's something that Fantix loves to play. And Swiffer also very comfortable with it in the mid lane. See where they do, I guess, scope more of an early game to mid game comp because Jace does tend to fall off as the game progresses unless you get a very deep 1-3-1 setup.
Yeah, let's see if they do. If they do flex that in any way. Normally, Fantix has been picking up the Jace so far in this tournament. Wait to see what the final pick in the first rotation for Victoria will be. Tom Kench is the lock-in for Jake heading into the bot lane.
And this is a little bit strange. I know that Vic were concerned about the melee versus melee support matchups. They felt like Cupcake was just blind picking the strongest. So you see now with the Tom Kench being picked up, will force out the Braum. That means potentially Ash should be the pick they look towards because so much pick potential. Kate, a little bit strange there. Hyperscale, but does well into the Lucian, potentially can force it into the mid lane.
So decides not to go for the staple Ash pick in the bottom lane. Instead, Caitlyn picked up here, going up against the famous Lucian Braum combo that Lost and Cupcake played throughout the OPL and shown a couple of times during this tournament itself.
Yeah, certainly did, but there is so much aggression that comes out, but when you've got a Tom Kench in the lane, he nullifies that. And then you have Caitlyn with all that range. It is going to be very difficult getting onto either of the duo. I think that this might be one of those situations where they pick the Lucian early with the flex in mind, and now they can play a little bit more utility through Lost AD carry.
Let's see what the final few bans are going to be coming out here. So far, no junglers have been picked up by either team. So Elise has been banned up by Victoria. 2 junglers already banned out towards Soul Strikes. Make it 3 if Zach is one of them.
Yeah, and this is a gauntlet really thrown at Soul Strikes. Like, what else do you play, mate? We know that you play Ivan because you're a pathing jungler. Anyone can play Zach at the moment because he's busted as all hell. And then you got Elise, which is the only other jungler he's shown. Do you have a Rengar, a Kha'Zix, Elise in, heaven forbid? For the coach that's running around in the jungle position of New Zealand, we thought that this was going to be the strategy, just throw everything at Soul Strikes. And Carbon, he must be grinning, because that's another one. That's the Gragas taken off the board.
Yeah, 3 jungle bans, 4 make it from Victoria over towards Soul Strikes, and I actually bumped into Carbon, you know, before he got into the stage, and he said to me, I am not going to lose to that man. There's no way I lose to Soul Strikes today. He's a man on a mission here.
Yeah.
Leah is the ban coming out from New Zealand, though, so target towards Swiffer.
That's just too much mid-game power if they give over Talia as well. You've already got a Jace running around. You've got Tom Kench for the semi-global plays. Talia really would be a nightmare in lane for Raze. And then also added onto the fact that, you know, great 1-3-1 setup, the ability to gank side lanes as well as get into the mid very quickly. I respect New Zealand's ban so far. Really have done a number trying to get Swiffer off comfort.
Yep, Syndra is the final ban that came out from New Zealand as well. That does leave Lee Sin open, and Carbon will pick that one up. Now, really curious to see what Soul Strikes is going to play.
I mean, really, it was a no-brainer. He's the last S-tier jungler back available. Graves is up. Kha'Zix and Rengar. They're the only junglers I can think of, and it really depends what Soul Strikes is more comfortable on. Coach Lucio, of course, not known to be the best mechanical player, has played a lot of Ivan, a lot of Gragas. However, this is a champion that does require a little bit more brains and brawn, Fish.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's not Kha'Zix.
Oh.
Rengar was going to be locked in, but instantly swapped over for the Jarvan. That should be Chippy's champion. Well, who knows? We have seen a lot of strange flexing going on.
Jarvan has an atrocious jungle clear. Like, real bad. So I'm expecting that to be Chippy's champion. Won't mind running it into the Jace, of course, has the standard to give him some more armor early on in the game. Can go into the Ninja Tabbies very early, so should be comfortable in the pick. And it will just be the Rengar locked in.
Yeah, Rengar locked in for Soul Strike. So Raze will be picking up Galio, heading into the mid lane again. Jarvan in the top lane for Chippies. He's had a great tournament with that champion. And Rengar in the jungle for Soul Strikes, trying to hunt down Carbon.
And Kassadin would be interesting, because that is a Fantix pick. So that could potentially mean that they're willing to run a Fantix Kassadin into a J4 top lane, which to me sounds suicidal nearly.
Potentially, but we've seen Fantix run the Kassadin heading into Galio lanes. So we're excited to see if they do some last-minute swaps, because it has been doing really well against Galio so far.
I mean, it does absolutely fine against Galio. I'm just really worried that it's not going to be Swiffer playing it. Potentially we'll have the first Victoria lane swap as well. There is potential to be able to change those over quite quickly in the laning phase. Jace does quite well top, of course. But whoa, I don't know if that's a good lane for a Kassadin matchup.
Seems like for now they're
Getting a little bit sweaty, man, over here as a Victorian representative.
20 seconds have passed, and Fantix will not be able to swap his champion anymore. So Fantix has picked up Kassadin here. There is potential for him to still go to the mid lane. He is a mid laner after all. But Swiffer, haven't really seen him do many wall stops in his time in the OPL.
No, certainly haven't. I mean, Swiffer is a hard and fast
One lane pony.
mid laner. Does not move around a lot, unless you count really the rumble that he pulls out to terrorize people in solo queue.
I don't know if that's terrorizing. I don't think is the right word for his rumble. It's a gift to his opponent, so to speak.
Oof, that's a little bit harsh. A little bit harsh, however.
But this Castaner pick is really dangerous because not only is it up against a J4 in the top lane, that's a Rengar in the jungle as well. Lots of pressure in a very long extended lane.
And we said last time it worked because it was going into a Galio, and I think it was even a magic dealing jungle, so there was really nothing they could do to force him off there. It was trading very well. So we'll see whether that actually is going to be the case again.
We'll have to see how that one's going to pan out. Top side of the map, definitely going to be a question here for Victoria. Can New Zealand capitalize on that? Every single team has tried to pinch Soul Strikes in this tournament, try to force him out of his own jungle. We've seen only do it for New South Wales. Spirix and Carbon have both done it as well. We even saw Bubbit from Queensland able to push him out of the jungle. So we're curious to see if that's going to be the target point for Victoria in this match, or will New Zealand be able to capitalize on the weak point on top side of the map? But we are on to Summoner's Rift for the first match of today. New Zealand taking on Victoria in game 1.
Wearing the Samsung white Rengar. Dandy-esque Fish is Soul Strikes with his pathing. Don't know if I can give him much else in relation to Dandy. I'm scratching even with the pathing goal.
I mean, his pathing's been really questionable so far this tournament, Spawn. He's been camps behind players at certain times in this tournament, even though he's under champion that's meant to be much faster clearing in the jungle than his opposition.
Yeah, certainly was the case yesterday, of course. With a little bit more time to reflect now, see whether he's able to make it work. Jake, once again, playing a champion that he really isn't all that well known for in the OPL, but he has shown to be very flexible, I think, in the support position for Vic. As far as Vic players go, probably up there with Swiffer for me as the 2 highest performing.
Jake's had a great tournament so far. Very well known for his Zyra so far in this tournament, but that's been banned out in this match. Rightfully so.
Which is strange, right? If you had said, like, Zyra bands heading towards Jake on the AV bottom lane, you would think it was a little bit weird. Much more known for his Karma, Nami, potentially even Lulu. But certainly has changed his playstyle up for King.
He's really stepped up, really made sure that he cemented that Victoria is the superstar team. A very well-known name in every single position. New Zealand, though, they have great top lane. They've got a great bottom lane. There were so many questions around Raze in the mid lane, but he's performed phenomenally so far in this tournament.
Pretty admirably. I think it's fair to say that Swiffer took advantage of him in a couple of games, and Ryan also got the better of him. But as far as, you know, off-role performances go, he's probably up there with the best. Fantix has had some good games, but has also had some pretty glaring weaknesses in his game. And you can see Carbon already. That's a sneaky jungle route.
Yep, already trying to take advantage of Soul Strikes here. Making sure he heads straight over towards blue buff. Soul Strike's going to find that his blue buff has been taken. Does he path towards the Lee Sin?
Doesn't have Smite, and Lee Sin does, so this should be a clear camp. However, now with the J4 coming over, J4 much more useful at this stage of the game.
Everyone's rotating over. We're going to have a very early brawl. Carbon is level 3 with double buff though and gets the jump onto Soul Strikes first. Chippies will join on in.
Raze is in trouble.
He is at very low health. Knockback from Swiffer. Fantix is chasing him down. We'll get the 3 strikes. One more is enough, and Fantix gets first blood on Cassidy.
And that is so good because we said Cassidy was going to struggle in the lane, but early aggression out of Carbon means that he's able to shut down the early pathing. Fantix loses nothing top, has actually a very good wave freeze. And back to the drawing board a little bit here for the New Zealand squad.
Yeah, Carbon said he does not want to lose the Soul Strikes already.
And he's showing it. He's back in again on Chippy's level 3 to level 2. Can get a good chunk here.
Gonna try and just poke him out of lane. It seems Fantix has no way to close that gap. Chippy's going back in. Carbon flashes away.
Don't know if he needed to flash her. I actually think they could have maybe baited Chippies in for a little bit more damage. Now that Carbon has burnt the flash, Chippies is very comfortable to walk back into lane. Actually even stops the recall.
This gives Fantix much needed breathing room though. Cassidy, this was going to be a struggle for him until level 6, and now he's a level up as a pushing wave. Doing perfectly fine. Bottom side of the map though, we do have a trade going on as Tomkench has been ignited. Jake still has a lot of grey health to work with. King has a good headshot there on towards Lost, fighting against the minions. Now standing straight in the back lines, but dashes on back out.
Yeah, that was a bad ignite actually out of Cupcake. There's very little kill threat on Jake at level 3. Unless you're going to burn a little bit more than that, not really even going to force him out of lane. You can see he's the one with all the potions as well. If it was on King, I could nearly understand it, just because he has pretty much no sustain left in the lane, apart from Targons and maybe some lifesteal quints. However, onto Jake, just seems to be a wasted summoner spell to me, Fish.
On the flip side, Jake still holding on to his exhaust, which will come into handy against Jarvan, against Rengar, as well as the Lucian. Lots of champions that like to dive into team fights. No exhaust on the side of New Zealand. They're up against a Kassadin.
Yeah, a little bit strange. We already saw that when the Kassadin got to the Lich Bane in the game that Fantix played it, I think it was against Queensland actually, absolutely went nuts in the late game. They ran Kassadin, they ran Zed, were able to make it work. You can see in the mid lane, Swiffer also is up about 10 CS. So across the board right now, Vic squad looks very comfortable. And Soulstrike not having a great early clear.
Yeah, seems like Carbon's not required to kick him out of the jungle. The jungle minions are good enough alone. Formidable opponent for old mate Lucio. So there goes Raze, looking to try and get a taunt down towards Swiffer. Jarvan's coming in as well. Flash is not available for Swiffer, still has Cleanse.
And this is a little bit strange because Swiffer has Cleanse available, as you mentioned, but also the fact that you feel like if there's a lane to punish, it is the Kassadin lane. So getting into the Jace lane doesn't make all that much sense to me, Fish. Soulstrike hasn't even burnt TP yet, has pushed that wave in super deep to the turret, and will possibly just be able to walk back. Everything looking up for Vic at the moment. They're already 1,000 gold up, and this has been a pretty standard laning phase, apart from Carbon's early aggression.
Certainly has. And Victoria, as you mentioned, they're up, and they're up 1,000 gold. 5 minutes, 6 minutes into this match. It's a sizable lead to have. Swiffer already looking to try and zone out Raze. The melee champion of Galio forced to use his mana to try and push this one out. We'll have to recall shortly. Has already used teleport. Chippies has used his teleport as well. Fantix, with his shoving lane earlier, was able to head back to base and walk straight back into lane already with that catalyst.
Yeah, you can see that potentially Carbon wants mid lane now.
They're going for
goes
it.
in.
Raze, will you get knocked back? Nope, knocked straight back in towards the turret. Instead, Carbon can't follow up with a good gank. Still gets a decent chunk down towards the Galio, has a couple of potions to work with, whereas Raze completely out of mana.
Yeah, and you can see that that's what's hurting Raze at the moment. It's not the health pool.
Fantix, though, he's been jumped on top side of the map. Chippies has hit 6, Fantix has knock. Here comes Soul Strikes, and Chippies will get a return kill for Victoria.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Knowing that he didn't have flash available from the first gank, able to get that going. However, on the bottom side of the map now, little bit of return fire.
Good damage from King as well as Jake, poking out Lost and Cupcake, who seem to be struggling in this lane so far.
And Fantix, even though he falls down, will be able to catch majority of that wave. Teleport still available, as we mentioned, because he didn't have to burn it earlier. So good gank coming out, equalizes a lot of the gold, but boy, this looks like a punishing lane now. I have to imagine after a shop, it does not get much better. Kate is just oppressive until you can force that first turret down.
It certainly is, and King as well as Jake are able to push back Lost and Cupcake. They'll be forced to recall, giving King and Jake some time to either chip away at this turret or push in one final wave. And pushing in that last wave is what they're going to do. 54 CS to 67. Better back timing for King as well and Caitlyn.
And King is a big fan of mental games. I mean, we just saw it there. He is that confident that he's just backing purely in vision of the turret. He knows that that is the maximizing play. He doesn't have to waste any time getting back to brushes or anything like that. And also sends a message to Lost and Cupcake that he doesn't really give any cares, is the PG way of saying it, Fish, about their two best champions down there. And you can see that already 13 CS up. Certainly looks in control of that lane.
He's gone back to base, picked up a BF sword for himself. With boots as well as cloth armor, looking to move towards the Ninja Tabby as soon as possible, which makes sense. J4, Rengar as well as Lucian, going to be dealing a lot of damage to the back line.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. I mean, people would be thinking, Caitlyn, there's so much range. Why are you being, I guess, that safe against it? As now Lee Sin actually looking for Rengar.
Carbon has found Soul Strikes, missed his Sonic Wave. Soul Strikes going back on in.
Oh, he got the smite!
Hit level 6 as well. Now Cupcake's going to join the fight. He's being hunted, forced to flash over the wall. Raze looking to go in. Soul Strike jumps in first. They taunt him up, and Raze gets a kill onto Carbon.
And that's Carbon missing a smite, giving the level 6 over, and then also giving double buff to Raze. Really not good enough out of the Vic jungler. That will also swing all the tempo back into New Zealand's favor. Bottom lane still looks rough though. Like, just stop showing me bottom lane. Trying to make a different point here, guys.
Unfortunately, it's the roughest lane of them all at the moment. Level advantage for King. Slight item advantage with that BF sword. Bilgewater Cutlass will be able to keep him nice and topped off. Swiffer now getting traded by Raze here in the mid lane with double buff. It's going to be easy for him to farm from a distance as well as engage whenever he wants to onto this chase.
And that's the thing, right now Raze has picked up the shield as well as Glacial Shroud. So he just isn't going to take any damage. Swiffer knows that, instead goes for the tier build. So he's looking to be stronger late game than he is at this earlier stage. Also gives him the ability to lend some wave clear, which they severely lack. And he's hoping that as the game progresses, you know, that triple strike with the Manamune certainly does a lot of damage. So not really in that much worries about trying to kill Raze at the moment. Content to keep his farm advantage up there and just look to punish all the little things that Jace can do.
And we've already seen how dominant Raze can be late game on this champion. Top side of the map, Chippies and Fantics going toe-to-toe again, forcing a flash out of the Cassidy with that Cataclysm.
Yeah, and it looked like Chippies had actually already Void Walk to get away, Rift Walk, sorry, to get away from the EQ. And then, of course, with the big Cataclysm coming across, forced to burn a Summoner spell. The lane is getting rough right now for the Cassidy. You can see that he has to overextend for farm. Chippy's doing a very good job, even with Tiamat, of holding the wave there.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Raze getting jumped on by Carbon here. Good taunt. Actually getting the better end of this trade so far, but Swiffer's going to join the fight. Oh, Raze! Solo kill onto the Victoria jungler!
However, here comes Phoenix.
The two solo turn that one back around, but that is a statement from Raze.
Still is a better trade for Victoria. I want to get hyped with you, mate, but it's just not the case. I mean, Raze had 2 kills. He had a wave there as well. This is big, however.
Ignite on towards King. Jake's going to tank up most of the culling. Lost goes over the back lines. He's going to be eaten up by Jake. Lots of great help, but now both of them incredibly low. King will flash away. Lost follows through. One more tap is enough. Can he get the piercing light down? Lost throws it out. Gets it with the W. And that's 2 kills in the bottom lane for New Zealand.
That is huge. Being able to take down the lane that was up by 20 CS, Fish. Just huge news right there for the New Zealand squad. That will get them their first gold advantage and also access to that Dragon Pit. We'll see whether Swiffer and Carbon want to contest because it is an Infernal, but it looks like they're content with blue buff.
Infernal Dragon, one of the most contested objectives, sub 20 minutes on the map, will be taken down uncontested by New Zealand. The gold is now completely tied up in this match with a single dragon advantage going over towards the New Zealand side. Let's take a look at that fight one more time in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and King just takes the turret shot and straight away, that's where the flashes should be out of both of the duo, getting away from it. Instead, Jake can't even really block the complete culling. Does manage to get stunned up, and King, even though he gets a really nice flash into net, does manage to fall down to a very nice Ardent Blaze right there. AP Lucian players will be happy all around the world. AKA Rusty. But really nice play, and that gives him a 300 gold lead. It's 5 kills to 2.
And New Zealand sitting very comfortable at the moment. Carbon not having the greatest of games, 0-2-1 at the moment.
Had a very nice levels 1 to 3. I mean, I know that sounds like really petty to look at, but being able to invade, pick your team up first blood, that is certainly a good news story. Now you can see Swiffer actually heading down. They want to try and pressure out this turret, but you have to remember, Grand Entrance is available.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage onto Lost. Good shot
Rengar can
blast
come
combo.
in as well as the Galio.
Galio's waiting the wings to decide not to pull the trigger. Carbon is top side of the map. Teleports are unavailable for both top laners if they are required. But New Zealand decide not to pull the trigger there.
And you can see that Chippy's actually stalking out Carbon here.
Come to the fight.
Carbon's going to have to kick him away. Chippies can still go here.
Goes in. Galio's close by, ready for the Grand Entrance if he needs to. Here it comes. Chippy's not locking him down just yet. Carbon trying to get towards this wall. So much damage coming out from New Zealand's mid laner as well as top laner, forcing Fantix to Rift walk away as well.
Yeah, and Carbon's now having a really sloppy game. You can see that his flash was nearly available. That kick wasn't the best kick either. So, yeah, really starting to hurt the team.
Bottom lane, though, going for a little biff again. Lost going to jump on forward. Jake's already popped the grey health. King getting slowed down by the Winter Spike.
Teleport's coming in.
Right behind them. Jake almost getting taken down, forced to flash away. Here comes Fantix. One Rift walk forward. Going to be stunned up by Cupcake. Soul Strikes wants to join the action as well. New Zealand are desperately trying to back off. Teleports are coming in. Pincering Victoria. Here comes Swiffer. Can he get the snipe? Doesn't get it in time, but Fantix gets one. Double taunt for Race. Double flag drag combo coming out from Chippies. King will fall. Fantix is going to have to back off already, and New Zealand will trade 1 for 2.
Yeah, really nice trade out of New Zealand there, and it was only Soul Strikes failing a flash that even cost them a kill. Headbutted a wall a little bit there. Otherwise, it would have been a very clean escape. And Vic look like they're just overextending, reaching for kills that aren't necessarily there. And potentially first turret will go down as well now, Fish. swinging the gold even further in their favor.
It's now a 1,000 gold lead for New Zealand. They decide not to push aggressively for this turret. Carbon moves towards top side of the map, trying to find something for his team, looking to solo out the Rift Herald at the moment.
Yeah, and we'll see whether it actually is going to be successful. This takes a while to be able to do. And you can see he's dancing around, trying to look for the eye. You can manage to get it by yourself. And not having much luck. There we go. Yeah, so that's what you need to do. Walk through the middle of it while it's going for one of its abilities. And this is a good tempo swing. Even though Carbon loses a little bit of pace in his farming, if they do manage to generate a pick somewhere, should be able to drop that down nice and quickly. You can see that Cassidy actually joined them in the bottom lane. They really want to start breaking structures with this Caitlyn. They know that they're on a limited clock here, but they'll get the first, and now they'll swing Kate into the top lane and see if they can push down another.
And with that map rotation, Vic actually pull out the gold lead with a Rift Herald in the pocket, in their pockets. It's now very close on gold, but that single turret is all it takes. See, most of the lead currently is in the bottom lane, as well as the top lane, surprisingly.
Well,
the 3 kills of Fantix.
Yeah, you got first blood and 2 kills, so not really all that surprised. He's also pretty equal in CS and picked up the turret gold. Swiffer hasn't really been all that involved compared to Raze. Raze has got 50% kill participation. Swiffer's been a part of 2, but just has been less on the side of the Victorian squad. But you can see right now that they're bringing 3 members up, and they have Carbon behind them. So if Chippy shows his face, Tom can just flash on him. Actually, he doesn't even have flash. So this is really a desperation push because I don't think Cassidy can really help out this turret.
Here comes Rift Herald over Victoria, summon him on the top side of the map.
Galio's there.
They're going for Fantix though. He's being dove by Cupcake and Lost jumps over towards a minion. One more auto attack is enough. Lost jumps forward, gets the double tap. Kill in the bottom lane. Top side of the map though. New Zealand also take down Jay.
As I said, that was just a really bad force coming out of Victoria. They had the Rengar streaming in with the ultimate, as well as the fact that Galio could make his entrance. They needed to play that one a lot slower, Fish. Really push in on the mid lane. Swiffer looks like he might get some work done on the turret, but Razor's already back there, and they might lose the 2-for-1 special.
Potentially, they even lost Rift Herald there. Did absolutely nothing. Got some chip damage, but that's it. Bottom lane turret is going to fall. Top lane turret's going to fall as well. The only thing they get out of that is some chip damage top lane, and a little bit of damage mid lane as well from Swiffer.
A little bit of damage is 90% of the health. You can see that they just go past here, both get knocked up, and then a huge grand entrance. I mean, what better play can you ask for? Rengar then dives in on top of absolutely everyone. That's just a stellar setup. And I've talked about press R compositions and the ease of it a lot this weekend. But that is just prime example number 1. Soul Strike's now being caught out.
Gets tongue lashed. Jumped on by Carbon. Easy kill for Victoria. Swiffer will take that one for his team.
So a slight reprieve. It's still 3,000 gold. All 3 outer turrets. Actually, only 2 outer turrets. Mid still standing for Vic. You can see in response as well, they've only picked up the bottom turret where they're sending Fantix back to the long lane time and time again. Cassidy can really just overextend for farm at this stage. That's all you're looking for. Get him his items. Doesn't really matter if he gets shut down in terms of kills. Just needs to be able to pick up gold. Mid lane on a skerrick of health. Absolutely nothing there to be seen. And you can see that the flanking play is actually coming in from Tom Kench, Cassidy, as well as Elise in.
They should be able to equalize this here. Taunt. Going to interrupt Carbon as he look for the flash kick.
Carbon's just forcing in areas that you don't really need a force. That's a full tank Galio. This isn't a regular mid laner Fish. So he's not going to be able to clear out the wave instantly. He has good wave clear for a tank, but it's not going to be instant. And using that flash there means that it's not available for a play onto Lost, onto Rengar, potentially if they do get a pick. And you can see that that's where all the pressure is being generated right now.
Sorry, still able to take down the mid lane outer turret with that play.
Mid lane outer now under fire, however.
3 members of New Zealand are here. Carver looking to try and jump over the wall. Swiffer defending with the red buff. Successfully to that, just gets some damage there. Soul Strike's now hunting.
Certainly is, you can see, actually looking for the Tom Kench of Jake.
Here they go. Jake's been locked down, forced to flash away. Teleport coming up as well from Fantix. They're going for a full-on 5-on-5. Soul Strike taking the brunt of the damage. Victoria still chasing on forward. Fantix looking to dive on in, but decides not to go any further forward.
So a burnt teleport, and that means mid lane turret will nearly fall on this next wave unless Vic can force something very hard. New Zealand just forcing them around the map. However, Vic have managed to minimize that gold advantage. Is down to 2,000 again. But you have to say that the tempo looks to be in favor of New Zealand at the moment. just on the front foot.
It seems like King really wanted to go back to base there, picked up his Hurricane Taunt.
ambitious.
On towards Jake. Chippy sliding on forward as well, gets half his health in damage, but not too much happening so far. Swift with a big Shock Blast combo. Chunking down the rest of New Zealand. Ray is going to get knocked back as team, but a triple taunt comes out of it. No fights taking place, just looking for the opportunity to engage.
Yeah, certainly are. You can see bottom lane is a big wave for Vic to go pick up. New Zealand have a similar wave in the top lane forming. So people probably want the Rift to go back a little bit to normal. Only real meaningful objective that is currently being taken is that Infernal Drake. Rift Herald was just underutilized, I think it's fair to say, on top lane. And King, you don't want to be here. Chippies is a teammate, but I feel like he's not going to hold much mercy against you if he catches you.
And there's a teleport coming straight behind as well. There goes Chippies, looking for it first up. Traps are being put down by King. Chippies will step on one. Gallo now going to get the grand entrance as well. Carbon looking for the fight. King will flash back, but Soul Strikes is right behind him. Carbon now in a sticky situation. Jake will come back up. Let's see who he's brought with him. Nobody joins him on the Abyssal Voyage as New Zealand picks up 2 kills for themselves.
And just 2 needless kills. You can see that they have the 1-3-1 actually going in their favor. Now Swiffer is caught out of position as well.
Yep, Cupcake's going for a good old biff here. Knocks him up. Lost is going to join him as well. Swiffer tries to turn this one around, but doesn't have enough damage to take him down. Double flash forward. Easy pickup in the mid lane for New Zealand.
And 3 kills traded for no apparent reason from the Victoria squad. They're just looking for farm greedily. They all had summoner spells. They burn them. They still die because they burn them too late. And New Zealand with that will look at another dragon, this time just an air. But really, every advantage on the map is going over to the Kiwi squad.
Yep, slowly pushing their lead at the moment. New Zealand taking another dragon for themselves. Baron is live as we are 21 minutes into this game. And there's a major objective on the map, for these two teams to consider. Cupcake wants to catch up.
Now
Fantix.
potentially caught out. You can see the Cupcake just sending a message. Yeah, you've gotten away this time, but I'm still going to tag you up with the Q. And one more time, they're just going back to the top lane. Like a dog with a bone. They really have nowhere else on the map they're comfortable going. And this time it's going to be Raze, and potentially there's no deep teleports that they have to worry about, actually. So Vic should pick this one up.
King looking to try and push down these turrets. Raze doesn't have enough wave clear to deal with this lane just yet. It actually charges on forward.
Yeah, he
Not
ain't
too scared of King.
I mean, when you have 3 tank items at this stage of the game against a mid-game slumping Caitlyn, not really all that much to be bothered about, Fish. Especially when you build yourself a 2,500 gold advantage.
Teleport. Straight into the mid lane. Soul Strikes is hunting. Chippy's going to try and go for the flank. Swiffer splitting up from Carbon. Gets jumped on by Soul Strikes. Popping the Yoma's Ghost Blade as well as the Cleanse, but Cupcake tags him with the Winter's Bite. Looking for the stun lock. Gallia's coming with a grand entrance. Uppercut on the Carbon. He gets taunted. Lost goes unstoppable. Jake will get locked down as well. New Zealand pick up 3 kills inside of Victoria's jungle.
And that's going to be a Baron, because all of a sudden at 22 minutes into the game, they've wiped out 3 members. There's no potential for a steal. And New Zealand just as a unit. And Vic, they're just trying to save each other for no reason. Let one of them die. It should have been Swiffer in that situation. He only had Cleanse. Get the rest of your members back to safety. Instead, everyone falls down, and New Zealand rip open this mid-game.
So currently it's a 5,000 gold lead for New Zealand with Baron buff to work with for the next 3.5 minutes. Chippy is already trying to clear out the top lane. Everyone else going back to base, picking up as many items as they possibly can. Let's try and go for that final push against Victoria.
Yeah, and you know, now the aim of the game for Victoria just becomes stall, stall, stall. And that is hard to do against dive combos like Rengar as well as Jarvan.
But in this tournament, Victoria's already been able to do that once. They were able to stall out with this exact deficit, this exact situation, and pretty similar timing as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. This last time we were playing around the 80 carry. This time Victoria will probably be playing around the Cassidy, waiting for him to get towards that 3-item point. He's got the KFC variety bucket right now. Kind of picked up a little bit of everything, although now just completes the Lich Bane. So he's getting closer, Fish. And when he is, Lost does really have to be worried about being chased across the map.
New Zealand are a team of 3 melee champions, though, with Lucian as their only range champion. That's not even by much, so sieging a little bit difficult for them.
Yep. But wave clear isn't plentiful on the Vic squad. Carbon really having an atrocious game. 0-5-2. it isn't just him. The rest of the squad, I mean, the bottom lane was caught overextending, got punished in the laning phase. They're going to knock down another turret. But you have to really question where it went wrong, because when you pick up first blood on a Kassadin and everyone else is really just meant to farm out, there should not be 21 kills in this game for Vic to be happy.
So far the run.
Here comes the dive.
Going for another one. Fantic's going to get locked down. He's trying to Rift Walk away. We'll get one more Rift Walk, but the culling from Lost over the wall gets that kill. Here goes Chippies into the back lines. Grand entrance will come in for Galio as well. Lands on a trap, but Victoria already lost their top laner. New Zealand just sieging up more turrets.
And you can see that that was actually Fantix looking for some harass. Actually dashed forward to try and poke out Raze. Obviously that didn't work. Now Chippy's going even deeper.
King has to be eaten up by Jake to get him back to safety. Raze is taking up the turret for quite some time at the moment. This inhibitor is going to take quite a bit of damage. Should fall for New Zealand, and they'll back off after that trade.
Yeah, and you can see Jake accidentally eats up Swift halfway through a combo there. Probably a little bit of a misclick. And New Zealand, as 5, timed that recall. Soul Strike's a little bit behind. But not really all that much Vic could do. As soon as their top laner fell, they had to cede objectives. Now 8,000 gold behind.
8,000 gold, a massive deficit at the moment for Victoria. They're trying to do what they can to scrape up farm. King even went back to base trying to get his last whisper for himself, which he desperately needs against Raze, but even that doesn't seem like it's even tickling the Galio at the moment.
I mean, King needs like 4 or 5 items. King is nowhere near being the relevant force that Lost currently is. There's a reason that Lucian just rules mid-games. So we'll see whether he does get to that point in the game. Gut feel is probably going to be too little too late. They're just so tanky at this stage. And you can see that their plan seems to be catch the full tank Galio out, which as far as I'm concerned, not really all that successful.
Whereas New Zealand now going to continue pushing top side of the map. Looking to continue on towards the inhibitor turrets. Soul Strikes wants to try and jump in. Jake gonna get jumped off first. Swift as the first target, taking quite a bit of damage. Grand entrance will come out from Raze. This turret is taking a beating as well. Victoria yet to try and put up a fight. Chippy's into the back lines again. Raze gonna try and join him. Chippy's is low, but Cupcake jumps in front and sits there behind Braum. Fantix though, trying to get onto Soul Strikes. Cupcake jumped up by Carbon. He gets 1 kill. Soul Strikes trying to return one back to himself. But look at the back lines. Lost gonna get shut down by Swiffer. And suddenly this is looking like a Vic team fight. But can Raze be the unstoppable force he needs to be? Fantix still trying to chase him down. Uppercut comes through, but shut down by Swiffer.
And all of a sudden they walk away with a 4 for 2. Vic certainly showing something there, although now Chippy's back in the base. Fucks up the flag and drag combo.
You hate
However,
to see it. The teleport now, he's just stuck between a rock and 3 Kiwis as they all try to take him down. If Victoria will pick up the kill.
yeah, not 3 Kiwis, only 1 Kiwi. We're Victorians, mate. You calm down. However, that was with creeps streaming into the base. A little bit of a rush play there from Chippies will mean that Victoria gets a brief respite. 2 base turrets down, an inhib in the mid lane still to deal with, but they see out the Baron, they get some much needed shutdown kills and potentially a little bit of momentum. Let's take another look at it. Chippies went deep, really nice ultimate coming out, but it was just such a split fight from the beginning, and you can see that King was just able to set up behind that inhibitor and go absolutely nuts. No one was hitting him, good flashes, and this is where the fight turns. You've overcommitted at this stage. Cupcake's in no man's land. Carbon follows, able to take him out. And then with such a split fight, it's only Raisin Lost on the front line. 280 carries, trying to put in some work. And it just did not work. Chippies had already began his recall to teleport into this fight. But when you're fighting at such a protracted, long drawn out skirmish without your damage dealers there as a tank, there's just absolutely nothing you can do.
And will New Zealand still have a nice goal lead for themselves? 6,000 gold up over Victoria.
They were 10.
They were. Use that time to take another Cloud Dragon. So if that fight takes place one more time and goes in Victoria's favor, that will be an even game.
Because what this means is when you have a look at the items picked up, all of a sudden you have a completed Lord Dominic's as well as a Zeal item now for King. You see that Carbon gets a little bit tankier, although still without really a good kick coming through. Pretty much irrelevant in these team fights, so track someone else. Top lane has now finished up 3 items as well. Is matched on the other side, but that's the window they were looking for.
This is a team with Jake as well on Tom Kent. So if Victoria Timer Rider can negate a lot of damage onto one player and try and use that to swing the goal lead in their favor during a team fight. As New Zealand stick to the play, go back towards top side of the map. Inhibitor already down to half health. Soul Strikes need to stop the setting on these cupcakes. Not that tasty, but big wombo combo. And the entrance comes in for Raze. Huge flash coming out from the Galio there. As Victoria forced the back way. They've already lost their jungler. Fancy's going on in. Sonya's to try and bait up the flag and drag, but does get taunted up. He tries to shift away. Jake will eat him up to keep him safe. Victoria trying to hold on to their Nexus turrets.
Yeah, we'll be able to do so. Carbon died very quickly in that fight. Gets launched on, but as we keep saying, not really worth all that much at this stage. 1-7. I think he did actually have a gold reset with a kill picked up there. But still able to break the base in a second position means that Baron up in 3 seconds. They will attack it.
Victoria, though, looking to try and scramble their defense to stop this objective from falling for free for New Zealand.
I don't think that's really a good idea. You're going to be fighting the 4v5.
Already at half health. Do Vic go for the steal? Seems like no. Just going to try and throw abilities over the wall. King winds up the Piltover Peacemaker, but smites away from Soul Strikes. Good abilities being thrown out by Swiffer here, trying to chunk down the rest of the New Zealand squad. Jake's going to continue chasing.
Where's the turn?
Going in. There's a taunt coming out from Raze. Dodges out the cupcake. Still trying to kite backwards. Slowly, New Zealand are getting chipped away by Victoria.
Keep chasing like this. I mean, he's not going to stop.
He's going to keep on going. Raze going to take the brunt of the damage from the front lines. Lost steps on a cupcake. Carbon over the wall looking for a kick. Doesn't get it off. They will get 1 kill into cupcake, but Carbon has to be eaten up by Jake to get back to safety.
Swiffer, where are you going?
Into the back line.
He got him.
Gets the snipe onto Chippies. Escapes the turret damage as well. 2 kills for Victoria.
Swiffer takes the aggressive peek and just able to pick up his man. What the heck? He just walked into turret range by himself. Turns out that's how you're supposed to play, Jace. Who knows? Who would have thunk it?
Still a 6,000 gold lead for New Zealand at the moment. And they've got Baron buff to work with again. Inhibitor in the mid lane has respawned. Final Inhibitor turret is in the bottom lane.
We're getting towards the start of the game, Fish, where we have to start tracking items and stop tracking gold, however. Because we've got a Caitlyn that is on 4 items. Just waiting for that last one to come in. Probably something, I would like to see something with a little bit more lifesteal. Blade of the Ruined King, definitely worth picking up, given the fact that Chippies is pretty much just full HP tank at this stage of the game.
Potentially QSS into Mercurial Scimitar.
Nah, you got to calm, Kench, man. None of that. I don't want to see any QSSs in this game.
Speaking of Tom Kench, Jake's been able to pick up his Knight's Vow.
Yep. Keeping King even more safe.
Probably using Alan King as well. Lost has got his own from Cupcake, which was the redemption to keep him nice and topped off. And Soul Strike's going as much defense as he possibly can on his Rengar.
Of course. What did you expect out of Soul
Dive
Strike?
into the back lines. Be a big tank.
I mean, Rengar's just kind of annoying to deal with, especially with cooldown reduction. Is able to get multiple rotations across.
It's actually Jake using his Knight's Vow on towards Swiffer.
That's a little bit strange. I thought it would either be Fantix or it would be King. Fantix because he's the one that has to keep kind of leaping forward to get the initiation. King because he really is the person dishing out a lot of damage. Although Swiffer, now that he's picked up a Last Whisper, will join him in that category.
Now he's used it on towards Fantix, so just swapping between the 2 solo laners.
That makes sense to me because that with Carbon being this far behind, that really is their initiation that they're looking for. Continually hop forward and chip people out. You can see New Zealand much more comfortable this time around, however.
Ray's trying to charge up his taunt. New Zealand take down the Inhibitor with ease. No response from Vic so far.
I mean, Vic are actually happy losing the Inhibitors as long as nothing else goes missing because this is just forcing farm in. And they actually have relatively good wave clear once the creeps are in their base. The turrets are what they don't want to give up. They definitely do not want to give up this turret because that would mean all 3 inhibitors open, and that pretty much spells good night for any squad.
They've got traps placed down by King. It's going to make it difficult for New Zealand to make an entrance on towards this turret.
This is a smart thing to do from when you're against Caitlyn, though. Attack from 2 different ways. Make sure that you're bringing in creeps from the mid lane. You can see that Chippies is actually going to go all the way to the top lane to try and bring creeps into the base.
Trying to bring minions over towards himself, as well as give Baron buff towards the top side minions.
And you can see that it looks like they might actually give this one up.
Essentially.
3 members have just walked back, potentially looking for the Tahm Kench.
Yep, looking to see if they can get a flank, but instead just healing up, it seems. More cupcakes being put down by King.
And if Fantix manages to pick up a Void Staff in the next couple of minutes, this game, from a team fight perspective, turns on its head. They go in.
Charging on towards Jake, gonna try and lock down the Tom Kench. Carbon is the next target, knocked up twice, 3 times. The loss gets the kill onto the captain of his old team. Jake, though, will be the next one to fall. Cupcake gets that one over the wall. Chippy's trying to lock down both Swiffer as well as King, and Swiffer's running the complete wrong way. Everyone from New Zealand is barreling on down. He's trying to escape, dodges one bowler strike. Loss is gonna charge on forward. One more tap is enough. Gets it with the W again in this match, and only Fancies and King remain.
And that should be game. That is 3 members dead for another 20 seconds, and there are already creeps on the Nexus turret. You see teleport coming in from Chippies, and it's only King and Fantix, the Direwolf squad, trying to defend the Victorian base.
10 seconds on both Carbon as well as Jake. New Zealand have all 3 inhibitors instead, going for the safe play, it seems. Fantix wants to defend this one.
Woo!
Jumps out towards Solar Strikes, trying to chip him down. New Zealand will take down the final inhibitor, top side of the map. No Nexus turrets taken. They decide not to go for the game-ending play.
And that's not what I was expecting. I mean, when you just lose your support, slow and steady wins this race, apparently. Or potentially loses you the game, because that definitely was a play they were looking for. Now, Void Staff picked up, nearly bladed the ruin King for King. Wow, that sucks saying. Has been completed. And you can see that Swiffer as well is on 5 items. There is a point in this game where gold becomes irrelevant. It just comes down to a team fight. And Vic definitely aren't out of the team fights.
They certainly aren't.
New Zealand have played this incredibly well for 30 minutes of the game. First 5 minutes was atrocious out of them. After that was very, very good for 30 minutes.
24 to 12 at the moment. 6,000 gold lead for New Zealand still. Baron buff is going to be back up in a minute 30. Dragon is live, so not the Elder Dragon yet. So going to be another Cloud Dragon. 3 clouds for New Zealand.
And Raze is unkillable. So that's still the big news story, is that you can't really get through Raze unless it's King free hitting him. You see, he becomes even taller as he pops that Iron Elixir. Here we go.
It's going in. Taunt Flash gets 2. Locks down Carbon. He tries to jump away. Jake pops the great help, but he's stuck inside the Cataclysm. He'll be the first casualty falling for Victoria. The rest retreat, trying to defend against the double.
And you have to go now because the super creeps are in.
King gonna have to try and flash away. Super Creeps already nailing the Nexus. King gets to the Fountain. Chippy's gonna take some damage. Grand entrance comes out from Raze. Fantix will rip walk back in as well. New Zealand are trying to fight this one in between the Nexus as well as the Fountain, but it doesn't matter. They turn their attention towards the base, and they will take it down. New Zealand take game 1 over Victoria.
And a very clean finish in the end. I mean, able to knock down every single structure in the game. They controlled the objectives, and they were able to pick it up. It took maybe longer than they would have hoped for, but in a best of 3, picking up game 1 is super important, Fish.
It certainly is. And the winner of this best of 3 series heads on to the grand finals to face off New South Wales in a best of 5. You have to think, with 2 junglers in the side of the Victoria roster, that might be the last chance for Carbon to try and take down Soul Strikes.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it didn't look like a good mid to late game from Carbon. He got caught out of position a lot. But I don't think that was the only problem. I think that, you know, the over-aggression in the bottom lane, the 2v2 kills should never have happened when you're playing Kate and Tom Kench. I think that even though they had an okay top side of the map, Castanen really does nothing to shut down what J4 wants to do, and does take a long time to get rolling. So I would have a look at bigger issues than just Carbon if I was a Vic squad. And they need to fix a lot of them in the next 5 minutes to be able to bring it back into this best of 3.
Whereas for the side of New Zealand, you know, really only Soul Strike's early jungle piling that was questionable. Everything else really looked like it was glued really well together. They worked together as a team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that once again, they just made Soul Strikes build pure tank, had him call a lot of the shots, dive into the backline along with Chippies, and that combo of Chippies and Soul Strikes just attacking the backline, time and time again in this tournament, has been enough to take down Queensland and Vic.
And with that match, New Zealand now 1-0 up against Victoria in this best of 3 series. But to break down that game further, let's send it back to Dom and the rest of the analysts at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Fish. And that is a victorious game number 1 going to New Zealand. Once again, I'm Dom. We've got Frosco and Crunch here. And let's break it down. So we got to see New Zealand finally repeating their game 2 from yesterday. They are now unofficially 2-1, but they still have to take one more win to advance to the grand finals. Let's get into it. First of all, Victoria, still too many cooks in the kitchen. This broth is really burnt.
I don't know. I think the only cook that kind of overstayed his welcome was Carbon, in all honesty. Swiffer had a decent game up in the mid lane. You could see he was trying to work with what he was given, but unfortunately the Lee Sin, I think he ended like 1-8 overall that game. He tried in the early game, tried to get in, disrupt Soul Strikes, that started to work, but then it started to fall apart.
Yeah, and let's get into that strategy a little bit more closely. The fact that we saw Victoria throw everything they had at Soul Strikes, and it even started in the picks and bans, which we can bring up for you. You'll notice, I believe it's a grand total of 1, 2, 3, 4 jungle bans, and then a jungle pick before Soul Strikes could get his own jungle pick. So he's down at the 7th in the tier list.
I mean, it was a lot. And you could even see that Soul Strike's hesitation when they flashed the Rengar initially. They're like, I don't know if I want to take it. Like, take Rengar or take Jarvan here so we have a bit more time to think about it. But ultimately did connect with the Rengar, went that tank build that Jake was talking about during the cast, and did really well.
But what was the sacrifice that Vic gave over? I mean, you've got Lucian Braum on Lost in Cupcake. That's probably one of their strongest duo lanes. So it's absolutely incredible that they managed to pick that up, as well as the Galio, leaving that to go through. Fantix wasn't that comfortable on it, but obviously Reyes, total beast on it. Jarvan as well, that combo just absolutely annihilated the Vic roster. So it wasn't like ban out King like the first time around. It's just, okay, let's just dive in with everything he has. He can pick any AD carry. He's not going to survive that, even with a Tahm Kench.
And it just means that the strategy of banning out Soul Strikes or making him the target is no longer viable. I would be very doubtful that Victoria would probably go to that back-to-back, especially now that it's kind of one game loss out of the tournament.
Yeah, and with that sort of pressure riding on the line, Victoria are going to need to change things up in game number 2, because we did see a few more of the same problems. The fact that Victoria didn't really look like they were playing as much of a team as the likes of New Zealand. And Crunch, is this something New Zealand have been specifically preparing for, or is it just the power of friendship?
I do think that they have really been preparing their composition around that team-based. It has been working, just focusing on Lost. Obviously, any sort of composition that they've really ran this tournament has been around getting to the bot lane, double teleports, even on the Karma that they picked up in mid lane in one of the previous matches. So it's something that's been working for them. The one time that Chippy's obviously picked up the Jace was when they really fell down, I guess. So I'd like to see them continue transitioning with the team comps that work around the bot lane, yeah.
And an excellent example of this is the replay that we've got ready for you. It is a double teleport style play on that bottom side of the map. Victoria tries to make something happen, but it's on the bottom side where things get dicey.
Yeah, and it is kicked off by an excellent duel again from Lost in Cupcake. They've constantly been on the aggressive end, despite the fact that they're facing across from a Caitlyn. Now, the initial teleport does come through for Victoria. It is a very delayed response teleport from New Zealand, but you can see them. They're making their way back. Jarvan has reset his position, so he went back to base, healed up, and now they're coming out of the woodwork from both sides, New Zealand.
And the flank was just so good here. Reyes being able to flash in just locked up King. There's no way that he's getting out of that. And even though they're only just picking up the one kill there, it just allows them to transition into an Infernal Drake. They don't quite get the turret, but just the snowball off that, and then the return down to bot lane, once again, just diving King, nothing that they can do at all.
And it's also the beautiful communication. The fact that they were able to kite back and allow Chippy's the time that he's going to make the base, he's going to be, topped off before he makes his teleport, rather than just immediately pulling the trigger right then.
And it's this sort of communication that we see time and time again throughout the course of the game. We've got another replay for you towards later in the game, which demonstrates just how far they're willing to commit, how much they're on the same page.
Yeah, New Zealand have been a patient team, but they're also very quick to pull the trigger. And you can see that here with the teleport coming in from Jarvan, Rengar being onto Swiffer, who didn't have this flash from before, just locking them up, and the Jarvan Galio combo, there is nothing you can do once you slam down on someone without flash. Tahm Kench can't save anyone, and from there, transition straight into a Baron. You're able to snowball through. There's no wave clear on the Vic lineup, and that Baron just allowed them to get through 2 turrets eventually, and really put their fist into the game and say, we are here to take game 1.
It's just so utterly satisfying to watch that combo. Jarvan goes in, Galio lands on top of him, and I feel like the mentality of Victoria's strategy going into the series has actually been wrong. I feel like they went into game 1, they're like, let's deny Soul Strikes, let's take him off of everything and let's put him on something uncomfortable and then just beat him that way. When I feel like they should be prioritizing getting themselves on champions that they like to be on, or getting their composition that they want, rather than taking stuff away from New Zealand. Like, they're the better players, just go toe-to-toe 5v5.
Yeah, and you're focusing on the weakest link to date with Soul Strikes obviously not performing up to scratch, but you've got to remember the New Zealand lineup, there's 4 absolute superstar players there, and that's what they forgot about, is the rest of the team can carry Soul Strikes through, and to be fair, Soulstrike's had a really, really good performance. He was playing very, very safe, I guess. He was flashing forward just to secure kills, just making sure that he can get those inches forward that really allowed New Zealand to get a little bit of a lead. And then it was methodical play. Stay as a group, pull the trigger when you know that you're going to win the fight, and just roll through.
Yeah, it was exciting to see New Zealand pull it together. The question is, can they do it one more time? We're going to find out in just a few minutes after this break.
We're going to have a very early brawl. Carbon is level 3 with double buff though and gets the jump onto Soulstrike's first. Chippies will join on in.
Raze is in
only.
trouble.
He is at very low health. Knockback from Swiffer. Fancies is chasing him down. We'll get the 3 strikes. One more is enough. And Fancies gets first blood on Cassidy.
And that
Raze going to jump on by Carbon here. Good taunt. Actually getting the better end of this trade so far, but Swiffer's going to join the fight. Oh, Raze! Solo kill onto the Victoria jungler.
However, here.
Well, New Zealand are desperately trying to back off. Teleports are
Teleports,
coming
both
in.
of them.
Pincering Victoria. Here comes Swiffer. Can he get the snipe? Doesn't get it in time, but Fantis gets one. Double taunt from Raze. Double flag drag combo coming out from Chippies. King will fall. Fantis is going to have to back off already, and New Zealand will trade 1 for 2.
Yeah, really nice trade out of
Slice. Good abilities being thrown out by Swiffer here, trying to chunk down the rest of the New Zealand squad. Jake's going to continue chasing.
Where's the
Fantis
turn?
going in. There's a taunt coming out from Raze. Dodges out the cupcake. Still trying to kite backwards. Slowly, New Zealand are getting chipped away by
Fantis
Victoria.
keep chasing like this. I mean, he's not going to stop.
He's going to keep on going. Ray's going to take the brunt of the damage from the front lines. Lost steps on a Cupcake. Carbon over the wall looking for a kick. Doesn't get it off. They will get 1 kill onto Cupcake, but Carbon has to be eaten up by Jake to get back to safety.
Swiffer, where are you going?
Into the back line.
He got him.
Gets the snipe onto Chippies. Escapes the turret damage as well. 2 kills for Victoria.
Swiffer takes you.
For Victoria. The rest between trying to defend against the double.
And you have to go now because the super creeps are in.
King gonna have to try and flash away. Super Creek's already nailing the Nexus. King gets to the founder. Chippy's gonna take some damage. Grand entrance comes out from Raze. Fancies will rip walk back in as well. New Zealand are trying to fight this one in
They're
between
onto the
Nexus as well as the fountain, but it doesn't matter. They turn their attention towards the base and they will take it down. New Zealand take game 1 over Victoria.
Welcome back, everyone, to the League of Legends, League of Origin. My name's Dom. Once again, I'm joined by Indiana Frostcure and Black and Cameron Crunch Russell. And we're about ready to get into game number 2 between New Zealand and Victoria. What's up, Giggles? You got something on your mind here?
I just got a front row seat listening to Raz hype up the crowd in between our breaks.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, for the studio audience in-house, that was a treat.
It was. Usually is a very exciting thing to see him pop everybody off. But let's get to the game at hand. So we have got confirmation. Victoria, they've decided to swap out their junglers. First of all, Carbon is being pulled, and Spooks is in for the jungle. In addition, they have side selection. They have elected to take blue side in this. Crunch, is this going to change their style at all?
Yeah, I think that Vic excelling in those early skirmishes and putting the mid laner with his pairing is going to be so much stronger. Obviously, Spooks with the synergy there. It is all about just getting them, get so much early pressure, really put the foot down on the throat, and then keep going. New Zealand have been so good in that mid to late game. Obviously, once they have a lead, they play so safe and methodically. If you can create chaos, there's no safety in that, and that's what they need to really do to I guess, pull out game 2 here.
Yeah, it's something that seems like Victoria were struggling with a little bit in Game 1, and even yesterday. It seems like Victoria are too busy trying to play against New Zealand instead of playing for themselves.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like this is going to be the type of game where you're suddenly going to see Swiffer pull out something like an assassin or something a bit more playmaking heavy and kind of team up with Spooks, invade that jungle, create the chaos, as Crunch was saying. I almost feel like it's going to be like an Ari Graves type of game.
Yeah, they really need to synergize, I guess, their individual skills, because they are playing as individuals and not as a team at the moment. You're seeing everyone really try and snowball the kills. I know that yesterday there was a situation where I think Zach Blobs were going down and they're fighting for the kills. You know, both of them are actually going for it. They're not calling like, oh, give it to me because it's going to be best or anything like that. They're not really thinking that way, and they need to be more selfless and play around the other players. Don't necessarily put the team on your own back, but just identify who is going to be the strongest in this place and start playing around each of the individuals.
Yeah.
Well, as a team.
Well, something that they did identify very clearly is Reyes on that Galio. Do you think they can let that go through again? We were talking a little bit about it over the break.
Galio shouldn't be in the game anyway. Like, I understand that Reyes is doing a phenomenal job in the mid lane. Zach and Galio, I've said it so many times that this entire tournament should have been permabanned the entire time. You cannot give away those champions. They are way too strong right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think New Zealand will give it away, and it's going to be on Victoria to ban that. Even though that they are first pick, we saw Fantix pick it up yesterday, and Chippy's dealt with it. So it's on Victoria to ban that one away.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make the adaptation. It really is going to be fun to see if Victoria can pull it together, because New Zealand, it seems like every time we see them play a game, this is now, I believe, their 5th or 6th game that we've seen them go through, they just get better incrementally. It's in very, very small ways, but cumulatively, it's shown quite some growth over the course of the split. Is this something you could have expected early on when you sort of recruited this team?
Yeah, it does take a while for the teams to bond, and I know that the guys have been working really, really well together as a unit. They're all really nice people to work with, very, very friendly. There's not anyone sort of challenging anyone too hard, so it does just take a little bit of time to, I guess, see how everyone does work together. You've got such an amazing lineup, and Soul Strikes really can bring the team together. He just needs to understand how the Direwolf and Chiefs players really work with the Legacy lineup.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly see if they can do that in this next game, though. We're ready to get into game number 2. We'll toss it down to Fish and Spawn to get us in.
Thank you very much, Dom. Seems like you forgot my co-caster, Jake Spawn, to be here. I'm not sure how you do that. He's the buffest guy in this room. Very, very handsome man. Now that Rusty's left the building. But we're about to get to the second match between New Zealand. We're going to take on Victoria here, currently leading 1-0.
Yeah, I might be following Rusty out quite shortly, given the performance of my squad just a moment ago. But, you know, always a hopeful man. Maybe we pull it back.
Oh, hopefully. Let's see what's going to happen here. Still have 2 more games if you want to try and pull it back. Get the infamous reverse sweep going on here against New Zealand. And Victoria's been able to take them down once. He can do it again.
Yeah, it certainly happened. I mean, when you looked at that game, there was some bright spots to be had. I mean, the early invade onto Soul Strikes definitely worked. I know that was an area that they wanted to attack, as well as the late game team fighting looked okay, even though we weren't running the best comp for it. So I think that as long as we make the correct adaptations in the draft, should be able to get back on top of this one. But can't discredit what New Zealand has been able to do throughout these mid-games, because they just claw back any disadvantage pretty much every game. And
again, when New Zealand came to this tournament, we had no questions about their top lane as well as their bottom lane. Only mid lane jungle, because we knew Raze was an AD carry. Yes, he's played mid lane before, but how well can he adapt in that mid lane? Surprisingly, pretty well. He's not up to the likes of Swiffer, not quite the Ryoma, but he's still doing fairly well in that mid lane, holding his own. But one thing still stands out about Soul Strikes, which is he's very easily exploitable in the very early stages of the jungle.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. So we'll see whether Vic does attack that pairing one more time and try and take us to a Game 3, or whether New Zealand can continue this momentum and continue picking up wins, because I don't think anyone expected this team to be this consistent, Fish.
No. Everyone thought they were the dark horse coming to the tournament. When they saw the first few players in this roster, lost Cupcake, Chippy, smart, it's going to be a great team. Then we saw Soul Strikes and Rays were like, can it really work? And surprisingly, they've made it to day 3 here today, putting up a good fight against Victoria. Victoria, though, the superstar team. They now brought back in Spooks. So Carbon's been benched after his abysmal performance against Soul Strikes, not able to take down his own coach.
Tim, we have a problem.
Soul Strikes is one game away from eliminating both Bubip and Carbon from the same competition. The understudy of Carbon, as well as his mentor, about to be eliminated by their previous jungler and coach.
That must feel good, man. However, we do have some bans out, as well as a couple of picks. Seeing the Zac banned away is probably in response to Spooks being brought in. Of course, very strong on that side of the map, but no surprises that New Zealand is going back towards a Lucian pick.
And as their first pick champion, we saw it picked up by New South Wales last night against Victoria, so Karma, Zyra follow that, target towards Jake again. Fiora, Ivan, and Galio banned away. They don't want Rays to get their hands on that champion. First pick is that Lulu, and Lucian Brom instantly picked up by New Zealand.
Yeah, and it's weird because Lulu support hasn't historically done really all that well into Lucian Braum. Braum is able to stop up so much of the disruption that comes out, and then they can actually kill the Lulu, one of the few pairings. So we'll see whether there is anything spicy here for Vic, or whether it is just going to be a run-of-the-mill try and protect the King comp, which hasn't really done all that well this tournament for Victoria.
With Gragas being locked in here for Victoria as their champion of choice, Spooks will pick that one up. Should be picking that one up. Could be Fantix playing it. Maybe Swiffer, maybe Jake. Who knows? We've seen crazy shit happen at this
Not
moment.
Ejim. It's not a Gragas support. It's just going to be probably jungle.
Hello! Already a flex with that Lulu as Tarek's being locked in for Victoria.
What the heck? I can give you the inside scoop. We have scrimmed 0 games of Tarek. And yet it is being picked. I have no idea what's happening. Sharp, you're either an idiot or a friggin' genius, but we'll see which one it is.
And once again, when Carbon's not in the game, Nunu is being played. This time by the opposition, Soul Strikes wants to show Victoria a thing or two about this Nunu in the jungle.
Yeah, Jake's waving over at me. Thank you very much, Jake. We need some checks on the soundproof headsets, but see whether this one does work out.
Competitive ruling, Jake Spawntabiri.
Who knows? Maybe it's a top lane Tarek that I've been had. However, Ray's locking in the Nunu for Soul Strikes. That's not all too surprising. Getting behind lost even further. If Raze is able to take something into the mid lane that benefits from it as well, certainly will help out the team.
Next few bans are going to be Kennen as well as Talia taken off the board. 2 more bans will take place.
Most likely going to be seeing a ban here as well. I think that we've seen that Chippies is very confident on it, although potentially you want to take Jace away as well.
Caitlyn being banned out by New Zealand.
How protect the carry comp can we go? Give me a Cogmore. Give me a Twitch. Get me something.
Yep.
Scaling.
Get Cogmore and King, and you put Karma in the mid lane, Lulu top.
Yeah, unfortunately, Karma was the second ban out of New Zealand, so that one's not going to happen.
A little bit blind.
Competitive ruling out of Matthew Fish-Stewart, picking champions that have already been banned.
Don't tell anyone.
And Ari being taken away from Raze.
Pocket pick, potentially.
Does Raze play Ari?
No, Swiffer's just a bit scared right now. Raze is gunning for that spot spawn.
Apparently. And it is going to be the Jace that gets picked up.
Yeah, should be Chippy's champion. Should be. He's the one who's been playing it so far for New Zealand. Victoria locked in! Urgot! What is going on?
My team is trolling me. Live on stream, my team is trolling me. Azir would certainly be something else we haven't practiced, so lock that one in as well, Swiffer. Let's go.
How left field can Victoria go right now? Because they're hovering over a Nivea, and that gets locked in as well.
Someone get Zach back in the building, please.
Paging Ryan Benji. We need a new color caster for this game.
All right, so they do have some good consistent damage out of the mid lane position. They're going to need it because Urgot does next to no damage.
Whereas New Zealand go completely staple. Double red carpet, one blue carpet, one red being laid down here for the squad as they pick up Rumble. That should go into the top lanes. Raze will be playing Jace. So very standard team comp from the Kiwis, but
Yeah.
I don't know which solo queue game Victoria have learned this one from.
Yeah, I don't know what we've stumbled into here. Maybe some much higher elo than we play Fish, because I haven't seen half of these champions in years. I know that if you've played like over 1,000 Anivia games, you have a 70% win rate or something on her. So fingers crossed for Swiffer on this one. Historically was a big Anivia player.
Does he have 1,000 games played though?
I don't know. Really, the pick that confuses me is going to be the Urgot.
Not the Taric?
It just, no, because, I mean, if you have Taric and you have Lulu, surely you pick a hyper carry to be able to get behind, something that needs attack speed, something that can use the picks to, you know, really light a team comp up, Fish.
It reminds me of the old shield comps back before we had the reworked Karma. And Karma's Q used to heal her for ridiculous, heal her team for ridiculous amounts of health.
Yep, used to send the fans out.
Yep. Especially with the Lulu being picked up, Gragas for disengage, and Olivia for, you know, zone control. And then Urgot, big shield himself.
They're saying get out of the way, boys. So we'll see whether it does work out. Maybe not the shield comp I would have wished for, but a shield comp nonetheless, Fish.
Oh, we've got something out of Victoria. Who knows what Sharp's got planned. Hopefully be able to figure out what he was trying to do with this team comp, or potentially which players from Team Victoria have gone rogue here today, Spawn. And in that case, I think you're going to have a few stern words that you're going to have to tell them afterwards.
Not at all. This is the game that we have been waiting for. This is where we really do start to bring it back and show that Victoria are the geniuses that we've proclaimed to be the whole time.
Let's see if they can do just that, because we're getting on to Summoners Rift for the second match of this best 3 series. The New Zealand take on Victoria. Currently, New Zealand lead 1-0. One more win here with New Zealand will knock out Victoria, and they'll head into the grand finals against New South Wales. But this variety bucket of a team composition, so to speak, from Victoria has to try and pull a game back.
Certainly does, and this is for all the sheep stations. This is literally the last match we may see Victoria in, and they've got a crab got of all things to really try and drive that one home.
I mean, all I want right now is not the player cams. I just want a camera on you and Carbon. Just so we have a Carbon and a Spawn cam.
Where is Carbon? I won't get him down here.
Oh, boy.
This is definitely going to be an interesting one.
Oh,
Just go for the cheese, a 5-man stack.
That's
It's
what
never failed me before.
it seems like they're trying to do, just that. They've gone for bits and pieces of skins here. Spawn. We have the Baywatch Jake leaving the charge. I mean, he's been going to the gym. He can do it.
Yes, it is Lulu top. We'll see whether this works out, because Lulu into mage matchups isn't horrible, Fish. He has okay wave clear. Should be able to see us quite fine against chippies. And, ooh, this is sneaky.
King
Gonna
of Jake.
try and take the blue buff
Getting straight
very
back into the
quietly,
jungle.
because we've already shown that sometimes they can hear us.
They're going to do just that. Urgot is very tanky at level 1, does a lot of damage thanks to his Acid Hunters.
Yeah, of course, spammable Q. Going to be very good at pushing out the wave if they're able to pick this one up.
It was a few years ago, Monster 5 showed that Urgot with blue buff at level 1 or level 2 is able to go 2-on-1 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that was very different.
Very, very long
Although
ago.
now, they've found him.
Cupcake says, nah, we're not having any of this cheese. Come here, Cheddar. I'm going to cut you right up. Lost will
Although
get
now-
exhausted, though. Good start. Double stack coming out from the Baywatch champion himself, but King will get locked down. Lost still trying to trade back as
Gonna
much
have
as
to
he
flash,
can.
surely.
Heal being used very early by Victoria, as well as Exhaust. Ignite used by Cupcake.
You told me he was good level 1.
I mean, he's
We just lost.
He's against a Braum. Not that good.
All right, we'll see how this works out. They have hit level 2 thanks to the blue buff.
Meanwhile-
Mantix is in big trouble.
He's going to flash over the wall. Chippy tags him with another Harpoon Strike.
And you can see that the Nunu is hunting. Really wants into Carbon's side of the jungle. You can see that Carbon has left his blue buff. Not Carbon, it's Spooks. Spooks has left his blue buff behind. Carbon sitting in the second row. So Soul Strike's looking for a little bit of an invade, and with top lane pushing this much, it's not really all that much you can do as a Gragas to force the Nunu off.
Yeah, he's gone for the trash can Nunu, trying to put people in the bin right now, Spawn. Spirix is going to try and clear out his wolf camp. Will spot out this Nunu, try and take away blue. Smite
we
available
go.
for both. It is a smite off between the two of them.
Oh,
Soul
he got it.
Strikes gets it with ease.
I didn't think he had it in him. Nunu was very hard to contest buff with, but does prove that he's able to pick that one up. You can see that shows his head top as well, just shadowing under chippies. Bottom lane shove is right now in favor of the blue buff Urgot.
Does have a level advantage as well after picking up blue buff at level 1.
Doesn't have a heal still for the next couple of seconds. But putting in some nice harass right now with those Acid Hunters.
Jake even getting a couple of stuns down as well.
Ooh, the third. Cupcake needs to be careful. Those actually do start to stack up and hurt.
Already using his health potions.
Of course, if you're not familiar with Ergot, I have not had to do this in a while. His E means if you hit them, then his Q becomes pretty much free to hit, otherwise it's a skill shot. His R is called the Hyperkinetic Position Reverser,
That's right.
I think, which is where you swap spots with someone. Why you would want to do that as an AD carry, no bloody idea.
Now
That's what he does. And then his W is a shield that also slows people.
Terra Capacitor. He's got some great names on his skills. Ergot also fears every single champion now that
He's
he
also
swaps
that
places with.
underplayed that I believe he is a next champion on our rework list.
It is. It is.
Who knows? After this, Ping might have brought him back from the dead, literally.
Cancel that rework. Well, in the mid
we
lane,
have a
Raze
report that he's being played in Oceania.
coming up against Swiffer here.
Oh,
Oh, going to
well.
cut him off. Takes quite a bit of damage from the turret here. Trying to get as much damage to the Swiffer as possible before he comes out of
Oh!
But first blood picked up by Chippy. Styles on Fancy to the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly does. Actually flashed forward, went for a shot, and then burnt both summoner spells to get back into lane and take him down. Swiffer not having Egg available really isn't that big of an issue because right now Raze is out of mana, so not going to really be able to put that much work into him. Let's take another look at what happened here. Actually, he just, literally just soloed him. Sweet.
Since I am the top laner, Fancy, go back to mid lane, where you belong.
Certainly did. And see Swiffer still keeping up in CS. Raze getting the bad end of a couple of trades, although, as I said, passive did go down. Raze has cleanse, so not in really that much danger of dying if he gets hit by a stun. Instead, wanted to try and force this lane into turrets.
This is atrocious.
I'm glad someone said it.
I don't know where you're the color caster here, sponsor. Break down this lane for me. What is this meant to do? Why have they picked this?
I honestly think they picked it because they just don't like playing League of Legends. But I could be wrong. He does no damage.
He does not. At the moment, no. Spooks is going to try and fight against Soul Strikes here. Trash Can Nunu is trying to run away. Spooks
You
not.
can see the bird is flapping after him. Big trouble for Soul Strikes. He's outrun them both, but they're not giving up.
They're still going.
This is a great escape.
Now they're going towards top side. Spooks looking to try and jump on towards this Rumble, who's level 6 and full health. I'm very confused by this play from Victoria.
It was a long con. Sometimes it's about sending a message. Get off my damn farm.
Soul Strike's going to go straight back towards his own jungle camps, try and take those down. 19 and 19 in CS in the jungle. Bottom lane King as well as Jake are still pushing quite aggressively against Cupcake and Lost. Bags him of the Winter's Bike. Jake is a good stun down. King going to continue throwing out the Acid Hunters.
But this damage actually, in response, stacks up. I mean, it's not all that impressive to look at when it's just like that. But you get like maybe 15, 16 of those Qs into someone, Fish, they'll eventually die.
He's got his tier now, so we'll slowly be stacking up mana as well. Swiffer trying to get some damage on towards Raze. Didn't get the full charge of the ultimate, so...
No auto crit anymore.
But he's got his tier as well, so he's going to be farming up at the mid lane nice and easy. Raze even picking one up for good measure.
And I'm just so, like, the message I heard leaving the room was if we get hyper carries, if we get percentage health damage shred, we'll be fine. And we've somehow ended up with an Anivia and an Urgot.
I mean, they're hyper carries, right? I don't know. I don't know how Urgot works anymore. I haven't seen him in 5 years.
Yeah, potentially the Bork Urgot.
Swiffer going to take some damage
Nice
in the mid lane.
They're out of Raze.
Good shock blast combo, and I believe with Soul Strikes picking up Nunu in this match. It's one of the first games we've actually haven't seen him being exploited at level 1.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. In fact, he just continually is invading and taking things away. Oh, great double stun there.
Lost going to take quite a bit of damage. Well, the shield gets thrown up by Cupcake. That will block all the Qs coming out from King. Stun is returned, but next to no damage.
Yeah, I mean, King just doesn't take damage in this lane. That's why they're trying to target out Jake. However, he is also quite tanky. And one thing this comp does is it is very hard to kill. You're going to have a full tank Gragas. You're going to have a Taric making you invulnerable. You're going to have an Urgot hyper-kinetic position reversing on you.
Spooks.
Spooks gets the flash out of Raze.
He just looks at him.
Yeah, but blue buff has been invaded again, and taking blue buffs away from Anivia since the dawn of time has been very frustrating. So yeah, you're going to have to do some work to kill some people here. Now Fantix in some big trouble. Woo! He's going to have to burn flash.
Fantix
have to think.
Stands on top of the red carpet. Chippy's
Or not.
spraying down the flame spitter here. One more shield should be able to keep him alive underneath the top, but they're going for the dive. Soul Strike tries to slap him with the red buff.
Actually, really well played from Fantix. Keeps his summoner spell available. Does get chunked out of lane, but is pushing back towards him. Now in the bottom lane, Urgot again winning a trade. This is becoming scary for New Zealand fans.
That's not how pincers work, Spawn. Why is he throwing them?
Raz thinks I have no faith in Urgot. That's because I don't, Raz.
We need a new play cast. I don't know what I'm meant to do in this game.
Neither do I, but it is going to be the Infernal Dragon. We'll swap for a bit. The Infernal Dragon started up. This is the percentage scaling damage dragon, of course. If you want any dragon on Urgot, it is this one.
It's the most contested objective, 320 minutes.
Oh, once again, flashing on top of Fantix in the top lane. Who cares about the dragon? Chippies has picked up the second solo kill of the game.
2 kills now for New Zealand. All of them being picked up by Chippies. He's definitely the hard carry for New Zealand. Again, onto his rival of Fantix, who has rotated up to the top lane just for this tournament.
Yeah, Fantix doesn't look like he's having fun in this matchup. Starting to get a little bit frustrated out of CS. Might have to burn TP again as we take a look at what it was. It was just a harpoon hitting. And then Chippy's overhead. Whoa, Fantix, why did you turn around?
Yeah, Fantix thought he can go back in for that one. Underestimated all the damage that Chippy's going to be able to put out here. Simple 300 gold pickup.
Yep, certainly was. However, we scaling. Got the Infernal Drake, got the Urgot. Step 1 and 2 are complete.
I would agree with this if they had a Twitch or a Varus or any other AD carry.
Yep, that did damage.
Yep.
I agree. It's the one area we're lacking.
King has been able to pick up his mana immune though. That will slowly stack up faster.
Imagine if they win this game and we see an Urgot ban. That's what I want to see.
Please no. I don't need that.
When we get home, Fish, we're duoing. You can be the Taric, I'm being the Urgot. I want to see what is behind this particular lane.
You're the one that's seen Baywatch. You can play Taric.
I have seen Baywatch. Actually, very good film. The Rock was brilliant in it.
Meanwhile, Cupcake and Lost is still farming this bottom lane, just trying to go toe-to-toe against King as well as Jake.
I feel like this is going to be a relatively slow-paced game.
It has been. I did not expect it to be, but it has been.
Yeah. We're going to see one of the first of many Nunu ganks right now. Soul Strikes, he's about to Blood Boil. Here we go.
Ultimate. Cupcake knocking them back. Jake
Oh, Teleport's coming in. He's going to go invulnerable.
Jake's going to use the ultimate. Here comes Teleport Exhaust on towards Lost as Cupcake forced to flash over the Anivia wall. And as interesting as that fight was, absolutely nothing happens.
3 summoner spells burnt to 1. We still managed to come out behind.
King's going to continue pushing here as Soul Strikes is looking for round 2. I don't understand. What are they trying to do, Small?
I don't know. I just don't know what to say, Fish. It's the long cod.
Oh,
and
here
he's
we
come
go.
over the wall.
He's around the
They're
back.
going
He's
again.
got his ultimate.
No Taric ultimate available this time.
There is flash available for Jake. Now the teleport's coming in, but
what
he's
a
getting a
stun.
good stun. Cupcake in a bit of trouble. Big channel ultimate from Soul Strikes. King is going to go down first, targeting on towards the Taric next. Teleport being cancelled by Fancies as well. And New Zealand open up the game with 2 more kills this time in the bottom lane.
Certainly do. Somehow Raze died mid, however. So that was a Spooks Swiffer combo gank. Been waiting for one of those. So it is an 1100 gold lead. And you can see that very quickly New Zealand pushing in on that bottom lane turret. Soul Strike going to do his best to clear out this wave in the mid lane. Although being a Nunu, pretty futile effort you expect, Fish. Let's have a look at how this happened. Raze gets walled off. Actually goes aggressive, got stunned up. Didn't cleanse it. And there we go, just the bop.
Good body buff from
Yeah,
Spooks.
really nicely played from the duo.
It does give Fantix some time to work on the top lane outer, even though New Zealand will pick up first brick in the bottom lane, giving themselves a 2,000 gold lead over Victoria. Chip damage mid lane, chip damage top lane, but that's about it. Soul Strikes. It's going to have to be a bit careful.
Oh, Spooks. It's only fair that we return the favor.
Raze is going to continue chasing towards the Scraggers, who's moved in towards the Rift Hell Pit.
And I actually think this is really good for New Zealand, busting open that bottom lane, because now you no longer have to deal with this stupidly annoying, frustrating lane that is Urgot Taric. You can just rotate yourself around the map, start catching waves, look to pick up farm. One thing that you do have to be careful of if you are chippies is Urgot is deceptively good at diving turrets for an AD carry. He can swap you out, get good things happening with the jungle position. So potentially have to be careful of, being dove, especially if Taric ultimate is available.
He gets very similar damage reduction to Alistar when he ults now. No longer gives him a massive amount of
So why
armor.
not pick Alistar then?
Doesn't have range. He's not an AD
Neither does
carry.
Urgot.
Well, they're trying to
Oh,
lock
here
him
we
down.
go.
There's the ultimate coming out. Invulnerability as well. The sunglasses get dropped. And Chippies is trying to lay down the red carpet. Is it going to be enough? One more shot. It's not. New Zealand collapsed. That's one kill. That's two. King is going to fall. And Spooks just watches
there, Spook.
helplessly as a double kill is picked up by Raze.
What are you doing, mate? Get over the wall. Pop someone. However, that was a really nice collapse out of the New Zealand lineup. And Soulstrike, good at checking that brush. So what looked like it was going to be the first real positive play for Victoria has just exploded in their face. And now losing tempo all over the map.
So if it's going to continue trying to push out this mid lane, trying to chip away at this turret piece by piece. Blue Ball has been picked up by Raze, so he's able to clear out these mini waves nice and easy.
Ooh, Swiffer might be in some trouble. Without wall, they could have just ran on top of him. Gragas was, of course, in his back pocket. And I think that becomes the last win condition now. Anivia, in her time, could legitimately 1v9. We'll see whether that is still the case, because I feel like if that does not happen, then Vic has ran out of trump cards.
I believe the largest win from a gold deficit was CLG EU when they stalled out a game with Anivia, so it is possible. Raze being walled off, going to get stunned up as well, but no follow-up. Instead, Victoria used that to take down another turret. Trading 1 for 1, still 2,000 gold behind New Zealand.
Yeah, 2,200.
They do have the Infernal Dragon, though.
They do. They're still scaling. You are correct. And you
Or
can
no.
see that Fantix in the 2v1 is holding the turret reasonably well. Spook's also up there, kind of shadowing behind. See whether they give the turret dive bottom another crack if they can spot Soul Strikes elsewhere on the map. This is the danger of playing bottom side, however, is that Nunu is just going to be able to pick himself up a Rift Herald. You can see he puts the dancing shoes on, jukes him out on that.
Just close your eyes, Harold. Why would you even...
Why would you keep opening your eyes? Went for the big haymaker, gave him one in the back. Her, I think Harold is a her now. Herald is a her now.
Lost and Cupcake would join the party and take this one down with ease, so good objective from New Zealand. Let's see where they decide to use the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Victoria being able to pick up another turret for themselves, this time in the bottom lane, so only a 1,000 gold
Can
deficit.
you wall off the Herald charge? Because if you can, calling it. Anivia OP, he just used the wall. We're not even going to get to see if he can.
Let's see if they decide to use the Herald.
Actually, he didn't
now.
use it. Thank goodness. We're going to get to see it. Fantix, however, being collapsed on top side, does not have vision. But
Raze
should
in
know
trouble.
they're coming.
Here
Raze.
comes Spooks, gets the body buff anyway, going to slow him down with the barrel as well as red buff over the wall. Spooks not deciding to throw out his ultimate there.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitant out of Spook. You could see that he really wanted to kill his AD carry, but then felt at the last moment that maybe I'll be merciful. And I think that's what this game is all about.
Being merciful.
Yeah.
Well, New Zealand going to continue to try and push down top lane out to turret. A very slow game after the action-packed game
Here we
had
go,
last
actually,
match.
a big collapse coming out. You've got Gragas behind them, you've got Anivia heading up, as well as the duo already there. This could be the first big team fight of the game.
Here it goes. Oh, massive body block from Spooks. The door has been put up by Cupcake, so he gets knocked back, jumps towards his team. Good knockback, good stun, but the red cover's being laid down by Chippies. Jake's trying to get his entire team invulnerable, gets all 5. New Zealand will disengage. Raze will join this fight as well.
Certainly will. So that is the first big engage we've seen. And whilst Vic don't manage to pick up a kill, you can see how frustrating this team comp is going to be late game to play against. Because, whoa, Chippies, you're in trouble.
Gonna get locked down here. King putting down good damage. Stun locked, body bop. Chippies will fall.
Down good damage? Is that what good damage looks like to you?
Yes. With this team composition, absolutely. It's not going to get any better than that, Swan, so buckle up. We're in for the long haul.
We certainly are. And that's what I think that we need to focus on. How long these team fights are going to go for and how bloody hard it is to kill Victoria at the moment. They've actually managed to steal the gold lead back. They're up by 600 and they are not done. Like a death ball, they're just rolling down the top lane.
Going to continue pushing top side. Top in the turret under some fire. Lost going to dash away from these stuns. Just so difficult for New Zealand to get anywhere close to the Victorian lineup.
And I actually think as soon as that Black Cleaver comes out, King actually does start doing some serious damage for the first time this game. You can see that he's already got the Manamune. That's stacking up. Black Cleaver must be near a purchase right now.
With, I believe it's 40% cooldown reduction, Urgot can get 4 Acid Hunters off.
Correct.
That's enough to stack up the Black Cleaver as well.
And Swiffer also getting towards 2 items. I mean, their comp is starting to come online, I say very hesitantly. Because I don't actually know what online looks like.
For this team composition. I don't think anyone does. It's 19 minutes into the game, so Baron will be spawning in the next minute. That major objective will be on the map.
Jake takes no damage at the moment either. For the next couple of minutes, Jake is incredibly tanky. As we already said, the Gragas is at the point of the game where his W damage reduction, as well as the fact that he goes tank items after the jungle items, really does help him out. And once again, they're sieging top lane, but the collapse might be coming out of the Victorian squad. Spooks is here, King's here. Actually looks like they're just going to give this one up as Fantic is going to continue to push bottom lane.
Top side terrible for New Zealand. Pull back the goal lead.
So the two champions we actually played in scrims were top lane Lulu and Gragas. So these are the two things that I have seen. Lulu takes turrets surprisingly good. You go Lich Bane on her. She's able to get a lot of attacks out because of the attack speed that you have. And see right now, potentially looking for a pick here is Spooks. Although maybe they're just going to run end to end. This is the cross-country journey to try and catch out Fantic.
Straight to the Dragon Pit, looking for a Cloud Dragon for New Zealand. As Harold's been summoned.
I mean, he had to be. That was the last possible moment that he could be used.
Heading towards the mid lane.
Gee. I want to know if the wall works.
Wall it.
The stun works. No, it doesn't.
Straight into the turret. Gets some chip damage down, but doesn't take it down.
Yeah, it's certainly not a fantastic use of the Herald buff.
Yeah, so if you guys know if Olivia Wall can block off Riff Herald, tweet at RustyLol, let us know. Interested to see how that interaction works. But it's dead even in goal between New Zealand as well as Victoria.
And that's an early transformation. King's already picked up the transform Manamune as well as a Black Cleaver. So actually going to do sick deeps.
Death Dance also works very well on King. Should see him pick up that later. Really good item now.
You've theory crafted this.
Yes.
Stop talking to my AD carry. You can see right now they're looking for a collapse. They've got Cupcake and Lost in a brush, although a little bit hard to kill these two, as we've mentioned a couple of times.
Just dancing around the mid lane. I mean...
And there are no real tanks apart from Soul Strikes, who's more of a melee absorb, because for a tank you kind of need CC. And no one really cares about attack speed all that much on the Victorian lineup, so the Snowball not going to really do anything.
Nope.
So the later this game goes, especially if a Leandries is the next item out of Swiffer, I actually think New Zealand really start to struggle to kill people, unless Lost gets to dance around a team fight freely hitting.
Yep.
Because you know that as soon as Chippy drops the equalizer, Jake's going to pull the trigger on his ulti, so they nullify each other. Raze will struggle because he's kind of medium range and low mobility. Lost is a real key here. If Lost gets unlocked and is able to, you know, get very good protection from Cupcake, he could legitimately take off because there's no one to really tie him up apart from a polymorph from that man or kind of pixie yordle thing on your screen.
It's like a game of Nerf Spawn, not Ultra Rapid Fire. It's never Ultra Rapid Fire. Everything is just going to be incredibly slow and last forever.
And I think this is the speed that Vic wants it at. I mean, if you are New Zealand, at some point, not having a legitimate front line will start to hurt you. Because champions that should fall off, like Urgot, are just not going to fall off. And now Chippy's maybe in some trouble.
Slowed down by Glitterland. Here comes Swiffer, going to try and wall him off. Slows him down first with the ultimate, throws out the stun. Chippy's will escape that gank.
So that was actually really nice. They know that there is a potential because River is so dark. Oh, Jake's in a little bit of trouble here.
Caught him out, locked down by Cupcake, and knocked back by Raze. Easy pickup for New Zealand. Soul Strikes gets that kill, and they burn teleport as well.
It still takes so long. I think the reason they wanted to teleport there is if Spooks died, then Dragon becomes a legitimate possibility again. So So instead, they just back away. They've got firm vision of that Baron area.
Oh, hyperkinetic position reversal onto Raze. Locked down by the wall. Body bump by Spooks. Suddenly New Zealand are in for a fight, but they're the ones turning around the aggression. Swiffer not going to get knocked back into egg form just yet. King has lost all his damage reduction. Will fall to Chippies as New Zealand say, come at me, bro. We'll take a fight.
Yeah, taking a 4v5 does not look to be the smart move right now. Raze does get very low. Chippy's also taking up the turret, but it will just be King falling down. Everyone else will kind of reset. They have to, even though they have very good Baron damage, with Raze that low and no ultimates available, can't really fight.
Raze will head back to base, heal back up. So does the rest of the New Zealand squad. They've got a 2,000 gold lead for themselves after taking that turret. 3 turrets to 3 now.
And really beautiful door came up from Cupcake in that exchange. You didn't really get to see it, but just as a wall came across, Cupcake dove forward, got the door up, was able to block out Spooks' ultimate. And that meant that nothing else really came of the end of that team fight. Of course, King fell down because he'd overextended for the original pick. But really like Cupcake's play so far on this Braum. Has been very good with it during the OPL. You can see that has not changed at Origin.
I mean, kind of expected it with him being paired with Lost. I've already mentioned how this lane is so phenomenal in the OPL itself. No surprise he's doing really well for Team New Zealand. But we're back to the slow-paced game that we've kind of
We're
expected
actually
so
going
far.
to see a Frozen Heart picked up. Or an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Potentially.
And Soul Strike's base checking. Cool, that is a dangerous combo to walk into, Soul Strike.
Knocked straight back in by King's ultimate. Soul Strike is going to try and run away. Takes so long to kill him, but they eventually take him down.
And that is the Crab God picking up the kill. The long con really has succeeded here. It took 24 minutes, but he is online. Nice equalizer drop. Not even going to get a turret off the back of it, boys. However, now applying pressure in the bottom lane as well. Potentially can kind of regain control over that Baron area.
Fancy split pushing in the bottom side of the map. Does have teleport. Swiffer does not have his backup yet.
Oh!
And that's a Baron call from Victoria.
No equalizer. Let's start our Baron, they say.
Going for it. New Zealand are trying to scramble their defense. Chippies, as you mentioned, does not have his ultimate. Raised in the back of the pit. Cupcake trying to get in there. Jake pops the ultimate nice and early. Will keep Anivia invulnerable. Baron, 1,900. Smite's going to come down. Picked up by Spooks, but New Zealand are looking for a fight. Oh my goodness, they're slowly wiping the floor with Victoria. Can they defend themselves? Backs against the wall. Swiffer's an egg. Not for much longer. He's been scrambled as Victoria Spooks is the only one left alive.
Oh, he got behind him. Run, Spooks!
He's trying to run away. He's inside the base. Has the Baron about recall. Slap him, Soul Strike. Slap him good. And Spooks is trying to run away. Pops the ultimate. He can't get away. Jumps over the wall. Still trying to recall. 4 seconds all it takes. Gets him with another slow ball. You're not going anywhere, Gragas. He's picked up by Chippies.
You hate to see it. You said it was slow to kill Soul Strikes. Look at this. However, let's take a look at the replay, because this was actually a really bold call. Without the jungler, they thought they had a chance to take Baron. Unfortunately, no one really focused it down with Spooks, and this should have been the call to get the hell out. Swiffer still had Flash available. Spooks had Flash. Instead, they stuck around for a little bit too long and weren't able to run away because they still were in pure vision. 4,000 gold right now is what New Zealand is up, but you can see that this game is starting to get a little bit hairy for them.
Certainly is.
No Baron on the map actually probably suits Vic.
New Zealand do have a 3,000 gold lead now. King has gone towards the Iceborne Gauntlet, doesn't have it yet, but doesn't actually proc on his Q.
Ooh, Jake
Caught
maybe
out Jake.
caught out.
Standing on top of the red carpet, taking quite a bit of damage there.
Oh! Chippies is at half health.
Fantis trying to go toe-to-toe against Raze. Locking Lost back. He will dash away instantly. King doesn't take any damage for some time. They go for a fight, though. Locking down the Rumble. He has no GA to keep himself alive. Raze pick up the first kill on towards Fantix. Teleport immediately coming in from Swiffer.
That's immediate. I mean, that was a very delayed teleport. Fight already over. Not really sure what was happening there from the Vic squad. Once again, they pick a 4v5, and one member falls down. Although that looked much closer. You could see that at the start of that fight, King had actually locked onto Chippies and took out half of his health before he was even able to get in. I think Lost is the wrong target to use the position reverser on if you don't have the wall to really keep him in there, or at least an instant stun. He's just going to be able to dash out. And that's exactly what we saw.
New Zealand are going to continue to farm. They didn't get any objectives off of that, but they did burn Swiffer's teleport, which is a crucial summon spell to keep track of.
Certainly is. I think that they really need to kill Chippy. 7, 1, and 6 has picked up a Void Staff, does so much damage in these team fights. If they're able to get him polymorphed up early, flip him back into the team, especially with no flash now, that is the target that I would be looking at. If he falls down, potentially you can continue this slow, drawn-out process of chipping away at the rest of the New Zealand members.
I'm checking with the items that have been picked up. Rumble is an absolute monster now. Void Staff completed with his Zhonya's and Leandri's Torment. Soul Strike's just getting tankier and tankier, trying to help out his team, whereas Lost looking for his first Zeal item. Should be a rapid-fire cannon. They're going for a final towards King. He's splashed over the wall. 2 charges of Brom's passive ticking. They won't be able to get a stun down on towards the Urgot, who has picked up his Iceborne Gauntlet.
Really nice flash out of King there, actually. You can see that now Fantix dashes forward. Does a little bit of damage. They really want blue buff onto Swiffer. With that, they feel like they can just defend for years. Because there's really no way for Rumble to approach turrets, and there's no way for Lucian to hit a turret if Swiffer is there with the Glacial Field up. So, looks to be a good defense plan if you're Victoria, but you still have to think that you're 5,000 gold down, and New Zealand have just picked you apart across the map. They've just been able to fight you 4v5 multiple times and continually take you out.
They're in the bottom lane now. Fantix does not have teleport yet. It's coming up shortly. Look at Swiffer. Just holds the ultimate right outside the turret, taking down that wave. New Zealand rotate mid lane though.
What you need though, make them go the long way around. Your vision control is good enough. And just through dancing between lanes, great macro play, they're going to be able to knock down another turret and then just disappear into Fog of War.
Straight into Victoria's blue side of the jungle. New Zealand taking it very slow and steady again. 30 minutes into this match. 14 kills to 4 in favor of
Nunu's
Victoria.
behind them. This actually might be a fight here.
Going for it. Soul Strike's right behind them. He's going to get chunked down. Ultimate comes out from the Rumble as well as a position reverser from King. They're trying to fight on all fronts. Good ultimate from Jake. Right, Shippies goes invulnerable. Soul Strike's going to try and kite around the backside. King and Spooso very healthy. Lost going to get cut back right into the fight. King will get locked down and stunned up. Jake tries to flash forward to heal him up. Culling's been popped as well. Spooks is relentlessly pursuing the Lucian, who is slowly chipping away at this Gragas. King
Got tagged up again.
going to be able to tag him. Raise in the back lines. Doesn't get the kill towards Fantix. And Victoria pick up 3 kills in this fight.
And all of a sudden, the Vic squad is screaming forward. That is a quick crab got. Iceborne Gauntlet is activated. Not going to be able to catch up to him. But from a 3,500, 4,000 gold deficit, Vic somehow pick up a fight.
And I really disagree with that flank for Soul Strikes. Walks in, presses R, says, well, that's my job done. Flash away. I'm out.
Yeah, you didn't really know what he was thinking, did you? But, oh well. You have to think that that fight would have been much different if Lost had the Blood Boil on him. Because he was already shredding through members, now picked himself up a Last Whisper. Probably mainly to deal with King, you would have to think. But you can see that this comp, with the repetitive shields that come out of Jake, that come out of Fantix, and the persistent damage of Anivia, is really hard to deal with.
It is. There's a lot of...
With an actual AD carry, I like this composition.
Don't you talk bad about Urgot.
No, Urgot's actually doing all right now. 3, 4, and 1. It's fallen 70 CS down, but that's not what the game is about.
He's got a Last Whisper now as well.
Equal in items.
Sarah's Embrace is being completed by Swiffer as well as that Lounge's Torment, so he's well and truly online.
He's massive.
So Raze has got QSS as well, as you mentioned.
And that's going to be pretty key because Raze needs it because none of the protection is going towards Raze. It should all be on Lost. You can see he's already got a Knight's Vow. He should have Soul Strikes next to him in these team fights. So he needs to be able to get in and look to do some damage, at least in cannon form. And if you don't have the QSS, then you have to be way too scared of Swiffer's Anivia. So good call to pick that one up. Baron is going to be back available. Last one was taken by the Vic squad. However, this time looks like New Zealand have very good priority over the area. Oh!
They want to try and go for a fight here. Spooks is being slowed down but not taking any damage at all.
You can see the person that really does damage on the New Zealand squad, Cupcake caught, is Chippies. Chippies is really fed.
Yep, 7, 2, and 6. Good shot blast coming out from Raze. Does nothing.
And because everyone else is just stacking armor. I mean, you got Urgot, you got 3 pairs of Ninja Tabbies already. only person that has any MR is going to be Spooks. Chippies is a person that has to be able to shred through this comp. The problem is that you have Jake's ultimate to just really nullify anything he wants to bring to the table.
Despite having no Sin members in this game, we still have a Sin A-Run between New Zealand and Victoria. As both teams just stick 5 members mid. Soulstrike's locked down by the wall. Half health, knocked back, really, really low. First one to fall. King now going to pull back, lost into the team. He's going to go down next. Shut down from Jake. And Victoria steamroll through New Zealand.
What a team fight coming out of the Victorian squad. They're just impossible to kill. With Urgot, with the Taric ultimate, you just don't have enough damage to get through these guys. There is no good target. Now Raze wants in on Fantix.
Going for it. Flash away from the two to Sky. Swiffer is standing right next to him, but Raze just doesn't seem to care. He's still going for it.
Yeah, he should care.
Taken down there. Fantix will be able to pick up the kill.
And the other 3 members are already on the Baron, and you should know that Urgot really shreds that thing. Or rather, he doesn't. Swiffer should probably go give him a hand. But it will fall down. 34 minutes into this game, we're going to be back to dead even, Fish. And this time, Victoria will keep some of the Baron buffs alive.
I do not understand what is happening.
This is what Origin's about. Rusty didn't go hard enough with the cheese. That was the problem. The VIP should have been playing Jungle Twitch the whole time.
Oh, goodness. So the team composition that Victoria put together when their lives were on the line.
The real question becomes, do you ban Urgot? Because it's honestly impossible to deal with. You have no good characters to hit anymore. The champions are all invulnerable. Or is it Jake's champion?
But if you replace Urgot with Twitch, it still feels like a really good team comp.
Yeah, potentially. Do you ban Jake off Taric then? Because I didn't know Jake could play Taric.
I think you take away the Lulu at this point and just hope to deal with the rest.
But then if you ban Lulu, you probably have to leave Karma up. You can play Karma in the top lane in the exact same kind of capacity. I'm calling it. I think it's a Taric.
I know what they have to do. New Zealand just have to walk the job and say, play Carbon this game.
Play Carbon.
That seems to be the kryptonite. Soulstrike.
Carbon can play Gragas as well.
Oh! Knockdown. Ultimate. Sorry, QSS used straight away by Lost. Not Lulu. Well, it doesn't matter because Victoria just walked through the turret. Wall's going to separate them. Body buff from Spook still will knock back Chippy. He's dead. Flash forward from Jake forces Lost to dash away. They take a turret and take down the top laner with them.
That was 4v5 this time. This time it's Fantix away from the squad and still Vic pushing through. New Zealand at some point has to fight here because otherwise they're just going to lose their whole base bit.
Giving up the first inhibitor turret as well as the inhibitor. Victoria now moving towards the mid lane. Fantix has already prepared this way for his team. And they're just sitting right behind the turret. Victoria don't care.
No, they don't. That's Whipper tanking up the turret. Still has all that health as well as a huge mana shield. Flashes forward.
Lost getting a lockdown. No QSS from him. Instantly obliterated from Summoner's Riv. Cupcake will flash away. Soulstrike is back up on the map, but for how much longer? He gets stunned up. Raze goes to the skies and immediately cowers and runs away as Cupcake Raze have abandoned all hopes of defending their Nexus. They just want to stay alive. Victoria, they are looking to try and tie up this series. They're looking to try and start the reverse sweep against New Zealand. They're on to the Nexus turret too. Chippies is back up, trying to stop them. King is hitting the Nexus, doesn't care at all. Will eventually fall, or will he? Because that's Chippies, he gets walled off. He has the Zonias away. Shield comes up from King. Chippies will fall, and it's now tied up 1-1 between New Zealand and Victoria.
And I guess this answers the question of, is Sharp an idiot or is he a genius? Because that looked to me like it was genius.
I still do not know what I just watched, because that was not League of Legends.
That was beautiful. Just a well-executed, well-thought-out comp coming together. Just beautiful display.
It looked like two people fencing with the...
Baguettes.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you can see, Raze is sitting at the screen. He's like, did they do damage? I don't know what happened.
That makes 3 of us right now, I feel.
But what this means for the comp is all of a sudden it's 1-1. Next game goes on to play New South Wales. I think the real winner here is really New South Wales. They're sitting there like, I think we can handle this. But it was a very interesting team comp put together.
That was a unique team composition being put together by Victoria there. And to try and break down that team composition, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. We're back here on the analyst desk, and It has to be asked. You look at the team, you look at the Urgot, you look at the Anivia, and you think, was that planned? Only the team knows.
Well, I did say Victoria should throw the game into chaos, and that's a pretty good indication of what they did.
That was some Joker-esque levels of chaos.
I'm speechless. That
Did they send a message, Crunch? What was the message? How did you receive it?
tilt. Wow, yeah, that is something that will really throw a curveball at the NZ roster coming into Game 3. I mean, what do you do against that? Like, how do you prepare for something like that?
I don't want to get into that, but I do want to take a step back and actually be like, okay, what was that team composition actually good at? Because it is fairly interesting. That is unkillable. You have invulnerability on Taric. You have so many tank stats with Urgot. You have Gragas, who's got great disengage as well as engage. He's also very tanky. And then you have Egg on Anivia as well as the wild growth from Lulu. So, like, collectively, no, you're probably not going to do damage, although Anivia has incredibly high base stats. But when are you ever going to kill that composition?
You know, we said it before. It seemed like Victoria were spending so much time playing versus New Zealand instead of playing for themselves. Well, they might have gone a little bit too far.
Too much friendship.
But it worked. Now they started playing for themselves, and they took a win. We're going to a Game 3.
Yeah, well, how do you beat a team that was consistently beating you in team fights? Just be invulnerable. Just never die. Group up, and that's how you win it. But yeah, wow.
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
Exactly. Let's actually take a look at the picks and bans in a little bit more detail to see how they figured it out. I think the moment when we realized things were going a little off the rails was when the Taric was locked in by Swiffer, and you could visibly see him start laughing on your screen.
Yeah, I believe he doubled over and started laughing, and then they're just like, "Oh, you think the Taric's bad?
Yeah,
just wait."
Just
Urgot and Nivea. But again, if you look at that composition, I was really hesitant to call it a siege composition, but the one thing that they don't care about are the structures, and they are very good at the 5v5s, but they could also just walk through structures anytime that they wanted. And very early on in the game, despite the fact that Chibi's was doing so phenomenal in the 1v1 across from Lulu, Victoria actually kept themselves in the game because they were taking more towers than New Zealand, despite the fact that New Zealand were winning the initial skirmish fights. And then the composition kind of took over, and no longer were New Zealand killing anyone.
Yeah, there were a few moments, I think, where we were back here saying, oh, he's killed him bottom, he's going top. And then a few minutes later, like, wait, how are they 4 turrets ahead? They're pushing a 5th, and now they have neutral control over the Baron? It really kind of caught you by surprise. And I feel like New Zealand are going to be in the same boat, because now this is a team that they're going to Game 5 effectively against, and they need to win if they want to advance to the finals. They just won on a Nivea Urgot.
That's certainly one for, I guess, a mental reset for New Zealand. They're really going to just have to think about what went wrong that game, and just try and forget it completely and go back to basics. Hope you don't get another curveball, and if you do, how do you deal with it?
Yeah, there still were definitely.
I don't know the answer, but
yeah, we're going to find out. There still were definitely some strengths out of New Zealand. The likes of Chippy's in the top lane. His laning phase was great. We've actually got a replay for you of some of his solo kills that he was able to get as he just chased that poor Lulu down so many times.
I mean, here's the thing. When we were initially putting together this replay package, like behind scenes, we're like, New Zealand, they've got this in the bag. Let's just grab some B-rolls of Chippy's just styling on Fantix in the top lane because this Rumble's going to be huge in the team fights. And it looked like that for about 25 minutes. You're like, man, 2 solo kills, he then teleports down, he's hitting equalizer after equalizers, he's just blowing them up. And then suddenly, just spanner in the works.
Yep. Gragas and Anivia just working so well together to split people up. You know, all of a sudden, Rumble, ultis, Taric
Can't
makes everyone...
capitalize on the equalizer.
Yeah, Taric just makes everyone invulnerable for the entire length of it, and then they just Gragas barrel, Urgot, pick one, and then if you haven't used the Taric ulti then, just dive a turret, why not?
Yeah, 100%. There's also the fact that, despite the fact that Chippy's had such a phenomenal scoreline and was doing so well, in the 2 times that he died, it was so influential because it meant that Victoria would then walk it to the Baron. So it was just in the tiniest windows of mistakes that Victoria capitalized so much.
Yeah, and we saw those tiny, tiny leads become larger and larger. When we got to the late game, towards those Baron objectives, things got really scary. We've actually got to look at one of those Baron fights that we saw, where it looked like Victoria were making the right play, but then New Zealand decides to show up and make an actual fight for it.
To be fair, though, Victoria do get the Baron here just because Soul Strikes is dead. It is a 4v5, which means that the only option New Zealand have is they have to kill everyone and take no prisoners. So it's pillage the village, they run in, everyone is dying, and it's like, wow, can you imagine if Victoria had a real champion like Rumble? It would have meant so much more for them. But it's fine because they won the game, so what do I know?
Yeah, and at this stage of the game we thought, okay, New Zealand's really going to be able to snowball off this. They managed to pick up a few kills, and it was sort of steering in their direction still. But the momentum flip that happened just off that, they didn't really get anything else further. They spent a lot of time just chasing down spooks here, just dancing around. And yeah, it didn't really lead to anything more for New Zealand. They couldn't find any push pressure. Anytime that they grouped up, it was just pick after pick. You know, anytime that there were flashes down for either Jace, Nunu, or Rumble, they were so vulnerable to either Gragas, Urgot, or the Innovator wall cutting them off.
Yeah, and I feel like that sort of chase onto the the spooks there, trying to catch him, really sort of demonstrates New Zealand's style of play, and that they were trying to play it serious, they were trying to play it macro, they were playing for the lanes and then the eventual fights and objectives, and they had to deal with this wacky Anivia Urgot, and they're leaping over walls, just making them fight and run for it, and you could tell they were starting to get frustrated by the end. I think the shot of Reyes at the very end, at the actual end of the match, where he's just sitting there looking absolutely devastated, he's going to have to pull it back together.
That is a hard loss to come back through, but I feel like it's actually really easy to pinpoint what you change in New Zealand's comp, and I think it starts with Lucian. Not that Lost isn't a phenomenal Lucian player, and not that I don't like Lucian as a pick, but I feel like New Zealand need to start banking that if these games are going later and later, and we seem to be more of a mid and late game team, that we need to start picking up a hyper carry. Maybe we look at the Twitch, maybe we look at the Kog'Maw, maybe we look at the Caitlyn, because if you have any of those champions in that scenario, I don't think you run into the same problem as the Lucian. While he has so much mobility, it's just kind of getting run down by the Anivia and the Urgots and doesn't have the damage to cut through that front line.
Yeah, it is something that he has not really excelled on. Even in the previous game where they did win with the Lucian, it was still just struggling to be able to get the DPS off necessary. And you can't really build around that hyper carry either, like they have previously. So yeah, going back to basics, going back to what's worked, and trying to build that composition around him, definitely moving forward, I think that's the way that they're going to take out Game 3.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can pull it together. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get that match ready for us. Don't go anywhere. We've got Game 3 coming back in just a few.
Well, they're trying to
Oh, here we go.
There's the ultimate coming out. Invulnerability as well. The sunglasses get dropped. And Chippies is trying to lay down the red carpet. Is it going to be enough? One more shot. It's not. New Zealand collapse. That's one kill. That's two. King is going to fall. And Spooks just watches helplessly as a double kill is picked up by Raze.
What are you doing, mate? This team comp is going to be late game to play again because, whoa, Chippies, you're in trouble.
Gonna get locked down here. King putting down good damage. Stun locked. Body pop. Chippies will fall.
Down good damage? Is that what good damage looks like to you?
Yes.
Parrot area.
Oh, hyperkinetic position reversal onto Raze. Locked down by the wall. Body pop by Spooks. Suddenly New Zealand are in for a fight, but they're the ones turning around the aggression. Swiffer not going to get knocked back into egg form just yet. King has lost all his damage reduction. Will fall to Chippies as New Zealand say, come at me, bro. We'll take a fight.
Yeah, taking a
900. Smite's going to come down. Picked up by Spooks, but New Zealand are looking for a fight. Oh my goodness, they're slowly wiping the floor with Victoria. Can they defend themselves? Backs against the wall. Swiffer's an egg. Not for much longer. He's been scrambled as Victoria Spooks is the only one left alive.
Oh, he got behind him. Run, Spook!
He's trying to run away. He's inside the base. Has the Baron of Bellwinkle. Slap him. Soul Strike. Slap him good. And Spooks is trying to run away. Pops the ultimate. He can't get away. Jumps over the wall. Still trying to recall. 4 seconds all it takes. Gets him with another slow ball. You're not going anywhere, Gragas. He's picked up by Chippies. Victoria, they're looking to try and tie up this series. They're looking to try and start the reverse sweep against New Zealand. They're on to the Nexus turret too. Chippies is back up, trying to stop them. King is hitting the Nexus, doesn't care at all. Will eventually fall, or will he? Because that's Chippies, he gets walled off. He has the Zonias away. Shield comes up from King. Chippies will fall, and it's now tied up 1-1 between New Zealand and Victoria.
Welcome back, everyone, to the League of Legends League of Origin. Once again, my name is Dom. I'm joined by Indiana Frosker and Black and Cameron Crunch Russell. So let's get right back to it. We're into game number 3, the big decider, and game number 4, or I suppose game number 2, didn't quite go the way anyone expected. Urgot and Nivea coming out and actually winning with Tarek's support. I don't think New Zealand could have seen that happen either. And I guess the big question that we had for New Zealand is, do they have it in them to reset? You said yourself, it looked like Victoria were laughing and smiling like this was a team-building exercise. They were having a lot of fun. They're going to feel motivated going into the next one, whereas New Zealand, they lost to it on the other side, and now they have to steel themselves and play against it.
Yeah, energy's certainly going to be high for the Victoria squad after that. You did see them joking around and everything, and that's really going to help carry them through into the next game.
Mm-hmm.
For New Zealand, it is something about just shaking it off. They just need to be really, I guess, more decisive, and that starts at Champ Select. They didn't really have any clear winning conditions in that last match, so it all starts just picking a composition where it actually synergizes, where you're not having like a Nunu, Lucian, Jace kind of semi-team fight, semi-poke, semi-everything. Yeah. If you nail down and go, okay, what do we want to play around? Is it Chippies? Is it Lost? Is it Reyes? And then just focus on one thing and play to your strengths there. That should reduce the chaos a lot more.
Yeah, and Frosco, how do you do that? As a coach in the good old days, how do you pull a team back after something like that? Because I know when we play solo queue together, whenever we play against something super crazy and cheesy, she's just, all right, FF at 20, reset, and we'll go in for another game. But you can't do that. This is a best of 3. This is the decider.
I mean, the thing is they do have Soul Strikes on the roster. I mean, Crunch keeps going back to him is that they should be grounded. They do have a coach. They do have a calming voice where they can look to them. They're young players. I don't know them too personally. Crunch is going to have a better idea about like where they sit mentally because it's going to be different for every single team. I know in the teams that I used to coach, some of them, they lose a game like that and you're pretty much done for scrim for the day. Like they're out of the room. They're upstairs. You're like, it's fine. Just like, Chaos, chill out for a second. Whereas other teams can like really buckle down and completely reset. Fortunately, this isn't like a super high-end competitive tournament. There's a lot of pride on the line. I know that the teams do want to show up today, but it's not like, the OPL finals or anything like that. So it should be a little bit easier in terms of the stakes to say, okay, that's fine. We'll give them the Tarek and Urgot. we had to make this close for the fans, and now we'll come in and clean up.
So, Crunch, do you think that was for the fans, or do you think New Zealand were actually caught off guard by the Tarek, Anivia, Urgot?
Oh, definitely caught off guard. I mean, no one saw that coming. It looked like they were throwing a foul ball, but it was really just a curveball, and it came in hot, and it really, really just threw them off guard. Yeah.
I can imagine their reactions like, oh, it's actually going out of here.
Yeah.
And it hits them in the face.
Yep.
That's that reaction. So, moving forward then, back to the basics for New Zealand. Did they go back to the mid-late game strategies that they saw success with Lost on those hyper carries?
I think you go late game just because it's the last chance that they're going to play on stage, and I feel like both teams will actually prioritize hyper carries. You tend to see this a lot in kind of best of series. The last games, everyone's like, we're not going to risk our entire tournament run on like a snowbally early game play, so just play standard, play clean, play cautious. We'll see you in the late game 5v5 and just try to outscale. I think when you're in the last game of like a best of 3 or a best of 5, like Twitch and Kog'Maw and Caitlyn like increase exponentially in their value. As far as Victoria goes, I actually think we're going to see something similar. I think they'll also kind of put their cards on King, but I think Swiffer's going to step up and play more of a playmaking champion.
A lot of the focus was still around shutting down Reyes and getting the Anivia rolling there. Gragas paid so much attention to Reyes, just really camped him, got Anivia a couple of kills there, and she was really the crux of that comp, being able to get enough damage off once they flipped them.
She was the only damage in that comp.
Yep. You pretty much said it there.
Alrighty then. Well, we're ready to get into game. We'll go ahead and toss it down to our casters, Fish and his chips, Spawn.
Thank you very much, Dom. I'm Matt Fisher. Joining me is my chips, Spawn, and we're about to get into the third match of this best of 3 series. It's going to be New Zealand taking on Victoria. Currently, it's all tied up 1-1 between these two states.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's been a really entertaining, if nothing else, best of 3 so far. Game 1, super standard. It looked like the scaling was on the New Zealand side. Vic really did lose touch of that game, but Game 2, they threw one of the biggest curveballs I've ever seen competitively, and were able to pull it out. And I think that composition, even though it had some kinks in it, actually showed that, sustained tanky damage is the way that this patch is working right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get back to another Anivia pick, and if we saw Tarek again.
And I mean, it even shows in some of the more meta picks that we're currently seeing being played. Stuff like Draven being picked up with Death Stuns, running around in solo queue, terrorizing people, as well as in the LCK once or twice. shows that that is kind of the way people want to play. And Victoria pulled it out, worked really well against Victoria despite being 14-4 at one point in the game. This game, however, New Zealand will be starting on the red side of the ref, and Victoria have stuck with Spooks as their jungler of choice.
Certainly have. So on the red side, Spooks, the game plan was to run Carbon on red, I believe. So a little bit of a curveball being thrown in there from the coaches. If Vic win, you definitely don't think it'll be the last time you see him. But bans already coming through, hot and fast, Fish.
Certainly have been. Zyra, as well as Jace and Caitlyn, have been banned out by New Zealand. Galio, Ivan, and Zach, 3 big bans being hitting the bench here from Victoria. I was about to say 3 jungle bans. Realize Galio is not one of those things.
So Ray's probably going to get that mid lane Karma. Do not expect Cupcake to play range. And in response, that leaves Lulu available. And by far, even though Fantix got solo killed a couple of times in laning phase, looks way more comfortable during that mid game.
Straight away, Spook's going to be picking up the Graggers, threatening to go back towards a similar team composition that we saw before. Was that mainly on screen? Soul Strikes, very calm and collected still.
Hey, mate, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't know how it was working in the first place, but it doesn't appear to be broken now. Just pick the exact same composition if you're Victoria. Send the game late.
Ooh, and Soul Strikes with tons of champions left open still goes towards the Rengar as his champion of choice, and Lost will be picking up Zaya heading into this game.
So you have to think a little bit more of an aggressive lane coming out of Lost with that Zaya pickup. Zaya Karma is pretty good. It gives her the movement speed to be able to run around on the outside of the fights, get all the feathers out before you rip them back through people.
The final pick coming out for Victoria in the first pick rotation. No.
Whoa!
It's going to be Jinx?
So we said that composition with a hyper carry would look even better. And Jinx is definitely that. One of the few champions left in all of League of Legends that we've allowed to AoE crit on the Rockets. And if they stay as squishy as they are, they're going to be in big trouble late game. Because unless Chippies has a tank I don't know about, there's nothing left for Raze to pick mid lane. And that is going to be a full AP Lulu with a Jinx.
Well, let's see how this one turns out for them. Already banning out Fiora from Victoria. They don't want to deal with that champion in the side lane.
You'd have to think bye-bye Kennen, most likely. Or maybe J4 next. I would take away the J4 just to get rid of the second dive buddy of the Rengar.
J4 also is able to stop Jinx from being able to get away from a team fight.
Yep.
The Cataclysm.
Of course, he just runs really quick. Yeah. He doesn't have any gap closers is what you're trying to say. I'm with you. Get rid of the J4. Hit it sharp.
Should be.
Damn it.
Kennen instead. That's the ban coming out from Victoria. Ari was the ban from New Zealand targeted towards Swiffer.
So you expect it's going to be a Jarvan top lane, I think. That's fair to say.
Most likely.
So it's going to be Rengar, Jarvan diving onto a back line.
And we can still see the Orianna being picked up by Raze. We've already seen him use that with Chippies once before to great success to eliminate Queensland, who looked very promising in that match due to Tally Straven.
Yeah, certainly did. I would expect this to be, however, support pickup right now. Coming in for Vic. They're going to give away absolutely nothing. And Janna, whoa! That's a protect the AD carry comp. Gragas to just sit on top of the AD carry and body slam anyone off. You've got a Janna to blow them all away. You've got double shields already. This is going to be really hard to get to King and kill him.
This is one of the team comps that was used very popularly in the first Worlds of League of Legends to go up against Warwick Malzahar. The double suppression. Lots of protection there, Spawn.
Yes.
That's my color point.
But if you got the Morgana shield, all of that fell to pieces. Mid lane Morgana, very powerful.
We're going to have a Karma in the mid lane, as you mentioned, for Raze, as Cupcake's going to be picking up Bard.
Bard.
It's
a
his
little
time
bit
to
of a
shine.
beep slap coming out. Cupcake can play whatever the heck he wants. He's actually a very good support player, so I'm sure they'll be able to make this one work.
Don't do it.
That is not a serious pick.
No way. Yeah, Sejuani makes a lot more sense. That's
so
picked up by
Chippies
Chippies.
is playing a tank. Not going to be a diver, although Sejuani can still get into the back line. Jake just making sure that it is still Chippies at his computer. You can see that there. Gave him a little look across. Chippies, of course, not known for his tank play. And Zillion has been locked in.
Oh, you're kidding.
And you can see that Jake was shaking his head. I'm shaking my head. This is even worse than the last composition. Now they legitimately have one damage threat.
Yeah, we still need a Carbon and Spawn cameo because I have no idea what's going to happen in this match. That should be Swiffer's Zillion in the mid lane with Fantix on Lulu top.
Well, good luck killing anyone.
Protect the Jinx. Let's go.
Protect the Jinx. This is a Jugger Jinx comp. Going to have to just charge forward, get one kill, get the resets, get the Zillion speed up.
Yeah.
A little bit of tailwind as well, just for good measure, Fish, and just run over the top of people. At the same time, New Zealand comp, much more standard, and it is dangerous to chase into a Xayah. She does a lot of damage when you chase into her, able to get multiple feathers out, and also becomes untargetable. So very hard to lock down.
It is very hard to lock in the zone. Loss has already carried quite a few games for New Zealand on that champion, or with that champion, I should say. Very, very strong on Xayah. Cupcake picking up Bard heading into this match. And it's a do-or-die match here, Spawn. The loser of this game will be eliminated from League of Origin. Winner heads on to a best-of-5 series against New South Wales, who was seeded into the grand finals.
And who does New South Wales want to play, Fish? Because do you want to play against this weird and wonderful composition that is Vic? Would you rather the standard that is New Zealand right now?
I have no idea. Right now, these two teams look absolutely scary. Both Victoria as well as New Zealand pulling up a great fight here today, taking us to all 3 games to decide who heads into the grand finals. And they've been fun games to watch.
Yeah, and
a little bit slow, but fun.
New Zealand sticking to their guns. You feel like this is a comp that you can slow play. Vic, however, the too many cooks metaphor is kind of fallen out the window because now they have all sous chefs and only King to really carry this one through. So it's going to be very exciting to see if they can make that happen.
Well, let's see if King with his Jinx can pull Victoria out of Hell's Kitchen as we head on to Summoner's Rift for the 3rd and decisive match between these two states to see who will head into the grand finals against New South Wales.
Let's go. You can see 5-man stack coming out of New Zealand. Fan coming out of the Vic squad. One die-hard Queensland fan stuck around, apparently. Rusty, still nowhere to be seen.
So nothing too fancy happening at level 1, just slow invades coming through. Oh, there we go. Swiffer taking quite a beating from Raze. Get back to base, buddy.
I mean, Swiffer can't really return fire at level 1. If Karma is the strongest champion in the game at level 1, Zillion with just a AoE bomb that doesn't really do all that much, probably one of the weakest.
So you do have wards onto both Raptor camps. Soul Strikes will start at his with some help from Karma. We'll be notified by that ward later on in the match. Seems like Spooks wants to do the same thing around his Raptor camp.
Seems like it was actually called out. So Soul Strike's going to jump onto the plant, get a couple of extra Ferocity stacks. Is it called Ferocity?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's actually not going to. He just walked away and now he's coming back. Been absolutely duked.
Gets a big unleash from Karma though with the empowered Q. That'll do quite a chunk of damage. Hopefully it doesn't take any. Does not. Soul Strikes gets a good lead to start things off. Notified by the ward placed down by King earlier. They will not spot out Spooks as he decided to take the long route back towards the red buff, so he gets a clean start there. Chippies though will find Fantix. Hello!
Lots of damage actually coming out of Chippies, and you can see that with that passive, I think he took 30 damage in response. So, Sejuani, of course, new passive, gives a big burst of MR as well as armor for the first time she's hit. Does wear off relatively quickly.
She feels very similar to Malphite in that sense in the top lane. She doesn't take damage for 10 seconds. She has a big, big advantage in the first trade.
One of the few champions where side brushes become incredibly important to play against. And you can see that this is already becoming pretty frustrating. This is what I mean. As a Sejuani, you want to be ducking in and out of the side brushes, making sure that you're resetting that passive and also being able to hit some of your skill shots out of the brush. Quite similar to how people used to play Malphite as well. But it is going to be annoying going up against a ranged harasser like Lulu.
It is. Chippy does not have the time to get that passive back up yet. Fanti's doing a good job of harassing him. And we just checked in with the bottom lane there. King and Jay going to take some damage from Lost and Cupcake here, but with a Janna, any lane is relatively safe.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially a lane that you can push up, because it's very hard to gank Janna. So you can see that not really all that much attention going to be given there. Soul Strikes also went for the old school, really greedy clear on the bottom side of the jungle, and Spooks, in the meantime, has taken away everything. He's on the wolf camp right now. He took away the blue buff as well, and he still has half a side of jungle to clear. You can see that the same level, but Soul Strikes only has 1 camp remaining, whereas Spooks has 4. So if Spooks is able to keep up any of this tempo, should mean good things for the Vic squad. And one more time, the pressure seems to be on keeping Soul Strikes down.
And that's been the goal for most teams going up against New Zealand in the early game. Soul Strike, though, has picked up quite a lot of the slack towards the end of this tournament.
Ooh, Chippy's actually going in. Missed that one.
Dodges it out, gets some harass back. Chippy's uses a potion, seems like he wants to stick around, whereas in the mid lane, good stun coming out from Swiffer. Razor still winning this trade.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it is equalized now, but you can see mana heavily in favor of Raze. That's one of the weaknesses of Zilean. Although now a little bit of tango in the top lane. Soul Strikes should be careful here because Lulu already making her way up.
Yeah, he's being collapsed upon. Even Swiffer's trying to roam up towards the top side of the map. Good body buff from Spriggs. First blood picked up by the Victorian jungle.
And that's a little bit of frustration coming out of the veteran who was being heavily invaded, wanted to get back in the game. However, you cannot invade a side of the map that is being that heavily pushed.
Moving back down towards the bottom lane as New Zealand now 1,000 gold behind Victoria. Cupcake and Loss have regained their footing, able to zone out King as well as Jake slightly. Topside though, Chippies.
Yeah.
Good damage on towards Fantix, stuns him up.
This is similar to what happened last time. Fantix really holds these summoner spells for as long as possible. That includes the TP. Really nice stun coming out of Cupcake there. And what I mean by that is the fact that already he's been back to base Chippies, has been able to pick up a full shop there with the shield now coming in, going to be able to a little bit more resilient to all the harass as well as the refillable pot. Whereas Fantix goes back with a lot more gold.
He's got 2 rings as well as the Chalice of Harmony. Chippies is not going to have a good time in this lane. Already magic resistance as well as the mana regeneration that he needs to continue pushing this wave. Chippies will be forced to farm underneath his turret without teleport for some time.
Yeah, and Lulu can harass turrets against tanks. It's something that we spoke about. She's very good actually for an AP champion at pushing down those turrets. Once again, Swiffer in some trouble.
Yeah, he's gonna not going to be able to get both bombs on towards Raze. Trades back with some damage, but Zillion's been forced back to base again.
Yeah, he just wants tier, however, so we'll be able to come back with teleport. See whether he actually does go tier build or whether he just goes Morello Roller. So it's going to be Morello Roller pickup. Likes the cooldown reduction. And we'll be able to get back and freeze up the wave because Raze unfortunately doesn't have any mana. Ah, come on, Swiffer. And Raze now, if he gets his back cancelled, will be in a little bit of trouble.
Said we'll get back to base. So Catalyst picked up by Zillion. Lost Chapter already picked up by Raze.
Yeah.
But again, it's...
Actually, he gives it back. Probably going to go towards the Chalice instead in themes, as opposed to going for Morello Nomicon. I would have been really surprised to see Morello because that is more of a carry build as opposed to a protect the Lost build. And you feel like Lost has performed well enough on Xayah to put a couple of eggs in his basket.
However, the team comp for Victoria, it's still a ticking time bomb. Once King gets a couple of items and everyone from Victoria's healthy.
Ooh, everyone's down here as well. Lost might be in some big trouble.
Flash exhaust from Jake slows him down with the W as well. Knocked back. Lost is dead. It'll be Swiffer that picks up the kill with the time bomb.
Yeah, and all of a sudden a 4-man Goon Squad heads bottom lane, able to pick up a kill for Swiffer. Potentially will be able to get back to defend that mid lane turret from too much damage as well. Might even stop for a dragon. And all they really lose is a red buff on the top side if Soul Strikes is able to pick it up. So good heads up play out of the Vic squad.
Ocean Dragon will be picked up here. Seems like uncontested coming out from New Zealand. Again, exploiting Soul Strikes in the jungle and using that to create lane pressure in the bottom lane. Victoria have a nice and early lead of about 1,500 gold and a dragon for themselves.
Yeah, they get the Infernal as well. And if there's any dragon you do not want to go across to protect the AD carry comp, it is Infernal. Because it just accelerates the pace of which it is going to come online. Jinx is already one of the few IE users left.
Battle of the Century. Gromp against Soul Strikes. Soul Strikes wins.
It was close. We saw Krugs give it a good effort last game. Gromp standing up as well. Soul Strikes wins this round. And it is important to get your confidence up, you know, being able to take down those jungle camps. Nothing worse than being forced back.
Do not know what I meant to say to that spawn. Fantix, though, going to try and charge out Chippy. Blows him down with the glitter lens. Good damage. Will force Sidrani back to base. Bottom lane, though, King is just happily free farming on this Jinx.
Yeah, certainly is the case. And as we keep saying, I mean, the Rengar needs to get on top of people, as does Sejuani, to really do their job. And that becomes increasingly difficult when you have a Janna. So their hope in this composition is King completely underestimates. Oh, good tempered fate.
Ultimate down towards Jake. Here comes Rengar. Trap Spore locked down, lost, but Soul Strikes is charging her forward. Gets both Boulder Strikes down. Jake will be destroyed.
Have they overcommitted though, because Fuchs is
Here
here.
he comes. King was able to tag him up with the Q. Soul Strikes knocked into turret, and King gets a kill for himself. Wait, no,
Here
don't
we
go that
go.
way. Lost
Lillian's
gonna look for
coming.
you. Swiffer's coming down as well. Can he get the last attack? He cannot. Double kill for King.
And all of a sudden, King is very accelerated. A bold call to go through that portal. I didn't think it was going to work out either. However, Swiffer with the Zillion, quick to rotate down into that bottom lane, and a big gold lead right now for the Victorian lineup.
2,000 goal lead for Victoria, and that's 2 kills on the Jinx already, who's 71 CS. BSO already picked up, looking for an early Infinity Edge. Once you get those 2 items on Jinx, it's pretty impossible to deal with her.
I mean, normally for a hyper carry, it's 3 items, but with this comp, with Lulu, with Janna, I feel that you're right. 2 items should be enough. Wonder if we see early Ardent Sensor actually coming out of Jake to really try and help it along, or if he goes a little bit more defensive, something like a Mikhail's. But, poor. This is a rough early game.
Ray's trying to charge into the mid lane, locks down Jake, has his whole
The
team
whole
right
team's
behind him.
him.
Swiffer does not care, throws down more time bombs. Again, not quite sure where New Zealand go from here. Just seems like they're not sure what they're meant to do against this team composition.
I mean, and that makes sense. You've just played against 2 very different comps. What is there really to do against them, Fish? You're playing against an unkillable comp, now you're playing against a very protect the AD carry heavy comp. Neither have really been seen in League of Legends recently. I mean, this is... Last time I saw Urgot was legitimately Moscow 5 playing it. Janna, maybe not that long ago, but still a while. Someone like Zero in the LPL used to play a little bit of it. And you can see that actually Soul Strikes, once again, looking for maybe a little bit of a frustrated invade, has been scouted out. Big creep wave in the bottom lane will mean that he will most likely be forced off. But blue buff being stolen at the same time across map. Oh! Shake nearly got it.
Yep, was looking for the steal and says Soul Strikes will get it. Takes away blue buff as well. Wants to donate that one to Raze. Jake's not going to let it go.
Teleport is available.
Good Boulder Strike. King trying to get some good damage down. The traps are going to force Cupcake to run the long way. Dodges out from the zap. Swiffer's trying to go for it. Here comes On the Hunt from Soul Strikes as well, trying to dash away.
And I think that's enough. They've forced them off the bus. They're going to be able to get both of them back. Meanwhile, top lane, somehow Chippies has won another little skirmish. Actually has used all his mana, however, and had teleported back. So that's why he had to hard commit onto it, used his ultimate onto Fantix to try and stop him from teleporting into that fight. We already know that Chippies is a big lane player, likes to win lane Fish. And going up against Lulu with a tank is nearly impossible to do so. Burning teleports to get back to lane will eventually hurt his team, you feel.
Yep, he's about 20 CS behind the Lulu at the moment. Cupcake was looking for a gank in the mid lane. Swiffer casually sidesteps the Bard Q.
Can't kill you in the Zillion, mate. I've seen the gif.
Oh, goodness. The Chippies will eventually return to that top lane. Picks up all the funds being pushed in by Fantix. Swiffer's starting to get a little bit obnoxious. His Q clears the back line and almost takes down the front line as well. Raze might not be able to keep up with the wave clear here.
Yeah, and it gets really hard because all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel of 3 pushing lanes, as well as this obnoxious slow. That's through a shield as well. Does a lot of damage, then skirts out. This is what having blue buff in a control mage matchup means. All of a sudden, Swiffer is able to continue that tempo, and Raze, unfortunately, stuck underneath his turret.
Lots of pings towards the Dragon as well. 45 seconds until that spawns. And Infernal Dragon is one that will definitely be contested between the 2 teams. We'll have to see if New Zealand decides to give that up.
Well, you got to think that without a teleport back into that lane, they don't really have that much of a choice. This is an interesting build. We're actually going to see the rush on the Righteous Volley. Good ultimate there from Cupcake.
Knocks down King. It's just a 2v2 though. Nobody else was close by for New Zealand.
All of a sudden, that's an ultimate down that you would need for the Dragon fight. Up in 18 seconds. You can see they're already walking in aggressively. Bottom lane is recalling.
Feels like there's a bit of frustration coming out from Victoria there.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Spook's still waiting around inside of Soul Strike's jungle, just behind Raze.
Potentially looking for a dive. If they can dive onto Raze, that really will set up a nice play. Will not be happening. Instead, just gets the speed up, as well as some added experience.
Thank you, Swiffer. Now that dragon has spawned. Lost and Cupcake in a good position.
Ooh,
here.
Spooks actually might have been caught out.
Slowed down, forced to flash. Raze is trying to lock him down with the tether as well. Spook's actually going to fall here, but gets the ultimate from Swiffer. Raze now the one that's been stun locked. Lost throws in the ultimate nice and early, trying to get the lock down, but that might be that might be what kills the fall. Teleport's coming in already. Lost forced to flash away, living with next to no health. Pulls back his feathers, but Victoria on the hunt. He's trying to pretend to be a wolf, but he's not quite. He's just a bird here, Spawn. Let's see if he can get back to base. He can't. There's the ward.
Give it over to King? They will.
Can't get into the trees, and Spooks just watches as King picks up that kill.
The
Victoria.
zoning body slam from Spooks there to ensure that King picked up the kill. That will mean Infernal Dragon also picked up, and Fantix gets back to top lane. And Jake really epitomized what it means to be a Janna player there. Twice people tried to engage onto Swiffer, and twice. Once with a Great Nado, once with the ultimate, was able to shove them back. And it is impossible to engage onto this squad.
Yeah, stay away from me, pretty much, Jake's saying. And King's now 3-0-1, already has that Hurricane picked up with the BF sword to boot. We'll probably look to upgrade that one next. Cloud Dragon's the final dragon to spawn. Then Infernal will definitely help Victoria out. Rift Herald is still on the table for the next 5 minutes. But New Zealand is slowly falling further and further behind Victoria.
Yeah, this is a 3,000 gold lead just through laning phase. Already 6 kills to 1. This is the first time in this best of 3 we've really seen the Vic squad have a good early game. And you can see New Zealand starting to get a little bit desperate, going for the roams around the map, trying to now attack Fantix. They do have a teleport advantage, however. So potentially, if Chippies can get into that bottom lane, now he's got his Righteous Glory, should be able to make something happen. Just needs to be able to push this lane up consistently and disappear into Fog of War.
Going to try and farm up underneath the start. He has already used his teleport. Chippies, for the first time, has a teleport advantage from in this top lane. King fancies his
Here we
to
go.
get these 3. There goes Soul Strike jumping on top of Jake. Doesn't have ultimate available. Soul Strike's using his own
Whoa!
ultimate. King snipes one, looking for Lost.
Got the second.
Gets the second one. Double kill. Gets excited and wants to charge back on in. Janna will fall in this fight. Raze is trying to take it down over the wall. Gets so much damage down. King is stuck there, but Swiffer flashes forward to get the ultimate off. Is it enough? King is trying to fight
Dragon's
again.
coming.
Here comes Spooks. Gets the body bump. Knocks the back. And King will eventually get taken down, but for what cost? Because Chippies is in so much trouble here, Spawn.
Certainly is, and all of a sudden turning onto Chippies. They can't get him. Swiffer's going to fall down, it looks like.
Will get a kill. Body buff for Spooks doesn't save Swiffer, but no mana left available for Ray. Spooks is hunting him down. Gets the keg slap. One more auto attack will be enough through the shield. Is he going to wait this one out? There is the heal coming out from the Bard Traps. But Spooks is just going to dance.
Spooks gives him a little bit of the dance, lets the teammate live. That was a 4v5, and they actually trade 3 for 4 there in favor of Vic. Let's take another look at it. Very aggressive on this dive. And you can see that they maybe should have waited for the Bard ultimate to come out. He falls way too early. King gets through the portal, and Jake actually dies there while Swiffer still had ultimate up. Go back to live.
Nothing happened.
Was very protracted.
Nothing happened while we were in that replay. No one saw anything.
What happened?
Yep, exactly. Lost the Cupcake, going to continue pushing in the bottom lane.
He died.
As we look,
That's why you don't dance in turret range.
as we look for
On you, Spooks.
trying to get some turret damage in the bottom lane outer. King is going to return to the same, continue farming out. He's 5-1-3 on Jinx.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. And he's got the Lulu behind him, who's also very accelerated because she took down solo turret and he's up 40 CS, if you don't mind. Bottom lane is now shoving in. You can see King just taking pop shots whenever he can. And really, this Protect the 80 carry comp at 1.5 items is well and truly online. You've seen already how hard it is to kill King.
Raze already has an Ardent Sensor here, trying to help out Lost as much as possible. Righteous Glory has been picked up by Chippies as well.
Ooh.
Cupcake charging on towards Swiffer there. Double bomb will connect. Doesn't do too much damage. Second one will do a bit more.
Yeah, I think the shield actually came out from Raze to give him a little bit more survivability. And really, the problem here is the shove is just so easy in every part of the map. The wave clear is so safe out of Jinx as well as the Zillion, and there's just no kill threat onto the Lulu because of how accelerated she is at this stage of the game.
And again, very slow-paced match between the two. Not as slow as last match, but still very slow. This time, though, Victoria hold on to the early game lead. which
We're
is what New
just
Zealand's
below a
asking.
kill a minute. I mean, honestly, the pace is frustratingly slow.
Cupcake now stepping on top of a couple of traps, tries to dodge them out. King gets it. Temper Face not going to keep him alive, and he's getting excited, canceling all his auto attacks. Ultimate comes out from Lost. Is it enough? Spooks looking for it. Power doesn't connect. Here comes Swiffer. Ticky time bomb. That's going to explode and get a kill over towards Victoria.
And all of a sudden, the second turret has fallen. Everyone has gone up top to try and kill Fantix. They succeed, but the push in the bottom lane is so quick. See whether they can rip through a second structure for themselves.
Jinx takes down turrets incredibly quick, already at half health. Rengar is trying to run on towards them, doesn't have the ultimate, so Victoria steamroll through 2 turrets, and now they're about 6,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. Swiffer doesn't have ulti, needs to be a little bit careful there, although Ray's not really known as a damage dealer on the Karma. And you can see Fantix actually feels he has the luxury of going back towards that top lane with a teleport. Let's check out what happened. Big ulti comes back out, Chippies charges in. That's just nice tanky of the turret, and 3 members up there. There's not really all that much more you can do to outplay there if you're Fantix.
During that time, Jinx has gone back to base, already completed her Infinity Edge, looking for the Zeal item next.
Ooh, absolutely massive is King. Now charging down the mid lane. They've just sent Raze back. There is no one to defend. They're collapsing on Soul Strike. This is getting bad to worse.
Soul Strikes, he's going to have to try and do his best to run away here, but Spooks is just behind him over the wall. Body Bop slows him down. No Blast Cone for Soul Strikes, and Fantix gets that kill.
Yeah, very easy kill pickup right
hello.
there.
That's a
And it's
Baron.
Baron, 20 minutes. And they're tanky enough with the shields to be able to do this.
Lost is not close enough to try and contest it. It'll be a 3-on-5 if all the members can pile on in. 4,000 health, no smite available for New Zealand. They have to give this one up.
Yeah, looks like they actually might try and fight. They get onto King. That is the man they need to kill. Spooks is very low, however.
That's all the crowd control gone. King is free to auto attack if he chooses to do so. Choosing to burst down the Baron first. Spooks gets the smite. King raining down the pain on towards Chippies to kick things off. Raze is stuck at the back end of the pit. He'll get shut down by King. And Victoria looks so dominant in Game 3.
They certainly do. This, the Protect the King comp, has just absolutely bamboozled New Zealand. They just don't know how to play around it. You can see that one pick 20 minutes in. They've got Baron now, and they're going to bowl down this mid lane because there's no wave clear with both the Karma and the Sejuani dead.
Now with Baron, Victoria steamroll towards the mid lane out to turret. Cupcake going to take so much damage from King. My goodness. Almost dying from that final crit. Vic, they're not stopping here either.
Yeah, exactly right. They're actually pushing 2 lanes simultaneously.
Top lane. Teleport. Swooper's going up there as well.
Everyone's
Get to the
going
top
up
lane. Someone's dead. Fantix will die first. Seems like teleport cancelled by Swiffer, but this gives Victoria time to work on the mid lane inhibitor turret. King takes that one down, going towards the inhibitor next. New Zealand, I don't even think they want to fight. What? King going into the back lines, and vulnerability comes out from Lost, but that's a little bit too greedy. Swiffer will keep him alive for now. Let's see if he can get out of this one alive. Chippy is chasing on forward. Jake in some trouble. Will use the ultimate to keep himself safe. Inhibitor's going to fall. King is going to try and kite back from this one. Karma waiting on the sidelines. Body bop from Spooks knocks him back, slows him down as well. Victoria still get out of that team fight.
You just can't kill anyone in this squad. Still, you can see they're going to continue to chase. Spooks may need to follow, though. That's a very quick fat man.
He is, gets sped up by the Zillion. Cupcake's going to charge on forward. Good tornado, knocks back 2. Chippies throws out the ultimate. Will lock down King. Going to get a double stun for this one, but Spooks already taken down Raze. King almost dying, but look at the mechanics. Look at the kite back from King. Gets another one. Double kill for the Jinx. Gets excited, charging on forward. The Feathers can't touch this man as he gets a triple kill. It's your boy King charging down the mid lane.
And you know you talk about King, and that was beautiful kiting, but everyone in this big squad is just doing their job, keeping him alive, and that looks like they actually might be able to push it
That's
for
game.
a 22-minute victory.
There's only Cupcake left alive. This is a statement match towards New South Wales as Victoria are going to get the reverse sweep here against New Zealand. 6 seconds on Race to try and keep the hopes of New Zealand alive, but it seems like Victoria already knocking on the Nexus. They will be able to take this game somewhere across the map. Cupcake's going to fall, but it doesn't matter because Victoria will head into the grand finals.
Backs against the wall. The veteran squad manages to pick up the reverse sweep with 2 very unorthodox comps. However, is that enough to get it done against the Blues? We still have a best-of-5 grand final coming up, Fish, and that was very hairy and very close.
And it did give New South Wales a lot of time to take a look at these 2 unique team compositions that Victoria have played.
What are you banning? Taric, Zillion, Lulu top?
You give us about 20 bans, we'll get there eventually.
But you can't, I guess, undersell what this New Zealand squad was able to do. They're playing off roles. They have Raze, normally an AD carry in that mid lane. Soulstrike's normally a coach, and they looked very good.
They did.
In it for two of these games, very much until the whole way. Game 3, a little bit more of a wash. But very good performance out of the Kiwi squad.
And they've been able to take a game off Victoria here in this best of 3. Took a game off Victoria last night in the tiebreakers and took down New South Wales in the regular round robin. So they performed phenomenally in this tournament. It really seems like this team composition that Victoria put together today just caught them off guard.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, no one had really been playing traditional protect the AD carry comps. We'd seen the variants with the Galio, but we thought that was just more of an OP power pick. However, it does look like that worked well in Game 3. Game 2, I mean, you just don't play against stuff like that. That is legitimately, you got cheesed. You don't play against Nivi, you don't play against slow play all that much in pro play. So I think they can still hold their head high.
Now it's really curious to see, is that enough scouting information for New South Wales to try and deal with this, or if Victoria is still going to be really dominant? Because even though they threw a similar team comp in Game 2, Game 3, it was 22 minutes for them.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they looked much more comfortable with a traditional protect the AD carry comp.
They certainly did. And to break down that best of 3 series, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. And they did it. They reverse sweep. Victoria are now advancing to the finals to take on New South Wales to find out which team is the best state in all of Oceania. And I've got to admit, from the beginning, it looked a little rocky, but after the momentum from game number 2, they were able to just ride that high and keep going strong. King on that Jinx in particular looked amazing.
They essentially took it into their own hands and said, well, New Zealand put Lost in such a situation where protect the carry comps, why not do it ourselves? And King really stepped up to the plate. They took on the Legacy bot lane and they just absolutely crushed them. I think the morale right from the start, you saw him pick and ban, still laughs and highs on the other side, and New Zealand really couldn't just pull it together.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of emotion for the Victoria team. You could see that when they were picking the champions. They were laughing, talking, having a great time. And like you said, it would contrast that immediately with New Zealand. And yes, we will take this champion.
Just kind of sitting stone-faced a little bit. Yeah, and as the game progressed, you kind of started to see the reality sink in for New Zealand. They weren't feeling or looking too hot that game, especially very early on when King started getting rolling with like these double kills and things like that.
Yeah, so let's actually take a look at that pick and ban in a little bit more detail, because Frostkirin, I know you've got a lot to talk about for this composition from Victoria.
Yeah, as soon as Jinx was locked in, I'm pretty sure they heard me from upstairs. I started screaming. I love Jinx. If you've seen my solo queue, I've literally just been on a Jinx tear. I'm not saying she's viable. I'm not saying she's like the top tier pick, but a lot of the itemization changes and adjustments that have happened in kind of the preseason patch have put Jinx in a better light. You have a more cost-efficient itemization on Infinity Edge. It's a little bit cheaper now. We moved some power back into Static Stiv, although it was Hurricane that King ended up building. I have my qualms about that, but that's fine. He's the professional. I'll leave it to him. He certainly was styling. And it just the thing about Jinx that I really love is that she's almost like Ziggs in a sense, in that if you leave her alone with a structure, she will just tear through it. So you have to be that much more on the ball about how you're guarding or how you're moving in these rotations. You can't leave any sort of small opening because she'll just mow through structures. Unfortunately for New Zealand, they never really got to that point of the game because the other thing she's really good at is snowballing.
Yeah, and you can leave her alone to push turrets, or you can just build an entire team comp around her and watch her go wild. I mean, we saw her in that last fight there. She gets so low, but how do you run through that comp? How do you actually get on top of her? And when you eventually do, there's a Zillion ult, free life, come back to life, and you know, try all over again. So the Lulu really enables Jinx to just tear through a team, and the New Zealand squad didn't have a clear win condition. They weren't stacking any sort of damage or dive to really be able to get on top of them. It was a hard ask, and it was a very strong draft from Victoria, I feel.
I'm going to push back a little bit on that. I know you want to kind of give it easy to New Zealand, but they certainly did have opportunities. I think it was with Sejuani and Bard in particular. Yeah. Like the ability to make picks there. The unfortunate thing, though, is that requires them to be in that 5v5 scenario, and I feel like this game was lost well before Sejuani or Bard were going to be relevant making those late game picks.
Yeah, and we do have an opportunity to look at some of those fights in particular. We've actually got a replay for you of a fight that happened bottom lane. You talked about the snowball potential of Jinx. Well, it all starts pretty early on.
Yeah, and it is the rest of the team that is coming down to back up King. So the initiation potential is there. There's that pick potential that we were talking about with Bard. Unfortunately, the Sejuani doesn't come to his aid. They take the magical journey, and it looks a little bit suspicious as King also takes a very aggressive magical journey. But hey, look, communication, because here's Swiffer. He immediately grabs him with the ultimate. That's the double kill. And at this point, I was like, that game's over. Jinx just got a free, easy ride. I believe she makes the back right there. She picks up the Zeal, has so much gold, and the lane is just over over for Lost and Cupcake at that point.
Yeah, and you could see just on the face cams, there were face palms from the players. They were really just, you know, the motivation just completely dropped after that point. It was so hard for them to actually get the morale up and start talking, maybe, you know, throw the game on the front foot. It was all reactive from there. They weren't actually making any plays, and when they were, it was just such a struggle. It was such a 50-50, and then it just kept flipping back the other way, Victoria taking advantages.
Yeah, and as you said, this is some growth that we're now seeing out of Victoria. I feel like we just watched them sort of shake off all their nerves and sweats in game number 2. Now in game number 3, they played smart, they played clean, they used communication across the map, and played a team composition that has to work together to actually succeed.
But the key point here is working together. And even though they had 2 very different compositions, like you were saying, the fact is they had to work together for both of them to be successful. In that weird Urgot Anivia, like, we're going to call it a turtle comp, I think. Just the tank composition.
Yeah.
It's them, you know, bunkering up, covering each other's flanks, and moving as a unit. In this case, it's, you know, King, you're our queen piece, if you will, and we're going to build the entire army around you. So Victoria finally showing that they can be team players, that they can overcome the power of friendship that New Zealand had fronted, and mow through people.
Yeah, and New South Wales have had a bit more of a methodical style, and bringing that sort of chaos into the next games is something that I think Victoria really should keep to. Is you know, playing around the team, keep that morale high, and you know, catch people off guard, because New South Wales were just moving around the map as a unit and taking the fights on their own pace. But Victoria in those last couple of games completely blew them out of blew New Zealand out of the water.
Yeah, and they're certainly going to have to show that continued presence in their next set. Of course, we do get a chance to speak with one of our winners, as Pulse is standing by stage side with Carbon to give us an insight into what exactly happened.
Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Dom. And of course, as you just said, I am standing by with Carbon after that Victorian win. Oh, the fun's up as well. I mean, we all got to witness that. Fantastic. I always feel honoured that I've managed to catch that one today. But Carbon, how's the team feeling? You know, coming into this tournament, there was a lot of pressure on your lineup, because it's like, this is the team to beat. You are the super team. How was that feeling going into this one, now that you're actually heading into the final?
I'm not sure, actually. At the start, it was definitely like everyone not expected to win, but kind of realised that the expectation to win was there, and we didn't really want it. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't want to be the favourite. We didn't want people like watching us and stuff. We just wanted to come and play. And I think that slowly we kind of just coming to terms with that. And definitely in those last 2 games, we kind of just came to play.
Definitely came to play, but it's that second game I particularly want to talk about. I know the question on a lot of people's minds is not how those champions work, but what was the mentality behind picking like an Urgot and a Nivea?
There isn't really one. They're kind of just playing whatever they want. Yeah, we just sit up there at Champ Select, and it's just like, oh, like, well, what do you want to play? It's like, oh, like, I mean, I wasn't on stage when it happened, but supposedly he just said it's a really good Urgot game. Like, this is just a good Urgot, and everyone just went with it. So, yeah. I'm sorry. I don't really have much more to offer.
I mean, it worked out, right? So in the end, if it works, you know, if it ain't broke. Yeah. But what's the mentality behind swapping in different players? 'Cause I know, of course, you are sharing your role in the jungle. Was there any decision-making between who's best for bringing in for the next game?
No, originally we were just like swapping every game. But something that I've noticed is that we seem to do a lot better when I'm supporting the team from the crowd. And so I think that's definitely a good skill of mine, and we might look to implement that during the final, yeah.
Going into the finals as well, so you're not even get a single foot in there in the finals, or are you going to sneak in there for maybe Game 5?
Oh, we'll see. If we're like 2-0 up and like it doesn't look like NSW have any chance, maybe I'll come in to int a little bit. But yeah, look, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, there you have it, folks. Thank you so much for your time, Carl. We are going to send it to a quick break before we head to the Grand Finals right after this.
Lockdown lost, but Soul Strikes is charging off forward. Gets both bowler strikes down. Jake will be destroyed.
Have they overcommitted, though, because Spook is here.
Here he comes. King was able to tag him up with the Q. Soul Strikes knocked into turret, and King gets a kill for himself. Wait, don't go that way. Lost is going to look for you. Swiffer's coming down as well. Can he get the last attack? He cannot. Double kill for King.
And all of a sudden, King is very accelerated. A bold call to go through that portal. I didn't think it was going to work. Very easy kill pickup right
Oh, hello. That's a
And it's Baron, 20 minutes. And they're tanky enough with the shields to be able to do this.
Lost is not close enough to try and contest. It'll be a 3-on-5 if all the members can pile on in.
4,000 health, no smite available for New Zealand. They have to give this one up.
Yeah, looks like they actually might try and fight. They get onto King. That is the man they need to kill. Spooked is very low, however.
That's all the crowd control gone. King is free to auto-attack if he chooses to do so. Choosing to burst down the Baron first. Spooks gets the smite. King raining down the pain on towards Chippies to kick things off. Raze is stuck in the back end of the pit. He'll get shut down by King. And Victoria looks so dominant in game 3.
They still, man.
He is, gets sped up by the Zillion. Cupcake's going to charge on forward. Good tornado, knocks back 2. Chippies throws out the ultimate. Will lock down King. Going to get a double stun for this one, but Spook's already taken down Raze. King almost dying, but look at the mechanics. Look at the kite back from King. Gets another one. Double kill for the G's. Gets excited, charging on forward. The Feathers can't touch this man as he gets a triple kill. It's your boy King charging down the mid lane.
And you know you're talking about...
There's only Cupcake left alive. This is a statement match towards New South Wales as Victoria are going to get the reverse sweep here against New Zealand. 6 seconds on Race to try and keep the hopes of New Zealand alive, but it seems like Victoria already knocking on the Nexus. They will be able to take this game somewhere across the map. Cupcake's going to fall, but it doesn't matter because Victoria will head into the grand finals.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Origin and the Grand Finals here. It's finals day, and it was a crazy semi-finals to start us off. But I have a crack team in balance. It's almost like being back on the LPL. I have Fruskirin and Raz to bring the analytical firepower.
It is the LPL desk.
It is. It's quite literally, but I'm on the other side this time, so it feels a little bit weird. But this is going to be a spicy one. We have New South Wales and Victoria going toe-to-toe here. And Victoria, I'm honestly a little bit surprised they won that series in the end, because after that second game, I was just like, they've just lost it. I mean, in Carbon's own words, are they actually trolling, you know? But then they won that game, and they demolished New Zealand in the second game.
I find it very humorous how Carbon was talking about kind of expectations, that Victoria wanted to come into this tournament and just have fun and just play the game, and it was like, crap, everyone actually expects us to win because our roster's so stacked. I guess we have to win, guys. Let's go all the way to the finals.
Remember, Spawn's own words is that this was the team that you would pick for an Oceanic representative. This is the Oceanic All-Star team, not the Victorian All-Star team. But it's taken them a pretty hard time and a long road for them to even get to the finals. We were expecting to see this team to go into the finals just naturally. Seems like NSW changed that into being the crowd favorite and, of course, just the favorite in general here. Victoria has a bit of a difficult road, and the picks that they're going through, not helping them.
And with those expectations aside as well, heading into yesterday, New Zealand takes the win. They go into the finals of that mini gauntlet. We had to decide the tiebreakers and the seedings right. And then New South Wales completely demolished them. So it's just like, how do we actually know how Victoria is going to come into this finals?
I mean, the thing is between New Zealand, Victoria, as well as Queensland, Queensland had a bit more of the early game, but Victoria and New Zealand were really about like mid-game, late game, and that's kind of when they turned on and when they became scary forces, whereas New South Wales, out of the gate, they've had the fastest average game time. It gave them a bit of that lead when it came into the tiebreakers, and they've just been so dominant with their jungle mid-synergy between Only and Ryoma. Like, those guys are on fire, and they understand exactly how their compositions work. Like, the Zac Echo diving all the time, it's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, that's something that's really surprising. It doesn't even feel like it's a team that has just been formed in about a week. It feels like an actual OPL team, a team that's been going through it for months after months, because it feels like they're going in, they have a proper early game, an incredible jungler, even though he hadn't really played professionally for quite some time, only kind of really started with Tainted Minds just a little bit. And then the rest of the team is, of course, veterans in the top lane, and in the bottom lane from, of course, Ejim and Swiper. And, of course, Ryoma and FBI, who have just been incredibly mechanically skilled. And so this team just feels like a natural fit. So thumbs up to, of course, the creator of that team, the Fish.
Fish!
Yeah, Fish feeling a little bit happy on that one, a little bit. He's going to have a massive ego after this. But we'll see if Spawn wins out at the end of the day, even if it's not a clean win. Maybe he can come out with a little bit of a win on his belt.
Now, we only have a little bit of time remaining, so I'm going to get a quick prediction from you guys before we head into the finals. Fruskirin, start us off.
I'm going hands down New South Wales. I think they're the best team at this tournament in terms of team. They work together. They draft really strong across the board. You have to look to their coach standing behind them, give a little tip of the hat there. But I think New South Wales have this in the bag.
3-0?
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Ooh.
I think it'll be quick, too.
Okay. Here's the problem with my prediction. It's also fan-based. I saw a fan that came out with a nice Victorian flag out there, and I felt the passion. I think Victoria might be able to only take one game because New South Wales are going to be coming out of this one 3-1. I think New South Wales are playing incredibly well thus far. Only has been popping off. The guy is a madman. So I think that maybe Victoria can come out with one win, and that's it.
All right, we're only a couple seconds away from getting into game, so before we get to that one, I'm going to send it over to Dom, who's standing on stage, ready to get us into game.
Thanks, everyone. I'm standing by with Swiffer and Ejim. We're just about ready to get into game, but first, before we do, we got a chance to talk to them and figure out what exactly is going through their minds. So, you just played 2 games today. You played, 5 games yesterday, and now you're going into another best of 5. How are you feeling?
Well, I feel like the last best of series, we didn't really reveal anything. So, we've got incredibly deep champion pools and everything, so it doesn't really matter. So we're feeling pretty confident going into this.
Yeah. We're looking forward to seeing that, of course. Now, you've had a chance to watch these guys play a whole best of 3 before getting to you. Did you learn anything?
Yeah, Simon says that they didn't reveal anything, but I think they did reveal that they can't actually play League of Legends, so they just picked 5 Muppet champions and just, clicked on King, and he ran around and killed everyone, so... We play League of Legends, so hopefully we can pull out the win.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly see. But again, this is the finals. This is going to determine which is the greatest state in League of Legends, Victoria or New South Wales. We can hear it from the crowd already, but gentlemen, Are you going to take it, or is this going to be a contest even?
Well, I mean, obviously, okay, the thing is, it's like, they say that we don't know how to play League of Legends. If you ban one champion from every single one of their roles, they're just done. So, like, it doesn't even matter. We're just going to win. It's also going to be really embarrassing when we win, and they've just talked this much shit. So, yeah.
All right, we'll see. Are you going to continue with the shit talking, or is this a chance for rebuttal?
No, I mean, the crowd wants us to win. The cast has already said we're going to win, and I think we're going to win, so that's it.
All righty, well, you heard it here first. Gentlemen, if you'll please shake hands and return towards your seats. We're just about ready to get into game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dom. We're about to get into the final match of League of Legends, League of Origin. I'm Matthew Fitzgerald. Joining me is Jake Sponsor to make sure we don't get to a fight this time around. We found Rusty all the way from Queensland. He flew down as soon as he heard he could cast the finals. Welcome back, Zach Rusty Pie.
Thanks, Fish. No, I'm definitely here to separate these two bickering couples next to me, of course, representing the States in the finals.
I'm the dad.
I'm going to try and be the unbiased, as he's apparently the father of something. Apparently.
Well, if we're a couple, I'm just getting in there early and calling the side that I want to be on. No, I'm feeling good. I had a Pizza Hut pizza, I had a little bit of Red Bull, feeling nice and recharged now. Feeling pretty good going into this one. The Vic squad as well, looking pretty confident.
Oh, I've got all the casters behind me, so I'm pretty happy about the New South Wales team there. And Ejim, very confident going to that match as well. But let's get down into it. This game, it's what people expected the finals to be.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, when you had a look at the teams at the start, I think the Vic, everyone keeps saying that individually they are very strong. But New South Wales had the 2 veterans and the 3 young guns that are able to pull out some pretty damn impressive League of Legends.
Yeah, New South Wales came together extremely well as a team of 5. Victoria's individual members have really shone through the brightest throughout the rest of this tournament. And now we get to see a culmination of all of this as the teams collide in a best of 5.
And the thing is, Fish, what do they do when we hit them with the Urgot, Taric, as well as the Anivia? That's the big question on everyone's mind. Undefeated team comp so far.
What they'll do is actually play League of Legends, but we didn't see the last 2 games. For now, that the bans are going through. Zach instantly banned out by Victoria, was crucial to New South Wales' success in their match last night against them.
Yeah, the big thing was we didn't know whether Only actually played Zach. It turns out anyone can play Zach, as he displayed on stage, so that was a good thing of just getting that off the board.
So they have an Ashe and Karma ban going through as well. Ashe surprises me a little bit because that's FBI's go-to champion. He wants to be able to play that champion, but New South Wales going to ban it out here.
Yeah,
away from King.
It does make a lot of sense getting rid of one of the preferred carries from King anyway, as well as a lot of standard champions, honestly, just from all of Victoria, things that we are going to see from them in the early rotations, the first 3 picks for them, so it is smart bans.
No Nuno allowed for Carbon in this match as he's been put back onto the Victorian roster. He's escaped Babib, he's escaped Soul Strike, so now he's a little bit more comfortable going back into this match with Galio and Syndra, the final 2 bans coming out from Victoria.
Yeah, he should be comfortable. I mean, this is one of those matchups that Carbon has played against Only a lot in the OPL, running around solo queue as well. He's had a couple of games to sit backstage, really think about what he needs to be able to do to pull off a Vic win. And confident having him back in the lineup.
Yep, and with the first pick for New South Wales, coach just decides to take away Lulu, a key component of the team comp that Vic have been running in their past 2 games.
Yeah, definitely a key component for both of these teams, though, of course, not just stuck into the bottom lane. A lot of the Lulu that we've seen went to Fantix, and it has been played, by the mid laner of Ryoma, potentially. You won't see it from Swiper, that's for certain, but it is a flexible and good first pick.
Yeah, even when Lulu was popular, Swiper couldn't play it. So definitely not going to see it up there in the top lane. However, you're right, Roma actually looked pretty decent on the champion, and I know that Ejim, big Win Speakers fan, not a bad matchup into Zyra.
Good first rotation for Victoria, though. They pick up Elise as their jungler of choice, and Jake will be picking up Zyra, which is... Zyra, sorry, not Zyra. Zyra has been locked in, and one of the champions have been constantly banned out against him.
There's actually a lot of pressure that comes out of those 2 picks. Lulu very good at disengaging, keeping someone alive. Again, we saw it from Victoria in the semi-final. What we're seeing now from Victoria is going forwards, being able to go in. And Jake, on this Zyra, has been very impressive.
Certainly has. However, it does put a little bit of pressure on Carbon to perform, because in the past, Only has played a lot of farm-heavy junglers, things like Rek'Sai and even the Graves popping up in his champion pool. So we'll see whether there is a clock on this game, or if they're not even going to pick the jungle, trust that he has a deep enough champion pool, because I can nearly guarantee the next 2 bans are flying his direction.
And without Ashe to be picked up for New South Wales, FBI goes back to the Caitlyn. Swiper is going to be picking up that Sejuani. Final pick rotation in the first pick phase will go over towards Victoria, as well as their next 2 bans.
And of course, expecting an AD carry to be seen from the Victorian side. But if they want to do what they have been in the last set, you would see the AD carry held till last, maybe to protect him one more time.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case, although Jace being picked up is just one of those matchups that Fantix likes taking into tanks. He likes being able to continually harass. With the Blade of the Ruined King changes, means you stay topped up in lane, and they can't really win that war of attrition anymore.
Yeah, that coupled with the fact that it can also be the flex means it's very hard to ban out a particular lane here for New South Wales. Whilst that does kind of ring true here for Victoria, they can still focus a lane, and right now they know where they want to focus because it's what beat them.
Yep, seems like they want to target out Tommy here. Ryoma gets a ban of Echo being taken away. New South Wales, they could go towards the 80 carry bans, potentially even mid lane bans if they want to try and take out Swiffer.
Yeah, it certainly could. They've already shored up the weakness of the New South Wales loss, however, because that loss came from the fact that they had all the lanes being shoved into them, and Zach was able to free gank and turret dive. Already with Jace in the top lane or the mid lane, you would expect it to be a little bit more pressure, as well as Zyra being able to shove bottom pretty freely in a lot of matchups. So I like so far that they've addressed that weakness. The problem is New South Wales can hit you with so much more. Cannot stress how good Ryoma and FBI have been playing at this tournament.
It's still a lot of mid lane focus here. I really want to highlight the Orianna ban in particular because Ryoma and a lot of the mid laners in this tournament have been able to solo win games with that champion. The big shockwaves have stood out amongst the rest of the players in these teams. So very much an apt ban here by Victoria.
A little bit crazy that maybe Razor's shockwave was the best in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Got 4 members, cleaned up a triple kill pretty much instantly in that New Zealand victory. Was pretty massive.
King's going to go for it again, though. Still locking in the Jinx, heading into the bottom lane for Victoria. We saw 4 mid lane bans there. So we have Zed and Ari being banned up by New South Wales with that Orianna as well as the Echo. And this does give a chance for Swiper to pull out the Fiora if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, it certainly does, but who cares about top lane? 80 carry-wise, Jinx in this case isn't picked for the hyper carry. Is picked as a counter to the Caitlyn. Has equal range, has better wave clear, and should be able to continue the push in the wave. So I like the pick. Not for the same reason as last game, but because it actually lends lane pressure against Kate, and very few 80 carries apart from Ashe can do that, and Ashe is banned away.
Yeah, the one big thing we look at with Victoria now is the Jace going top lane, and will they still look for something like Azelian just to give King something? Because as it stands, all these people can stand in front of him. They may stand behind him. There is no tank to be seen.
And Only might be pulling out one of his signature picks here. Nidalee is being hovered and locked in for Only to go up against Carbon's Elise.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. Elise is a great ganking jungler, only farms at the speed of light on Nidalee. There is a big chance that even if Carbon gets 2 successful ganks, he's out of the game because Only will be that quick at tearing through the jungle.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. That alongside the Graves as well, 2 of the fastest junglers is, as expected, you'd have to imagine. Victoria flex again.
Fantic's going to be picking up the Cassidy and heading into the top lane, going up against Swiper Sejuani.
And who goes where?
So
Spawn?
Kassadin will probably be heading into the top lane. Against AP dealing tanks, no way to really force Kassadin out.
Good matchup against Victor.
It is, but Swiffer hasn't played it in a while.
On top of that, 4 ability power-based champions at the side of New South Wales, so Kassadin will be mitigating a lot of damage with his passive.
And the big thing about this composition is if you get it very late, Kassadin is pretty much unstoppable. Could run over a team comp. Right now, it looks like they are going to keep it for Swiffer. Pretty interesting there.
I mean, with the changes to Doran's shield, Kassadin just has a fantastic time. Makes the matchup a little bit easier. You'd have to imagine DFT, Doran's shield, can actually beat a Victor matchup more often than not now.
Yeah, I mean, we used to see it in the LPL. That was the main region where we still see Kassadins. And see pretty often that they just are able to out-Q trade. I think that Rookie still likes the Victor side of the matchup, however. If you play it well enough, you can still come out ahead. Maybe Doran's shield swayed that, as you mentioned.
Everyone from Victoria packs a punch heading into this game. Even Jake on his support, Zyra today.
5 carries. 4 captains.
But it's for the side of New South Wales, a little bit more stable. Still lots of damage, especially with Nidalee being picked up here, but they do have Sejuani in the top lane.
I mean, 5 carries, 4 captains, 1 team and no team composition, Spawn. You have to wonder where it's really going here against New South Wales.
1-3-1 is still the best team comp in the world. Able to absorb all the farm, just get the Elise flexing around the map, protecting from Nidalee, ward up nice and deep. But in all seriousness, I think the early game will pivot on Only.
Yeah.
If they dodge the ganks and get Only ahead, then this has the real potential to explode into a massive gold lead.
It certainly does. It is what we expected the grand finals to be. It was the last match we had on day number 1. We get to see it once more, but this time in a best-of-5 series. New South Wales are going to take on Victoria to see who's going to be the crowned champions of the first League of Legends League of Origin.
Lots to prove here, honestly, I'd say, for Victoria, as New South Wales have came into this the favourites. They're also the home crowd team here.
You guys keep polling New South Welshmen and saying they're the favourites. No one else in Australia thinks that.
Says
Calm
the
down.
Victorian.
Yep, exactly right.
Good start.
Tis merely a flesh wound, my lord.
What about that
Another
one?
flesh wound. They start adding up after a while, turns out.
Third time's the charm.
Well, only still going for it. Swiftless trying to persuade him not to. Oh! Gets him! Oh, gets the spider.
5 gold, that's it. It's over.
New South Wales are now in the lead as of 1 minute in this match.
First and last time.
Let's see how long they can hold on to it for. Probably the whole game.
So we have seen the Doran Shield once again out of Swiffer. I guess we did already mention this. Jinx doesn't have a lot of protection with the team composition. There's just going to be damage threats everywhere. And so the Doran Shield himself is going to help that little bit. You may even see the armor boots once again from King. Just try and keep himself alive. Self-sustaining type of champion, hopefully with the Warlord's Bloodlust.
Yeah, King's actually a huge fan of going a little bit tanky. It means that you have the time to ramp up with the minigun, get into the team fights as well. So not expecting anything different out of his build. One thing I do want to point out is if you're able to dive onto King, there still is a Zyra you have to worry about. Zyra is one of the best solo peeling champions in the game, just because you have to go through so much damn damage to get to the targets at the back line. So not heaps of heal, not a lot of protection, but still enough to make Jinx work.
Yeah.
So no delayed evades coming in from either jungler. Both of them were not spotted of where they started. Only started on blue buff. Seems like we're going to have the same thing from Carbon.
You say only wasn't spotted, but when you take Spear, you have to start on blue buff. Otherwise, you actually can't jungle successfully, so it's pretty much a given. Also, the fact that you forced Carbon off Raptor Camp and you didn't see Jace leash means it probably started bottom side of the map, given the leash.
And not just that, you can see Carbon currently on your mini-map moving towards the red buff, so very much cognizant of where Only was going to be starting.
Ooh,
also,
dangerous.
the fact that Inidaly gets low in his clear.
Oh! Face check into Carbon. Only smites the red buff, trying to get some health back. Flashes away. Carbon not going to be able to get close enough. Or is he? The Q's not enough. Carbon can't pick up first blood. Now Ryoma is closing on in. Will pick up red buff. Is level 3. Swiffer's trying to close the difference as well. Cocoon not back up of cooldown yet. Spear does not connect. Look at this though. Egypt trying to collapse. There's the exhaust. FBI's joining in. Spear comes through. Only picks up first blood for New South Wales.
And Carbon goes so aggressive and gets made punish. You think that the first two were probably good moves, but sticking with the play was a very risky call, Rusty.
Very good collapse, though, out of all of New South Wales. FBI, Ejim, all getting there, acknowledging that Only is in a position where he needs that assistance. He comes back in. You saw the spears at level 1. He's got it locked on. Very much calibrated there and gets the first blood. So that jungling, that's so much better for Only.
Gets refreshes on the buffs as well, which is a big deal if you were a Nidalee player.
Where does he go from here? Seems like he's trying to beeline towards either the Risk Color or
red.
Carbon side of the jungle. This is the side of the map that is doing very well for Victoria, though. Fantix has been able to shove in Swiper, 21 CS to 8 at the moment.
You can see that the invade has come across. Pink Ward has been laid down to try and protect, and now shoving Carbon off his camp, although still only level 2.
We are currently looking at the risk of the invade, though, Carbon having a level advantage. That and Fantix was destroying top lane, so there is no assistance for the Nidalee, even if he gets the invade on.
Bottom lane, though, Egypt has to sidestep those traps. FBI's trying to trade against King, get some good damage down on towards Jake, still sitting healthy with 2 potions in his back pocket. Teleport being used nice and early by Swiper, getting back up towards the top lane. 25 CS to 13, picks up a corrupting potion for himself.
You can see right now actually getting a successful recall first this time, and I think about 7 games for Fantix. Might even be able to walk back, although wants to teleport. He's learned something from Chippies. He's just like, I'm going to smash this lane. Or he's not.
Top side of the map, there's the stun, there's the spear. Fantix is dead, and that's without teleport. Neutralizing this lane advantage.
Without teleport? What the hell are you talking about?
Without Fantix teleport.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's actually very big for Fantix, having teleported to lane. You just mentioned why he wants to win that lane. Maybe Chippy's inspired. Don't think we'll see anything further from mid, but top is in a world of hurt, potentially, being able to reset, get that Sejuani to a much better position.
Yeah, 100% agree, especially given the fact that there is a massive creep wave there, and they know that Only is sitting on the camp on the top side of the map, just taking even more away from Carbon. So that CS advantage completely nullified.
They're
Only
going to catch him between the turrets.
Yeah, they're trying to catch out.
Here it comes.
Fantix in between the turrets. Only's waiting there with the spear. Swiper throws it in. Spear connects. Swiper goes in, knocks him back. He flashes towards turret range. Nowhere left to run, but he can't find the final 2 frozen auto attacks to keep him down. Only throws out another spear, trying to keep Fantix here. Nobody from the side of Victoria
Swiffer has
to help him,
teleport.
but Seems like only and Swiper pull off the play, taking the flash as their victory.
I guess enough respect has to be paid to perhaps Swiffer's teleport and the fact that Fantix was well and truly under a turret. A little bit dangerous to go any further, but nice damage, good pressure, only definitely at the right place.
Certainly was. Also,
ooh, Ejim's in so much trouble. Gets a heal from FBI nice and early, but the double lockdown in that bottom lane, King and Jake putting in work.
And this is the danger of like having every lane on a carry, is you kind of, as a jungler, have a responsibility to help every lane out. And you can see that even though that top lane is now going well for Swiper and they have a small gold advantage, only is the main recipient of that. And bottom lane still looks incredibly hard for FBI and Ejim. Mid lane is Victor versus Kassadin, which historically is a time bomb for the Kassadin. Only needs to get much busier in this early game.
It's Victoria playing with the seesaw, basically. They see only in one lane, they push in the other lane, they go back and forth and just trying to avoid the Nidalee. But fortunately for New South Wales, the Nidalee is getting these kills, is getting himself further ahead, so can still have that impact and maybe lock down extra members of Victoria moving forward.
You already mentioned slightly in Champions League, Rusty, that this is a good matchup for Kassadin if Swiffer decided to take it. It's showing is about 12 CS up ahead of Ryoma, has hit level 6 without any difficulties.
And he's done the really bold thing on Kassadin, which is taking the blasting rod first. I mean, that shows that you're incredibly comfortable in the matchup. Generally, it is going to be makings of catalysts, maybe even something like a Dark Seal to try and get you through the lane, but Swiffer doesn't need any of it.
Well, when you've got Carbon looking at the middle lane a fair bit, things get slightly easier for yourself. That and more than 3 levels perhaps to see in his queue, which means with the Blasting Wand, he'll have extra shield anyway with the AP scaling. It works out okay.
Swiffer not even taking any damage from those lasers at the moment, constantly trading and harassing with the null spheres. Double ring for Ryoma, trying to stay as healthy as possible against the harassers coming out from Kassadin.
Actually, it looks like Carbon's been sitting on blue buff for a very long time. You can see Swiffer will now pull off and go try and pick that one up. Wondering whether Carbon was actually going to try and take it, because Swiffer doesn't really look like he's in that much mana problems right now. And honestly, Carbon needs to be very cognizant of the fact that he is at a big experience disadvantage given how this early game went.
Ooh, that's Swiper
creep block.
Trading.
Could not get through that. That was a door of creeps.
Carbon moving towards bottom side of the map. There is
Very
no
far
jungler down here. Looks like Egypt's going to be locked down first. FBI's in trouble. That was a 2-on-2 to kick things off. And now FBI's just stuck here. Not going to blow his flash. Just falls down to Carbon. Do they trade anything topside, though?
It doesn't look like they have the chance yet. Swiper still has ultimate, and Fantix just went aggressive. He's in big trouble now.
Here comes the sphere. Swiper is very low. They'd have to take him down fast. Fantix will fall. Swiper lives, and they trade top for bottom. But still 2 kills for Victoria to just the one of New South Wales.
The kills are big for Victoria, right? King gets both of them as well, and Victoria ensure that Jinx is getting those kills, but top lane still expertly played by the experienced member of the Chiefs in Swiper, now playing top lane. Only 3-0, lots of pressure, probably going to be the turret as well, and that's so much control.
That'll be first brick going over towards New South Wales. Victoria get 2 kills as well, stealing away the red buff.
He's actually teleporting back.
So he'll be able to steal that, stop that one from falling down. Fantix blowing the teleport, keeps top lane turret alive.
And the reason they can do that is that Vic is running double TP. So unless Ryoma rotates early, which right now doesn't look like he can because he's actually burning ultimates to keep waves off his turret, they should still have Swiffer there to match the Swiper teleport. Although, if you're going to have one show up, I'd probably rather a Searchuati. Don't know about you guys. A little bit more impactful at this time of the game.
Fine to agree.
We have only also trying to take away red buff from Carbon, returning the favor. This bottom lane, though, is going so well in favor of Jake and King. BF Sword and Zeal picked up for King, just the BF Sword for FBI.
And we'd already seen kind of FBI and Tommy come into their own in the Sin versus Avant, and then, you know, the Chief series, and even the Legacy series, where the whole roster really did look impressive top to bottom. I mean, to be 1 game away from the OPL Grand Final, you do have to have that. However, for me, Jake is really the player of this tournament that has stepped up in Origin and really shown that he is an upper echelon support, playing incredibly well.
Yeah, I think it'd be Only and Jake as the 2 individuals that have stepped up the most in this tournament. Jake's looked great. He's actually shown aggression from what was basically a Nami 1 trick. Now he has more than 1 champion, which is fantastic, and it's in the opposite direction. So very strong performance, but Only, honestly, you can only sing praises for how he's been playing, even in this game.
Yeah, even pulling out his pocket pit in Italy, which he does like to run into Elise. Roma here in the mid lane. He's been stepping up.
Going
for the
back
past
top
year.
again only, and you can see Fantix has decided to fight again.
That's going to be a first lockdown for Swiper. Has ultimate available. There's the spear. Only goes on a rampage. He's 4-0-0. That should be first brick New South Wales. But Carbon trying to trade bot side. Good polymorph. Trying to dodge around the minions to block the body block. Carbon really low. Ace in the hole will be repelled away. Carbon gets off the top of that. Not in time to put down the trap. That might actually stop the dive bottom.
Yeah, it looks like it
They're
has.
still going. Jake going to take so much damage here. King now has to fight 2-on-1 if he wants to go for this.
You can't overchase.
They do overextend a little bit here. Good Cocoon teleports in the bottom lane. King throws out the ultimate. Wild Grove going to block out the last tick of damage. Double teleport. Swiper going in. Ace in the hole. Not enough to do the damage to kill King. Blinking health bars on Victoria. Where's this Cassidy? Can't quite get into the back lines. FBI lives with a sliver of health and only still pushing topside.
King actually backing in a very dangerous position, as is Jake. All of a sudden, Swiper wants a piece of them.
But look at the rest of Victoria. They're trying to collapse. Jake, incredibly low, gets a heal. Ejim, though, he's going to go down. Exhaust on towards Swiper. Carbon gets that kill. New South Wales biting off a little bit more they can chew there.
There was still combat summoners there for the Victorian bottom lane. Flash was used by King, yes, but the heal was there and the exhaust from Jake on the Zyra. So Sejuani, Swiper, maybe a little bit too deep there, not knowing the summoners available.
And this is a couple of times where Only has been caught on the wrong side of the map. He should have been making beelines to mid lane. Instead, he pushed in top really deep, and then he swung mid. However, doesn't really get anything but farm, and he's already so goddamn far ahead that unless he can start impacting everywhere else, Vic will start running away with the game.
Big miscall from Sniper as well as Ejim there, the two veterans of the team, because if they were able to disengage there, that would have been bottom turret still standing, they would still have the gold advantage, but now Victoria hold on to the lead.
And really, if we have a look at the gold value, you have to think that Only is at least 1,000 gold up. I'm going to say more. He's got 4 kills.
5,000.
2,000 gold up.
600.
So really, the rest of New South Wales is like 2,000 gold down.
Yep, so the gold sitting in the mid lane is about 600 in Swiftwood's favor, and bottom lane is where it's at, 1,200 to King at the moment.
And you give me a Fed Jinx versus a Fed Nidalee, I will take the Jinx 9 games out of 10.
Yeah, this isn't Season 1, Spawn.
Rusty shakes his head in displeasure.
I wish.
Roma now looking to try and chip away at this mid lane turret. Fantix has rotated into the mid lane. Roma getting good chunks of damage this time round.
You can see that now they're balancing the sides of the map. This is a good move. The team with the Nidalee generally will win the base races just because it's able to give the attack speed over to the AD carry. Also has a lot of damage onto the turrets herself ever since the AP changes.
Sniper going in on top of Carbon, trying to stop him taking this blue buff. Jake is called over. We'll be able to deter him. New South Wales will take the first turret
with
bot
this
lane.
play. I mean, Vic still aren't even on their first turret. New South Wales can continue to push through. They have enough CC.
Teleport is available for Fantix. He is on the bottom lane, though.
And that's the thing, it's not just the Nidalee pushing, it's also a Lulu with the attack speed augmentation. They're just be able to complement FBI. So New South Wales seemingly one step ahead in the macro game.
It seems like Only's going to try and capitalize by taking Mountain Dragon for his team, while New South Wales keep pressure bottom side of the map. They do trade turrets bot and top, but an extra advantage for New South Wales in the form of the Dragon.
Already Vic is on Rift Herald, so it is going to be whether they can actually crack this turret. And it looks like Fantix actually was able to get it out.
Swiper's going for it.
2,000 health left on the Herald. I think they should finish Herald.
That's the call here. Carbon's looking for the smite. Swiper doing his
He doesn't
best.
have smite. That's why they had to chase him away.
Oh, and Swiper didn't know.
Swiper didn't know, of course, because you don't really track that summoner spell.
He was afraid of Swiffer, though. I think the Chiefs' rivalry there scared him off a little bit.
Swiffer wants him still.
Going for it. Swiper taking a lot of damage from the Cassidy. Swiffer will stick to picking up the Gromp as almost gets
help
it.
him out.
Good leash in all chat.
Yeah, exactly right.
We're still looking at the gold here. Most of it sitting on King, as well as Swiffer for the side of Victoria, but only incredibly far ahead of Carbon at the moment. He really needs to do something with this lead.
Yeah, and really Only hasn't gone back and grabbed himself the roller yet, so you have to think that that's going to be the next big pickup. That does mean that he scales a little bit better into the late game. I don't know. I prefer more aggressive early game builds out of the Nidalee, but roller is all right.
Yeah, it still makes sense if you're ahead early, right? Because it's a cheaper version of all of the other Catalyst builds. It scales well with AP and gives you some kind of I can go forwards in your build. Unless you're SOFM and want to go Proto Belt, most Nidalees will go towards this build. It's what he goes after, because you're right. The immediate impact isn't going to be as evident with the gold lead, but in the next 5 minutes, you'll start to see that Rod of Ages stack up, and then he'll be a massive threat.
Yeah, in the past, we've seen things like Rylai's Crystal Scepter picked up. The only reason I like that is because of the synergy with Runic Echoes. It means if a spear like that hits, it will bounce onto King and slow both of them down. It's easier to chain spears as well.
And don't forget, he's not playing against a tank whatsoever. They have the Cassid and Magic Shield. They might get some Hex Drinkers, but his spears will hurt
out. Swiffer getting some good damage on towards Ejim. FBI trying to cut off one path. Only's there as well. Swiffer trying to play Houdini.
He's going to go aggressive here, actually.
Across the top, Swiffer takes some damage, but trades back against Only quite nicely, missing his spears, and Swiffer easily able to escape.
And now Jake collapsed on, absolutely blown up.
Hello, Ryoma picks up a kill in the mid lane with the help of Swiper.
And this is actually something that...
They're not done yet. Look at Harold, only being jumped on here. Wild Growth from Ejim keeps him alive.
They want to continue this fight.
Here comes Ryoma, good spear, but he will be able to back off over the top of that wall. Ryoma looking to try and get some damage down on towards Swiffer.
Now they have a lot of mid lane priority fish. Something that the Vic team keeps doing is getting caught out when they're fighting somewhere else on the map. That was a support player. Probably had no business being that far up mid lane, and it will result in a turret.
Yep, Only does a little bit of a God V and throws the spear the absolute wrong way. Swiffer trying to jump it in. There's the ace in the hole. Flash forward from Only. Heal comes out of King. Carbon's trying to look for the cocoon.
Oh, got him.
Wyoma. King throws out the ultimate. That is a dead Victor. Ultimate was channeled.
Coming in.
Here they come. Fanny's trying to get into the backlines. Does cancel it. Swiffer going to take a lot of damage from those spears.
It was actually Swiper, I think, that got down there and cancelled the teleport because it's on a full cooldown. Does not look like Fantix was able to hit the F key quick enough to get that one cancelled himself. So he's going to have to deal with a full channel and not being able to show up at that fight.
Yeah, no teleports coming in. Still does give the advantage to Victoria, albeit a small amount. King now sieging in this middle lane. They've got healthy Harold the Giraffe here to help them out. They should be able to take this one down.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. And one of the big things is getting a pick, then using Herald means you can clean side waves at the same time.
Still dead.
Fantix still bottom, knocking away at that turret.
Fantix not going to be hit by the spear, but 3 members charging on forward. He's a dead man.
Pretty dead. It's not the first time we've seen that. A bit of deja vu.
I mean, that's absolutely terrifying. Righteous Glory on a Sejuani, just rushing you.
Now, there's a reason why Swiper loves this build on Sejuani.
Yeah, he's actually seen it from ADD, I believe, of the LCKs, where his inspiration came from. Of course, Swiper has been playing in Korean solo queue.
Flash coming out from Carbon. Getting away from the spear as well as glitter lens from Ejim.
That will also give them control over that blue buff area. Only, of course, wants the maximum. This is the correct way to play Nidalee. When you get tempo on the side of the jungle, you have to take everything.
Roma picked up the blue buff as well in the meantime. Now New South Wales setting for a siege in the bottom lane, allowing Swiffer to split push. Does have teleport available. They've chipped at this turret earlier. FBI getting some good damage down, already putting traps down behind the turret, making it difficult for Victoria to spot them out. Turret's going to fall. Swiffer's trying to trade. The rest of Victoria will group up.
Yeah, so it looks like they managed to pick up the turret. You can see how hesitant they still are to dive on forward, just because King has got 2 completed items, one of which being Infinity Edge, and there's no real armor apart from Swiper picked up on the NSW squad. So if one reset comes through, the team fight looks real hairy.
Yeah, the major conflicting difference between these teams is, as you mentioned, Swiper's going to be a tank where they've got a 0-4 Jace, and he's gone for the Blade of the Ruin King build. So Fantix not going to be having a great time, even in the split push, just because of how far ahead Swiper's going to be. That and Ejim's also on the Lulu, so their team fighting has that extra tankiness.
But the one thing they still have is 1-3-1, so it doesn't necessarily have to be Jace going up against it. They can send the Kassadin down there, double teleport is available, and then Ryoma kind of has to go up against Fantix, and Fantix will just be able to clear out waves, and that's how you get yourself back in the game, because Ryoma shouldn't be looking necessarily aggressive in that side of the map, whereas Fantix will be looking to shove down turrets very quickly.
Well, let's see what the Victoria lane assignment is designed to be. For now, though, gold is dead even between these two teams. 3 turrets to 4 in favor of New South Wales. A single dragon in their name.
This is also something we've seen very often. Send 2 teleport members at whoever's cleaning up the side lane, because then you are... Ooh, that was just weird. And
RNG onto the trap. FBI trying to take this red buff. Does get it. Polymorph on towards Swiffer, forcing him to back out. He's got a blue buff.
Chase.
He's going to be able to rift walk away nice and easy.
I mean, he didn't even have to rift walk.
They're trying to collapse on towards Swiper during this time, only looking for some more spears. Mountain Dragon is up and available to be fought over.
The second, of course, the first one going to New South Wales, so you'd imagine Victoria with a little bit more emphasis on wanting to take this one down.
And they just do it so damn quick. Zyra, as well as any Bork user, in this case it's actually Jace. Big root there.
Yeah, Swiper taking a lot of damage. His passive is now going to be stopped. Swiffer goes in. Swiper in trouble. He's forced to flash away. Righteous Glory is able to get him out a little bit quicker. Ryoma's now looking to see if he can jump over the wall, throws out the lasers.
And this is what I'm talking about, those little zoning tools. You saw Swiper went forward, but the traps actually went over him and zoned anyone else from stepping up. And eventually Swiper will be tanky enough to just eat all that damage in the face. But right now, because of a Righteous Glory Rush, that is not the case. So no major ultimates burnt out of Vic.
Especially without magic resistance from Swiper. There's a there's a Kassadin, there's an Elise, and a Zyra running around Summoner's Rift. That's a lot of early game magic damage.
Certainly is. However, good siege on top lane will take out about half the turret's health.
Swiper positioning behind the back line. Swiffer jumps on in to get some good damage down. One more tick until the stun. We'll be able to get it. Gets good damage, but that's about it. Meanwhile, Fantix destroys bottom lane turret. Ryoma, though, caught out very low. Karma's jumping on in. Good wild growth, but he still falls. Who's this fight going to go through? Jake with a big ultimate. Double kill for Swiffer. Only's in trouble. Ace in the hole gets good damage, but Swiffer still alive. Shut down by Only. Carbon is running with his head between his heels, but look at Fantix. He's right behind the entire team, looking for the snipes. FBI is caught out. Has to flash away. On the traps goes King. Good headshot from the Caitlyn. It's a very scrappy team fight, but it seems like it's just a 1 for 2.
Yeah, it certainly is. New South Wales did get top lane turret, so in the end, a winning trade for the boys in blue. However, that was very small, I guess, margins from both teams being a complete disaster. Vic, everyone was low, and Fantix's teleport, if it had been moments earlier, would have cleaned up that fight.
There was actually a lot of delicate things happening there. Rome had used his ultimate already, forced King's summoner spells that were already gone before the fight started. That's why the Jinx wasn't there. And suddenly you're getting 1v1s happening everywhere as a result of this, all to try and stop the turret going down, but it did.
Yeah, and at the same time, I'm sorry, but it's actually Vic that came out ahead because I think Creeps took down the bottom lane turret. That one had been prepared by Fantix.
Fantix was able to stay down there long enough for that to fall.
So that's massive. All of a sudden, Fantix is 80 CS up, and even he's 0-4-0. This is just going to be the suicide split push game.
The only thing they got out of that was a 2-for-1 trade, as well as a shutdown on Swiffer, 1-for-1 in turret.
Just take a look at the mini-map. It was Fantix still down on that side of the map. And this is where Ryoma had already used his ulti. That's why King's so low and lives for just long enough. When Jake had flashed in, I thought that was going to be the turning point, but his exhaust is very late. And that meant that they'd already been able to make up the gap. Shutdown came through onto the Kassadin, and the teleport needed to be early.
Yeah, and super lucky that FBI actually got knocked up by the Zyra ultimate, or everybody was going to die to the red buff Caitlyn. So that was a very delicate fight that could have actually gone either way, but didn't.
Yeah,
so missing a
Fantix has been caught out here.
FBI, does he know? Doesn't look like he knows that Fantix is in this bush, so he's going to be able to get out of this one scot-free. Missed opportunity there by New South Wales.
As a spectator, that does feel awkward, but he had no idea.
Swiffer now trading against Swiper. Swiper still very little magic resistance.
Oh, no!
And now Swiper is trying to go on top of him. Gets the Sunlock, but Swiffer gets the kill. Roma is booking it down to the bottom lane, but still big outplay.
I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like the ultimate could have been the difference in health bar there.
Roma's going for it, though. He's ghosting, throws down the ultimate, flashes forward, gets the Q, but it's not enough. Swiffer, does he have enough mana for one more Rift Walk? It doesn't seem like it, but now Carver's collapsing. Jake's here as well. Good stun. Egypt's there. Wild Growth, not enough. They will trade 2-for-1.
Damn, Jake does a lot of damage.
We're just biffing off.
Blew him up. I actually think that Swiffer was trying to bait there and wanted to throw out the last Q to get the magic damage shield and be able to live through that whole thing. Maybe a little bit cute for his own good. If he didn't turn around, team still would have probably been able to clean that one up. However, it's still a 2-for-1 trade, so you can't be too mad about it. And also burn both of Ryoma's summoner spells.
Not the right idea when the upgraded Hex Core is there for the Victor, because even if you get the Q off, he gets the move speed, you were definitely going to die no matter what if you turn around. So a little bit unfortunate for Swiffer, but he did his part. He found himself Swiper. They had the Chief off.
I mean, I do feel sorry for Swiper in that exchange because you're playing a pure tank and he's playing a very accelerated Kassadin. I don't feel in many situations you actually win that as the Sejuani.
Doesn't exactly have all the MR in the world, just the stone plate.
Right now, King, though, he's picked up all 3 of his items. Infinity Edge, Hurricane, and Rapid Fire Cannon, whereas FBI still sitting on his Zeal Cocoon, narrowly missing only there, who is very far accelerated. Rod of Ages almost fully stacked.
Bum hairs right there, Fish.
That's explicit.
That's how close it was.
Singed them.
Goodness sake.
Advance Fish.
It's dead even in this game, guys. About 800 gold in Victoria's favor.
600, but yep.
Both of them have a Mountain Dragon.
But still a lot of that gold, as you mentioned, even though it is 600, there's just so much of it on only that relative to the rest of the team, if they can get rid of the Nidalee or not have Nidalee in the fight, you'd say it's actually more than that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where this situation is where Only's really going to shine, because he's equal level nearly, should be able to take out Fantix here in the 1v1 if he lands a spear. However, in a big team fight, Nidalee becomes, I don't want to say useless, but like someone that has to play the fight very carefully. You have to skirt, you have to be able to transfer pressure, and you need to know when you can go in for the assassination, and that gets very hard when you're playing against an exhaust Zyra.
Fantix going to head back to base. FBI is still chipping away at this mid lane in the turret. King has been sent there to defend, and Swiffer is still split pushing with his teleport.
I don't think that'll change until he's level 16. Fish, I think at that point, then he can look for the team fights. The flanks from a Kassadin at that level 16 point. 2 seconds on your ultimate, rather obnoxious, and that's not with cooldown reduction in mind.
And credit to Carbon, has actually caught up in farm and levels right now. So 122 to 145, as far as Elise goes, that's nearly winning that matchup. Does get chunked out. Carbon, I'm trying to say nice things about you. Please let me.
You do have to wonder if the adaptive helm is really worth it on the Elise this game around anyway.
Yeah.
When you're looking at his opponents, there's a lot of magic damage, sure, but not a lot of it's going to be something like a Rumble, which is what you usually see it against.
Yeah, I think it's a Victor ultimate that they want to get out of. Swiffer here, going to have to 1v2.
Should have waited for the stun there, only he's
Here
going to
comes
take it out
Fantix.
so low now. Redemption's going to come out. Swiffer still chasing on forward. Now it's in an awkward spot as FBI is coming down as well. He's going for the kill. He gets obliterated. That was a rookie mistake coming out by FBI there. Fantix still in trouble though. Only jumps back in. Swiffer now being jumped on by Egypt. Glitterland's not going to connect. The auto attack's going through. Ryoma comes down, but it's a double kill for Big Swift.
Yeah, it certainly is. The rest of Team Vic look to collapse. I think Baron should have been the call, honestly. That was every member heading down bottom lane, and you have a very fair jinx. But still, New South Wales attack that side lane and get the teleport out.
Look at the summoner spells New South Wales had to burn though. Ghost on Ryoma, flash by Only, flash by Swiper, and flash by both the bottom laners just to kill Swiffer. No one used a summoner spell in that situation except for Fantix.
Yeah, very big amount of summoners now used to secure just the kill. Of course, by getting it, they find themselves with a little bit of tempo, you'd have to imagine, but you can't even see them getting into the river, not even warding the Baron itself, because Zyra's dangerous. Zyra with a Jinx nearby, you will die, especially with all of the summoners gone.
Dragon is picked up by New South Wales. Just a Cloud Dragon though, but still one to add to the list. Next one to Swan's going to be Infernal.
And one more time, the Kassadin's getting scary. We've only seen Kassadin lose that game versus New Zealand earlier today, and even then was just such a nuisance in the team fight, able to consistently chase out. And I feel like he's on the verge of having the Zhonya's picked up, and that trinity of items is certainly something to fear.
I believe the EU LCS is one of the more prolific Kassadin regions, and what we always hear from their players when they talk about Kassadin is just the level 16 power spike. That's what they wait for. That's how they win the game. Think of old AP Cogmore, if anyone's familiar with that. Level 16 power spikes, pretty much GG o'clock.
And have a look at Swiffer's level. He is 16 at the moment. Fantix still have a little bit of catching up to do.
They actually want King in the mid lane. Swiper.
Got him. Double stun lock coming down. Ace in the hole. Ryoma picks up that kill. Now sieging mid lane in a turret.
That is beautiful from Swiper. Honestly, just trusted himself, flew in there with the Righteous Glory, nailed the ultimate. King had summoner spells up and only got the heal out. Flash first, asked questions later of how the hell I died.
Tanking up this turret quite a bit here. Decides to pull off. Fantix split pushing bottom lane.
This is going to be so annoying to deal with Fantix. The man's picked up 1 assist in a 21 kill game. However, he has so many deaths. Because this is all he's going to do. He's just going to sit in the side lane and push forever. Now you're baiting a Baron against someone that's just going to continue to shove through.
Fantix now rotating over.
Yeah. He's the cinch player that everyone hates.
King is 10 seconds away. No quick way for Jinx to get into the fight. Baron's already at half health. NSW looking to try and fight for this one. Victoria do have a good position advantage.
Call.
It is going to be bursted down. Even Redemption being called through. Only gets the smite through, but at what cost? FBI already so low. Swiffer goes in with the Sonias. From downtown, there's a Jinx ultimate. Swiffer still going in. Gets a double before he dies. Only stuck in the back half of the pit. Fantix trying to take down Ryoma in a one-on-one. Spear's not going to connect. Knocks him back into the rest of the team. And Big Swift himself is stuck against 3 members of Victoria. He can't quite take them down. Big team fight from Victoria. Baron still goes to New South Wales.
Huge team fight for Victoria in the 4v5. They're able to get the victory, and you can see they want to push 2 lanes simultaneously. Only will get to this one to apply Baron buff, but they've still got King in the mid lane, and as a Jinx should be able to rip through this turret.
At the very least, the mid lane turret goes down. Good moves from Victoria, just crashing down on where the Baron was being taken. So with that, with all of the time still remaining, they do have the availability to run from top lane immediately to red buff. They could have looked at bottom, because if the stars aligned and everybody died, that might have been bot lane inhib as well from minions.
Yeah,
take a look at the fight again.
Only thing that went positive for New South Wales was the fact that Only got away, but Swiffer got into the back line. That was actually a huge ulti, because it got Ejim low enough that Swiffer could trade 1-for-1, and without shields, very hard to fight the Vic squad. And you can see that Jake on the back line just continually CCing Swiper meant that Fantix had enough damage to clean up Tommy and continue out this team fight.
Yeah, Swiper did the best he could, you'd have to imagine, but hit the best he could as a tank isn't actually going to result in those follow-up kills, and this is where all of the carries that are there from Victoria can actually shine through, is when New South Wales are focused on a Baron.
And look at the damage items coming out from the entirety of the Vic squad. We haven't talked about King in a long time, but he's got 5 items. Oh!
FBI caught out. That's a wild Cassidy that has appeared. He's trying to use the base gates. Wild Grove comes through. The entire New South Wales squad rallies behind their AD carry. And now Swiffer has been turned on. Wild Spear from downtown. Only picks up the kill.
That was nicely played. FBI and Only. I mean, there's nothing else to really say there. That was really nice play, and now they're going aggressive onto King.
Well, misses out the ultimate, but King has used his flash for Jinx. That's a death sentence as the lockdown comes out from Swiper. New South Wales, 2 kills.
That's the danger of the Righteous Glory coming through from Swiper, and now they go mid.
He's still going in. Swiper's not done yet. He says, come back here. I want more. Jake instead, they're pushing for these
That
inhibitors.
might be the game. All of a sudden, you got a Nidalee still with Baron buff that can heal up a Caitlyn and take down these turrets. Huge death time is still on the duo lane. Swiffer will be back, but can they actually defend here?
Good poke coming out for Fantix. Knocks them down just below half health. First inhibitor turret's going to fall. Working on the inhibitor now. Now do New South Wales push on or back off?
20
Seems like
seconds still.
No, they
Going
have
for
to
the
back
safe
away.
fight.
There's no lifesteal for FBI. They're banking so much on just the Nidalee and the Jace poke. They saw it hit them. They know it hurts. And they know if that Cassidy comes alive and they do die, they lose the game pretty much immediately.
But the thing is that you still are rolling the dice on out-team fighting a late-game Cassidy. And we've seen already that there's not that much damage to deal with him.
Yeah.
I can see your point about the poke. I just think that you don't want to go super late game with the Nidalee on your squad against Cassidy.
Hey man, I'm an LPL caster. I understand you at a fundamental level, but they obviously have their own mindset here.
dead even still though. New South Wales and Victoria.
34 seconds until Infernal Fish. Oh, that's going to be a big objective.
61,000 gold for both these teams. Only's Baron buff is going to expire. Next to no crazy advantage besides mid lane constantly pushing for New South Wales, but even then, easy to deal with as just one inhibitor down. And with double teleport as well. Well, it is. Swiffer actually taking quite a bit of damage, trying to chase him towards Swiper. Carbon, though, jumping on top of FBI. He flashes away. Swiper's now the one that's in trouble. Pops his items to try and stay as tanky as possible. Wildgrove comes out from Egypt. Only's forced to back away. FBI cleansing on out. This is a fight that neither team really wants to take at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, but Vix have both the teleports available, so if they can get Swiffer back, if they can get Fantix back, they can teleport both members in, and ultimates aren't as important to the Vic lineup as they are to New South Wales, because no Sejuani ult, no Ryoma ultimate, but what is this fight?
That is Inferno, absolutely decimated by New South Wales. Next to spawn is going to be the Elder Dragon.
And they actually decide not to pull the trigger on either, so a big advantage picked up for New South Wales. Ryoma's going to love the Infernal.
Warmog's armor has been picked up by Swiper. If he wasn't tanky before, he is an absolute monster now.
Yeah, they need a Bork on King, I think.
They need a lot of things to get Sejuani off them at the moment, but as it stands, you would have to imagine that's just one spear.
King! Get back to your base!
Don't reach Youngblood.
You walk that one out.
New South Wales now trying to continue their aggression. Pushing down the bottom lane. No Baron buff available. Baron's respawning in the next minute 45.
Must be an item that Carbon's waiting for because he's nowhere near the team. As an Elise, that's a little bit strange.
Well, they need to deal with top wave as well, and Carbon's running Banner of Command. So ideally, if they can get him up there before the siege happens, he can set up the minions. But the longer he stays up there, the longer the spears connect, this turret will fall.
Almost looks like Season 2 of the way, only throwing out these spears. First turret falls. Bottom lane inhibitor now under siege. New South Wales just push on through. Stop it, they have families only.
It's a skill shot, dude.
Swiffer though, trying to hunt him down, jumps into the back lines, takes a laser to the face. Fantix wants some of the action, misses his gate.
A little bit of an interesting gate there.
Meant to put it in front of the shock blast, not behind.
Actually, you're not. You're supposed to drop them on the same position as each other, but, you know, if you want to be a smartass to a pro player, go for it.
I'm not saving him.
With that, still it's dead even between the two teams, but 2 inhibitors now down on the side of Victoria.
And that's huge news, right? All of a sudden, even though you feel like you're okay in team fights, having such a big pressure placed on your base, you can maybe nullify one through a Banner of Command.
And one big thing as well, as we are at this point where Victoria is stuck in their base, look at the vision on the map. They've literally been so stuck that there isn't basically a ward anywhere, and they now need to get to the Baron. So the best thing you'll get from them is pretty much just Jake walking through one area to get to the Baron, but he then has to recall, get more vision, and then try and walk through all over again, and that's when New South Wales will find them. He has small amounts of vision now, but it's not enough to actually prevent a Baron from being taken, and it's up in 4 seconds.
This is a stage of the game where Swiper starts to take negligible damage, and you cannot get hit by one of those spears because Only is now throwing torpedoes at people.
I was trying to chase on in. New South Wales positioning more towards top side of the map than they are towards the Baron pit. Deep inside of Victoria's jungle now.
There is potential to catch them here. Swiper's nowhere to be seen.
Spear connects. Swiffer's going to not going to take too much damage from those.
It's just so dangerous Only.
Yeah, Moby Boots are your friend. You do not want your Moby Boots broken.
He's got an Athenes as well, so those heals are going to get quite a bit of health back for FBI or whoever he decides to put those on top of.
Baron's winning the fight currently.
Here we go.
They lock one down. That's going to be a dead Carbon in a sec. But Fantix has destroyed Egypt before he can use any of his spells. Swiffer's in the back lines. He will live, but with next to no health. Sniper finds her mark. FBI gets a kill towards Jay. And New South Wales pile through the Victoria lineup. Triple kill for Tommy. Swiffer narrowly escapes death from Only. And New South Wales are going to try and push for the win.
Yeah, and this should not be enough for Victoria to survive. Swiffer is still alive, but that is 4 members strong. And the only member they got was Ejim. They're going to see Swiper clean up this bottom lane wave, and it has super creep, so this should be a New South Wales victory.
Need a legitimate miracle, honestly, from Swiffer here to save the game. It doesn't look like he has it.
Let's see what he can do. It's 1-on-4 for Swiffer. He can't pull the creeps up. They're already aggro towards the base. He's going in, jumped on by everyone. Ace picked up by FBI. And with that, New South Wales pick up game 1 of this best of 5 series.
And Swiper's tank play is looking to be the difference right now. You can see that it took so much to deal with him. His initiations and picks were on point. It looks really difficult to deal with Swiper. You cannot give him Sejuani again.
Yeah, big performance as well from Roma on the Victor. Being able to complement all of the engages. Swiper hits the stun, and you know the Victor's about to blow somebody up. That, and of course, Only goes without saying how well he played on that Nidalee. A star performance.
Great start from Only on that Nidalee. Didn't translate the lead to the other lanes, but used the lead he had fantastically. Even in those team fights, hitting spear after spear. Almost one-shotting King from max distance as well.
certainly did play well. I still think, however, if you are New South Wales, you have a look at that team composition and you're like, there was a point in the mid-game where we were legitimately exposed by 1-3-1. So how do we shore up that one gap? Because you know that if Victoria is going to play Comfort, which they have all tournament long so far, it's going to be 1-3-1. And from about 25 minutes onwards until that very late game, it looked like it was working.
Yeah, definitely a dangerous thing moving forwards. A lot of adaptation. This is where the coaches come into play, and how do they come into that second game? Because if there are weaknesses, can New South Wales shore it up, or can Victoria actually attack that one thing more specifically?
And it's still very similar to the way Victoria played in Game 1 against New Zealand here. Much more standard picks. We always have that potential that they go back to what they played in Games 2 and 3 to pull the one back in their favor. This time around, we have a best of 5. I mean, we have an Urgot that could potentially be played here by Victoria, but we'll find out that later. For now, let's break down this game by throwing it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Fish. And that was an interesting game. Very back and forth, but it was definitely a more calculated game from what we've seen so far. And Froskuren, I know that you actually said to me I was fairly impressed of how this game was going, at least in the early and mid game.
Yeah, no shade thrown at the other teams, but I feel like this is the first game that we got at the tournament. I was like, wow, this is actually pretty competent League of Legends going back and forth here. The teams analyze each other, they saw what they were doing, and there was a lot of trading of objectives. Anytime you see a lot of those trades, it means that the teams understand, like, okay, this is where our opponent's going to be, so this is what we need to take and trade across the map. So it just shows that everyone is very heads up and paying attention to what's happening.
Yeah, I really liked what I saw from, Only throughout the entire tournament has been spot on in how he's been playing. Same with Egypt. New South Wales so far has showcased to be the best team play team. They work really well together. And even though Team Victoria have been a team that have been just starstruck throughout the entire tournament. Every single one of them, I guess that's not the right term. They are the stars.
That's a perfect term, Raz.
They are the stars in this tournament. And they've showcased that as the game goes on, like as the day has gone on, this is day 2, this is the last day, this is probably the best team play we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, 100%. Let's bring it back to the picks and bans specifically, because there was a composition here from Victoria where you described it as kind of a bursty composition, but we had a component of chase down. But we saw so many times in that game where Victoria were overreaching, trying to find kills, and that kind of bit them in the arse, honestly. And there was multiple bans like the Ash coming in from New South Wales that just prevented them from starting off those fights and actually finalizing them.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Throughout the tournament, we've noticed that Fantix is not a tank player. He is a carry player. He's not even a top laner, so he's been bringing a lot of the mid lane picks up to the top side. And so I guess Jake said it very well. Spawn on the desks, or at least on the casting, that said it well in the sense that Swiper's tank play is really starting to come forward for them, because even though Jinx, she does well in terms of the small burst, and if she can get it rolling with like once the team fight starts off with a burst of Kassadin, maybe that can really steamroll the fight going forward. But if they don't utilize those windows well, those very small windows that they have, in the sense that if the team fight starts and if the Jace is there, then suddenly they're in a full 5v5 and they just get turned on entirely. We saw a few moments where that has happened here, and that's making it harder for Team Victoria. But it's going to be tough to see if they continue on with the compositions going forward.
Yeah, I agree with Raz. It's this idea that unless Victoria's team composition is moving forward, it's really hard for it to move back, just because it doesn't have that tank to set the line of scrimmage. But what that also meant is that Only's Nidalee gets to be that much more effective. Normally, Nidalees do fall off. You know, they have that incredible lead early game. He played phenomenally, but normally they fall off in the late game. But when you don't have a true tank, those spears are still so relevant late game. You saw it as King was coming out of the base. He eats a spear right between the eyes. He's like, well, I guess I'm at 25% HP. Got to turn around and go back to base. And it seems small, but those delayed seconds, that 30 seconds where you need to reset, means so much when a team is this up on it, like picking up objectives, setting up dragons, moving their vision to the Baron. You can't afford to lose that time.
It worked out remarkably well for Only in the early game as Carbon was looking for the invade. We're going to take a look at that replay as we bring this one up. And Carbon, it looked good from the start, but he just went too deep.
Yeah, Carbon throughout the tournament showcased himself to be a cheese player in a sense. He would find those moments and really hit him. This looked great for him because Only he looked like he should have died, but my God, that was like 2 HP that he's able to come out ahead. And then New South Wales, their team play is really starting to showcase. It looked like Ryomo was getting hit up, but meanwhile, the bottom lane is rotating, and the bottom lane of King and Jake just haven't clued in. They haven't started moving. You can see Only already laughing. The reason for it is he gets first blood in a situation that he's getting pushed out on. Carbon makes a play that honestly should work. That looked incredible for him, but it just backfired him entirely because New South Wales comes out as a team.
Yeah, and just the fact that the bot lane didn't move there from Carbon's side or Victoria's side. Like, they should have had the push advantage. The Jinx, we talked about how Jinx going into Caitlyn, one of the few champions that can go toe-to-toe with her. You don't expect Swiffer to get there first because he's across from Victor. He's not level 6 yet. He can't actually compete very well in that lane, isn't going to have push priority, so I flag Victoria's bottom lane entirely on that early gameplay.
100%, because we were talking about that in the mid game as well, how Victoria playing around bottom side and then they get caught out, and then there's the whole Baron play starting to come in from New South Wales, and it was just kind of a disaster when it got to those mid-game shot calls.
But the one good thing that was working for the mid-game was when Swiffer started to go off on the Kassadin. They were playing those side lanes. Again, Raz brought up the fact that they didn't have a tank, so they didn't really want to play the big 5v5s. They wanted to exploit their kind of like hit-and-run skirmish potential, a lot of that mobility, a lot of the ability to burst out certain targets. The problem is that a lot of that gold started leaking onto Sejuani. I believe she got a couple of double kills. I think 2 times she got a double kill off into the side lane, and what looked good, suddenly Sejuani turned into this massive tank that no one was going to be able to kill, and at that point New South Wales were like, it's time to 5v5, boys.
Yeah.
One thing was even funnier is that we even saw a point where Swiffer got a 1v1 kill onto the Sejuani because she got Righteous Glory early on, which
Missed
has been
the ult.
Exactly. That's something we've seen from Swiper. If he gets onto the Sejuani pick, he goes Righteous Glory early. So that is the one window that you can really go and try and bully him. But you mentioned it, the assist gold, the kills gold. He started to stack up into a tank that really just bullied the rest of these team fights.
And it was that unkillable Sejuani, well, partially because there was that one team fight that did go the way of Victoria with the punish on the Baron, but following that, it was just that one great team fight. We're going to take a look at that one. It was the game-ending team fight. They just simply couldn't do anything up against New South Wales composition.
Yeah, so this is New South Wales. They're starting up on Baron. They're really just getting positioning, and this is making it incredibly difficult for Team Victoria. And right then and there, the pick goes off. Swiper is up front, and even though the damage goes onto Ejim, so he's already down, Swiper is so damn tanky. The guy is not going to really care too much with the damage that he's been soaking up, and it creates space for FBI, Ryoma, and even Only, so close to getting that last kill. But they were able to move up so far forward, even without the extra member with Lulu going down, and it just worked out with the composition that they've had.
And in the end, it didn't matter because it just turned out to be the win in the end. So that's game one. In terms of just adaptations heading into the rest of the series, is there much that Victoria can do? Because I know both of you guys, of course, predicted a New South Wales win, but Raz, you did say that they would win at least one game in the set.
Yeah, Kassadin has been a primary pick for the team. It goes into the top lane or into the mid lane. I think their 1-3-1 is exceptional. They were bullying Team New South Wales in that game.
Yeah.
They should just be able to say, if they want to go and make that strategy work out, all in on the strat. Like, for instance, if we see Swiffer in the bottom lane getting a kill or so, and if you want to commit to the fight, commit every member to it. Or at least bring in Jinx, bring in King, bring in the jungler to really get something going there. So I think they should all in on the strategy going forward. I think the picks were fine if they played to the comp.
It's decisiveness. I think we keep using this phrasing about like communication. We don't actually know what's happening in Victoria's comms, but they just look very indecisive on the map. When it's one person making a decision, it looks great.
Yeah.
But it's when it's Swiffer and he's got 4 people on the bottom side of the map and Victoria aren't collapsing onto him to get involved in that fight or aren't moving towards the Baron because the jungler is bottom, that's when there's problems.
Yeah, and we'll see if those communication problems will continue as the series goes on, because of course it is a best of 5. We are going to take a quick break before we head into the next game. It will be our second game of this best of 5. Still a long road to go for both of these two teams. We'll see you after this break.
Swiper still very little magic position.
Oh, no! And now Swiper is trying to go on top of him, gets the stun lock, but Super gets the kill. Roma is booking it down to the bottom lane, but still big outplay.
I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like the ultimate could have been the difference in health bar there.
Roma's going for it though.
Agree.
He's ghosting, throws down the ultimate, flashes forward, gets the Q, but it's not enough. Swiffer, does he have enough mana for one more Rift Walk? It doesn't seem like it, but now Carver's collapsing. Jake's here as well, good stun, Ejim's there, Wild Growth, not enough.
They will trade 2 for 1.
Big squad. We haven't talked about King in a long time. He's got 5 items. Oh!
FBI caught out. That's a wild Kassadin that has appeared. He's trying to use the base gaze. Wild Growth comes through. The entire New South Wales squad rallies behind their AD carry. And now Swiffer has been turned on. Wild Spear from downtown. Only picks up the kill.
Flat currently. Here we go.
Offset, they lock one down. That's going to be a dead carbon in a sec. But Fancy's has destroyed Egypt before he can use any of his spells. Swiffer's in the backlines. He will live, but with next to no health. Sniper finds her mark. FBI gets a kill towards Jay. And New South Wales pile through the Victoria lineup. Triple kill for Tommy. Swiffer narrowly escapes death from Only. And New South Wales are going to try and push for the win.
Yeah, and this should not be enough for Victoria to survive. Swiffer is still alive.
It's 1-on-4 for Swiffer. He can't pull the creeps up. They're already aggro towards the base. He's going in, jumped on by everyone. Ace picked up by FBI. And with that, New South Wales pick up game 1 of this best of 5 series.
Welcome back to the League of Origin Grand Finals. We're coming at you with Game 2 now, and we're only minutes away. But before we get to it, we need to break down what Victoria need to do to actually win this tournament. A couple quick updates. Victoria will now be on blue side, and Spooks will be coming into the jungle. Do you think this will change the team dynamic too much?
Yeah, 100%. Again, no shade on Carbon. He had a good jungle invade. He's one of my favorite junglers in the OPL. But I just think that the synergy with Spooks and Swiffer is just that much stronger. And I think Swiffer is probably the strongest, most consistent member out of Victoria's lineup. So they should be willing or looking to maximize his potential.
Yeah, consistency is a big point. We've seen games where, in this very tournament, where Carbon's shot off, done incredibly well off of his level 2 ganks in the mid lane and the top lane. His early pressure is fantastic. Or he just completely falls off just based on the risk he does take. He is a very risk-averse, or at least he's a risk-taking jungler. Meanwhile, Spooks, he ain't about that life. He definitely is not.
He's like water.
He's like water. He just does not take any risks. So if he seems bland, but you'll come to appreciate it.
It's the flow. It's how Spooks moves throughout the jungle.
Is he Bruce Lee now?
No, when I was actually... Spooks understands this. If he could hear me, he would be nodding.
All right, guys. I want to. Okay, hold on. I want to talk about picks and bans here.
Okay,
So, what do Victoria need to do? Do they stick with a composition? Do you feel like now that Spooks has come in, this is something that they can execute, or would you rather they go elsewhere? Because there was so much overreaching in that game. I could count it on my hands how many times that Victoria just kind of went into these situations that they had no out.
I mean, the trend usually is that when Spooks is on the field, that he's kind of been their tank jungler for the tournament, and Carbon's been more of like the carry, or like the Lee Sens, the Elises, and things like that, which is funny because they can play everything. Like, we know that Spooks can pick up the Graves and go off, so I think it does open up the potential where you have someone like a frontline, like a Gragas in Spooks' hand.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to see him play that. Spooks is great when it comes to vision control around the mid lane. I would like to see that. I would like to see Victoria continue to play their 1-3-1 compositions and just have Spooks look to make the lanes healthier and a lot more safer in the early laning phase rather than looking to play around Carbon or looking to play around the jungle role. So I think it's going to be a lot more boring to watch, perhaps. But it's going to be a lot better for Victoria to look for a victory here.
But that's what we think, but we want to know what the casters think as well as we hand it over to them for the call. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Pulse. We're about to get into the second match of this Best of 5 series. It's going to be Victoria taking on New South Wales. Currently, New South Wales are leading 1-0 in the Best of 5 series.
Yeah, they definitely are.
That is a factual correct. That is a fact. Like, I can't argue with that. Will they go up 2-0? I hope not, because I don't want to reverse sweep twice in a day. That's just embarrassing for the other teams.
I will say, for what it's worth, game number 1 was actually quite impressive from New South Wales. Victoria were left with a lot to be desired. They can still bring that forward. They can still show that, but so far, so good for New South Wales, and I am still here to separate them, by the way.
I mean, they had some time to go back to the drawing board, during that break to formalize what their strategy is going to be coming up against New South Wales. Have to see.
Are you talking about Victoria?
Yeah,
they did none of that. They were just sitting in the room having a good time. So don't worry about that. They've already got the strategies formalized. Real heavy 4-1 patch, and I say that with like much chagrin. I much prefer 1-3-1 League of Legends. I think everyone knows that that is my preferred way of playing. But right now, it seems that tank tops really are starting to take over, and you just 4-1, you get a lane pushing with your tank, you get in there for a little bit of a pick, and Righteous Glory on the Sejuani was the key difference for me. So I was interested to see whether Vic do look to ban that one away.
Yeah, it feels like New South Wales are the perfect example of what the ideal meta does seem to be, right? Where Victoria are playing much more of the 1-3-1. They're trying to put their mid laner, who is playing top lane, into the side lane. So they're almost forced into the 1-3-1 type of style. Yep. I think we've seen Fantix play a top lane champion once, and that was a defeat. So realistically, we are looking to see him continue to play the same style, just do it a little bit better.
And even then it was J4, which as far as top lane champions go, sure is in meta, but really isn't by any stretch of the imagination a tank, is more of a diver. So yeah, certainly isn't Fantix's wheelhouse. I think the best games he's had is actually when he's on a mage and something like a Lulu, something like a Karma, where he can group up. Even if he shoves out the wave, it's when he's around King that he's the most dangerous.
And we already saw in the 2 games that Victoria able to win against New Zealand, that is how they won. Playing around King with those unorthodox team compositions was the key to their victory. We have to see if Victoria can do it again here to try and pull this one back against New South Wales. But we're heading into Champion Select for that second match. They have swapped sides, so Victoria will be on the blue side of Summoner's Rift.
Blues will be on the red side of Summoner's Rift.
As you do. I mean, you're both blue.
They're light blue.
Still blue.
Best kind of blue.
Technically correct.
Karma and Zach have been banned out by New South Wales. Galio hitting the bench. They don't want Swiper to get his hands on that champion. He's played it pretty much for half the tournament so far.
You have to watch with this third ban. Will it actually be a Sejuani? Will they actually take that away from Swiper? The 2 times we have seen him play it has been quite successful.
No.
I am surprised that it hasn't been taken off the board, but it's EGIM. Still a pretty good ban.
There's a reverse side of that coin, right? Because it definitely wasn't able to answer the split. So there is it was so impactful in team fights, and ultimately I think it won them the game. However, at the same time, it was 120 CS behind, I think, at one point, and they were ceding side lane control. So it's kind of, you're damned if you do, but we give up a big advantage if we also take that away.
Final ban from New South Wales is going to be Gragas. This time, Spooks has stepped back into the jungle. So still rotating between Spooks and Carbon. And the first pick from Victoria is going to be Lulu. Now they have the chance to play around King again.
And that's an interesting ban. I don't think any of us came into this tournament and was like, jungle Gragas, last ban red side every time, force it out of Spook's hands. Honestly, it's not a good pick for Only. He's much more of an aggressive farm-heavy style jungler. Likes the Nidalee, likes the Graves, likes the Lee Sin. So I'm not surprised they take it away.
And Lee Sin is the lock-it up choice for New South Wales with Swiper Sejuani heading to the top lane. Have to see if he's going to be up against Lulu, played by Fantix, or if it's going to be Jake that picks it up in the bottom lane this time round.
I have a tiny sneaking suspicion that's Fantix's Lulu. As I said, it's by far and away Beanie's most comfortable champion. He died a couple of times in laning phase, but he just knows how to play it in teamfights a little bit better, much more confident with keeping King up.
And you have to see what they couple with it, right? They've got the Lulu. They can even maybe look at the Jinx combo because Victoria first picked it this time. So we're already starting to see those pick ban trends actually formulate between the two teams in this best of 5 series.
Still waiting for the final pick coming out from Swiffer.
That was an extreme zoom in of Ryoma. I have never seen that man that close.
That was very perfect.
That final pick is going to be Ashe. This was something that New South Wales banned away in Game 1, which was a little surprising because it was FBI's signature pick.
Yeah, King's been first picking this actually quite a bit throughout all of the group stages. The round robin for Victoria does seem to be his most comfortable champion. He's looked fine on the Jinx. He's looked good on all the champions he's played, had a standout Twitch performance, but Ashe is always his go-to, his default, you'd have to say, of the AD carry.
I think this is more of a pick away, however, because when you have a look at it, I don't know whether he wanted to play non-hyper carry with a Lulu in the top lane, but if you gave over Ashe, that is just so much initiation and dive threat onto the front line that maybe you don't have an opportunity to get the hyper carry up and running, so maybe more a pick out of necessity. And now Ryoma picking up the Echo gives legitimate backline threat into what is already a frontline heavy composition.
Which was banned out against him last game in the second ban rotation by Victoria. So Ryoma will have a chance to flex his muscles with the champion. Immediately bans targeted towards Swiffer are thrown out. Not Victoria. Zed is going to be the ban that comes to mind. And Victoria targeting FBI here. Varus is actually banned out.
So Zed taken off the board, and we actually haven't seen any of the bottom lane selected from New South Wales yet, so that naturally is the area you're going to see targeted. You have to wonder, Ejim and FBI.
Zaya Rakan.
Zaya Rakan is exactly what I was going to say. He took the words out of my mouth. That or a Lucian Braum. Because they're killing assassins.
Kassadin's the next ban, a double ban, so to speak, towards Fantix and Swiffer.
Do they get rid of the Rakan? No, they don't. They want him to play it.
Instead, FBI is going to be taking a Caitlyn ban here.
Maybe they can take one away, of course. New South Wales only getting one pick.
Certainly is a possibility.
Is the hover of choice to kick things off.
Oh, that's boring.
Well, not if I predicted it. That's
FBI,
fantastic.
he can play Zaya, but he's not a big fan of the champion. So might be defaulting back to something a little bit more comfortable, and Lucian is locked in for him.
This is a real down and dirty comp, actually, out of New South Wales. I mean, they've got everything very short to mid-range. It's all about just getting everyone in there simultaneously, fighting as a 5-man unit. And that is difficult to do at times.
And looks like they're trying to pick up Kennen here as well, so that could potentially be a Lulu support.
Lulu.
But instead, they move towards Jarvan instead. Fantix should be playing that in the top lane.
Swift is like, there's still assassins left. Look at all these champions.
You can't ban him out. That is for certain, of course. A lot of these champions are just being listed through. You'll still probably find a side lane pressure champion from Swiffer. Very rarely will he default to a control, but it's very possible.
Cassiopeia locked in here for Swiffer to go up against the Echo.
So what they've done is they were like, we have a lot of pick right now. We have a lot of control. We have the opportunity now with our 3-man unit to either play side lanes in a 1-3-1, which is why we thought it was going to be an assassin, or we have the opportunity to really group up and try and match this The bad thing for the composition of Vic right now is no one matches Ryoma side lane. The good thing is, in a 5v5 team fight, they've got pretty ideal composition.
We won't get Zaya Rakan, but Rakan is still being locked in here for EGIM.
Tell me I'm not a little bit disappointed that we saw a Zaya hover, and then he changes to the Lucian. Now we're getting the Rakan instead. We're not going to get the dynamic duo in the bottom lane, but it is still a very strong support champion outright, and EGIM is a very good player.
Yeah, before EGIM went to Korea, he played, I think, 20 games of Rakan. He was like, I am going to become the best Rakan on the server. This guy is just so incredibly fun to play. He went over there. He had a 45% win rate. It was not looking good for him. Even changed his name to 45. However, stuck with it, put the time in, got it up there, and he's really mastered the champion right now. Look for the flash engages. Look for the big W knockups. He is very impressive on this champion.
Curious to see how it's going to go up against an Ashe Lulu lane because Rakan, not well known for his harass, but his all-in once he hits 6 is pretty deadly.
He's very good at complementing the Lucian, though. A very strong, independent champion in his own right when it comes to trading. He's going to have the Rakan to empower him to do that.
Also similar to the Brom, can dash onto the Lucian, help him out. Not so much to stand behind me, but...
Yeah, it doesn't put up a door afterwards, but can stand next to him.
Bit more of a peacock than a muscly man.
Still, I feel like the team compositions have swapped almost this time around. You've got much more, let's say, standard from Victoria. They've got more of a 1-4, almost something that you were talking towards being the strongest, but then you've got the Echo that can actually match the 1-3-1. So New South Wales came into this draft. They said, we'll do exactly what you've done, and then we'll actually just match it and perhaps best it. Victoria have changed strategy.
Yeah, certainly have, and the Cassiopeia is going to be the big thing of can they actually get Cassio rolling in the laning phase, because if you can, is very much a tank buster, and we know that Swiper will be going towards a lot of HP early up in that top lane, expecting early Leandries to come out.
Curious to see if anyone on the side of New South Wales is going to be picking up the Adaptive Helm, because when that item was released, the first champion that comes to mind is Cassiopeia. You have to get this against Cassiopeia, reduce the damage from Twin Fangs.
Yeah, Cassiopeia and Rumble, the two standout champions that Adaptive Helm works fantastically against, and we will have to see how it performs.
But who picks it up? I mean, when you have a look at it, it's not really, like, Sejuani is the only person that really stands out to me, can go early Adaptive Helm. Lee Sin can potentially get it late game, but you want the damage items first on Lee to be relevant throughout the middle stages.
Yeah, it'll be a third item from the Lee Sin if he does go towards it after he gets perhaps the Black Cleaver with his upgraded item.
I'll have to figure out what items are going to be picking up later on in the match, but for now we are on to Summoner's Rift for the second match of this best of 5 series. New South Wales taking on Victoria. New South Wales do currently lead 1-0, and there have been big changes in the draft heading into Game 2.
You can see that the Vic squad still looked really comfortable. When I walked into the room, they kind of said it's the best of 5. We still have another game that we can give away. I think that they would look at that game, and I think that what they were disappointed in is how many options they ran out of in the late game. They said it felt like they couldn't really 1-3-1 properly because of all the pressure that Swiper was putting on. He was way too tanky to take out in a limited amount of time. So this time around, they do have a lot more tank busting, I think, in their squad.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair to say with the Cassiopeia as well. Elise actually has execute damage, and King will be a Blade of the Ruin King champion. So absolutely right, as Fantix now trying to say good day.
He's not going to try and steal away some of these Raptors from Only. Should have the flag of the Q. Does have his Q. Only gets 1. Still a good trade, but won't stop the level 2 coming out from Only. Also makes it a little bit difficult for him to clear the Raptor camp, already popping potions.
Yeah, not that great of a trade, actually, because he's up against the Doran shield. Fantix will have to use a potion earlier, you would imagine, and that actually equalizes the items. So Fantix here probably actually looking for a shield, you would have to imagine, if he gets the perfect recall.
And bottom lane FBI already taking quite a bit of damage from King as well as Jake. EGIM trying to block the volley that it would eventually come out if there was enough time, but instead, good early trade from King and Jake.
Yeah, it certainly was. You can see already the problems that Rakan has. Very deceptively low range on a lot of his spells as well as that auto attack. So it does strut around looking like he is a little bit too big for his britches, but takes a lot of damage level 1.
Even Jake finds that funny.
In the mid lane, though, Ryoma already able to burn through 2 of Swiffer's corrupting potions, but he has no potions left for himself, just sitting on that Doran's ring. Swiffer throwing out the Twin Fangs every single opportunity he gets.
And I mean, as a teleport user, you do want to get through potions early, shove out the wave, go back for a second ring, as well as that corrupting potion. But you still need 450 gold.
There you go. Ghost from Swiffer trying to chase on towards Ryoma, flashes forward, not enough damage. Flash being used as a response from Ryoma.
Not actually the right play from Swiffer at all, but they are still looking for the dive. Remember, Ryoma has teleport, so he's going to come back to lane. Swiffer's used everything, forcing the recall.
Only.
Just fighting bottom.
Only in the bottom lane, but King and Jake just stand their ground. They're more than happy to go toe-to-toe with the amount of minions they have amassed at this bottom lane.
This is the second time we've actually seen in 2 best-of-5s. I think the first one was actually by New Zealand, where they've gone very aggressive onto King and Jake, got summoner spells, but they're not really capitalized just because of all the creeps they're fighting into.
They're not.
But with that information, they know that Swiper doesn't have only on the top side of the map. Spooks is going in, tanking up the turret first, or is he? Because Fantix is. Swiper is going down really low, flashes away, Spooks goes through and falls down! 1-for-1 trade and a 2-on-1.
I mean, that's still good because the wave now will push against Swiper. Gonna have to burn the teleport and is open for the gank. However, return kills always are promising. It's gonna be an equalization of gold. First blood plus assist, but really, Swiper does flex his muscles a little bit.
Yeah, he does a little bit. Spook's also losing the double buffs there, so ideally that would have actually stayed alive as still the pressure continues mid, but again, Swiffer, I would have suggested a Doran's ring start for the mana. He's constantly out of it.
Ejim has found Jake, doesn't get the knock up. FBI is going to get some trades going down.
There is no summoner spells here.
Only. That's a heal. Tags him,
got
gets
it.
him. Jake's going to be taken down. King's going to take a lot of damage on top of this. Do they die for it? Ejim's taking up turret. One more shot. It's enough. Only flash forward as well. Spooks jumps in, looking for the execute. Decides not to go too deep there, but big play bot lane for NSW.
Yeah, the big thing there is you don't want to go to the execute. You would have got it, but then you give blue buff as well as another kill over to FBI, and that is not a good start to the early game. So instead, they just take the 2-kill deficit. This wave will be shoved in, and King isn't going to get much of the farm at all. And New South Wales off to a much better start.
You can't help but feel like after a Nidalee game, Only just does not know how to miss a skill shot anymore. That was a very long-range Sonic Wave that he managed to connect on that Lee Sin, following it through with the kill. I mean, the Q was essential to be hit if they wanted that.
On the top side of the map, both top laners have used their teleports to get back into the lane early. Swiper started to go ahead and head back to base, picks up a couple of extra items for himself to go up against Fantix Jarvan. So no teleports on the map for some time. This time around, it's New South Wales that are running the double teleport.
That one a little bit too telegraphed out of Spooks. You know he went movie boots because he showed bottom lane, and you could see that as soon as Ryoma went for that last creep, grounding was going to come out, stop the E to really disengage. So he just gives up the 1 creep. Spooks shows, and a lot of pressure now lost on this side of the
There's
map.
a couple of people here now, though.
They're standing on top of a ward, but it is being swept out by that control ward, so they still don't know he's really there. Will now that someone has actually hit the ward. That was Jake. So Ryoma doing a good job of dodging out on these ganks, but is falling quite far behind in CS.
And for those wondering as well, Jake actually hits the ward. It gives a bit of experience, a bit of gold for the Lulu that just roam. So it is actually worthwhile sometimes to hit that for those advantages, opposed to just letting it sit and having being visible.
Yeah, especially if you're just going to run straight back down to the bottom lane. You decide to be a little bit more sneaky and do something else, maybe not. Top side of the map though, Swiper and Fantica have both hit level 6.
This is awkward, though. There's a lot of minions coming down, so kill threat's still there for New South Wales. You'd have to direct your attention towards where Only is. Thankfully, level 5, so a dive isn't possible yet, but the pressure...
Oh, double knockup from Ejim gets the Colossal Shield as well. King is trying to fight back, but still, unexpected trade from them. FBI still going forward. King is low. My goodness.
Yeah, and King actually still staying there, has a health pot coming.
And here they come.
Everyone, yeah, you have to get out. All of a sudden, you've just missed the biggest creep wave because you cannot respond.
Spooks is trying to get down there as well, but he's level 4 to the level 5 of Only. Here they are. Only's right behind them. Knock up on towards Jake. He's tagged. He's going to get executed. Ejim's taking up the turret. Good exhaust on towards King as well. Going to allow him to live to fight another day. Only trying to get into the back lines. Spooks is coming through. Good kick. Knocks it back, but he's in turret range. Can't get out of that one. 1-for-1 trade.
That was actually a really weird kick. Now Swiffer in trouble.
Ryoma was looking for the kill. Can't quite find it. No summoner spells available for either mid laner.
And that actually gave a little bit more of a... Oh!
Spooks, he's found him. Ejim's going to get taken down. Staying way too long in the bottom lane.
Yeah, everybody pushing their luck just that little bit too much right now in this second game.
I'm glad you got some words out, because every time I went to speak there, someone died. But yeah, that's what I was going to say. Everyone's just kind of flirting with the edge. Swiffer got away, but Ejim unfortunately got caught up in it.
Might be another death here as Ryoma trying to farm way too deep. Here's Spooks. He's going to have to try and get the heck out of dodge.
Yeah, and you know that Swiffer is going to be able to get in there as well. They're pincering from all angles.
Just doesn't know where to go.
Yeah, he
even
can
a
ult
Jarvan.
back.
Even a Jarvan coming along. Rhymer pops the ult now. Swiffer immediately turns around.
There's
Look at
another
this,
one.
Jake. Again, the New South Wales team, they pick up advantages and just stay way too long.
Yeah, exactly right. And they're giving the kills over to the wrong members. I mean, you do not want at any stage. Ooh,
good
well, the
trade.
shield's up. That's interesting. I thought he might have just broken it. Looked to save manage for the next time around. Instead, Fantix just shows that he ain't afraid of anyone. I mean, it's very easy to fight against Sejuani and laning phase. He's just there to get creeps.
I mean, he's also a Java. Yeah, he's not afraid.
This is bold.
Used by Ryoma to get back into the lane. Straight on top of grounding, as well as all these twin
no
fangs. Swiffer says, all right, sure, you want to come back to the lane? Let's dance, buddy. Ryma's forced back out. That was silly.
Yeah, that was a questionable teleport. Of course, the idea is he wants to catch the minions, but you don't usually teleport in front of a Cassiopeia that has the W up and available as an echo, because you are just going to take all of that damage. And without his ultimate, it's very risky to do that.
However, Lee Sin is coming mid lane, will be
So
spotted
is
by
Elise.
this ward.
Elise is right behind him.
Look at how aggressive
Teleport.
Swiffer is.
Swiffer underneath the
got
turret.
it.
Gets a kill onto Ryoma. Now teleport's coming through.
Arrow hit.
All the way from the bottom lane allows Victoria to pick up 2 kills in the mid lane.
And Swiffer marches forward, even with a teleport behind him, does not give a damn, and picks up a solo kill. That was really nice Cassio play.
And from downtown.
King nailing that arrow shot. And with that, Victoria now 1,000 gold ahead of New South Wales. Trying to take as much control as possible in this early game. Swiffer off to a flying start.
And they're actually in behind here with Spooks. Rakan can get away through the dash. Lucian's very elusive, and they will spot him out. But you can see pressure from the Moby Boots Elise. That's all you need in the early game. Hasn't picked up a Dark Steel. So somewhere Jish backstage is very upset with Spook.
Swiper as Fantix going toe-to-toe. There is a rev buff on this Jarvan. Swiper doesn't really care. Still wants to trade. Gets another stun.
Fantix in
Go
trouble.
for the kill. Fantix uses the Cataclysm. Has to flash out. Swiper says, all right, come back here. Can't get the interrupt. Still gets some decent damage now, but trade some of the spells.
They're actually fighting again down in this bottom lane.
Only's here.
Here's Only looking for a kick on towards King. Get him back in towards the turret range. He's going to try and kite this one out. Stay as long as he can. It's not going to be enough. FBI picks up that kill. Just allows Ejim to get back to, Jake to get back to safety.
And Ryoma actually had rotated down as well, and that's why you didn't see Spooks charging up the lane to try and help. That was always going to be a 4v3. And that might actually be the first turret of the game broken on the bottom lane by New South Wales. They'll regain their gold lead just ever so slightly.
Yeah, game number 1 only focuses top. Roman now just being dove,
This
actually.
is not good. Here comes Swiffer. Pops the ultimate early. Forces Swiffer back out. That's a ghost being used by the Cassiopeia.
He can continue to do that, of course, by being a Cassiopeia, getting the health back from his twin fangs. Doesn't have the blue buff, I believe, right now, but is in a very comfortable spot.
Such an oppressive lane at the moment. Swiffer is playing it fantastically. Roma is down 20 CS and 2 kills. New South Wales trying to pick up this Cloud Dragon. Not going to go
Still risky because they know that Spooks is in the area.
They're going to try and finish it there. Low health. This is a fight for
Arrow hit.
Arrow hits. That is poor decision making for New South Wales.
This is some pretty monster stuff from King as well, but you're absolutely right. New South Wales aren't making the correct decision by going for that Drake. They should have backed away, reset, and then come back to the lane.
Oh, Jake stopped the back.
Ejim's not going to be happy about that.
I actually thought, that Jake could maybe look for a little bit more pressure and get the second back stopped as well. That would have put a lot of pressure on this turret now, because Spooks would have been able to go straight away for a little bit of a dive. Instead, they're just looking to continue pressure mid lane, it looks like. Speed the Cassio in.
They're going towards Ryoma. Dashes out early. Flashes over the wall. Wants nothing to do with those two.
Yeah, very much a respect-filled flash there. The second there was a ward in the bush above him, he knew he had to get out of there. Cassiopeia can't hit that cure. It's all out.
Yeah. Big discrepancy, however, for NSW is still on FBI. Has been the main benefactor of all those kills that went down early game. King's Arrow probably kept him a little bit in the mix just because he's able to pick up 2 assists that he probably had no business grabbing. but really that 20 CS and 3 kills has really set him up.
Only's behind the lease. Here comes Roma. Good kick into the stun. Repels out. How far can he go though? Only's taking up turret. Egypt's even here for the assist, but good ball growth from Jake gets Spooks back to safety.
Actually saves. So Roman never got the 3 passive off, and also the stun didn't connect after Lee Sin kicked him in. It was already proc, so very lucky to be alive, you'd have to say. Spooks, of course, the knight in shining armor. Lulu comes down to protect him. Only barely lives, and unfortunately for New South Wales.
And one more time, Jake is having a pretty good series. His rotations have matched Ejim. Ejim is someone that is incredibly aggressive around the map, and you know that you have to be able to go with him into that mid lane area. Last game against New Zealand was very much a stay at home and just protect King. This time around, he's done a good job of getting into Swiffer's lane and continually clearing out vision.
Deep teleports behind both bottom laners at the moment. And they've been pinged out by both sides. Teleports are available for all teleport carrying members.
And I feel like Swiper is the one at a huge advantage right now. He knows when he can pull the trigger on the teleport. Fantix is kind of doing his job where he is just going to sit on top of the Sejuani and be like, if you're teleporting, you're taking half your health.
I think it's most curious as well that they are still keeping the 1v1 matchup. FBI and Ejim, they've taken the bottom lane turret. They can alternate and rotate, but it seems like they were content with the 2v2. They were content with the 1v1 top lane, and they want to just prolong this.
Again!
Stop doing this, Roma. It's not going to turn out well for you. Forced to
Back in
ultimate
base.
all the way back to
Oh.
base.
And all of a sudden, FBI's actually caught out here.
Going up against Swiffer. There's a good ultimate coming out from the Cassiopeia. Knockup comes out of Egypt. FBI still trying to
another arrow.
There's the exhaust. The culling misses. Swiffer still getting jumped on. Only trying to pick up the kill. Does. But FBI returns one for himself. Only is going to get locked down as well. Victoria coming out ahead in the mid lane.
Yeah, really nice play. Teleporting early. Knew that he'd already sent Swiper back because he'd taken all his health out. Fantix actually having a great top lane play. Opens up the middle of the map.
And still no idea what Roma's doing. You make that mistake once, but twice in the same game.
Look, Roma decided that his people need him, and as a result of that, the rest of
I
his
must
team
go
is
home.
like, yeah, straight back to that base.
But unlike, what was that stupid dog in The Simpsons? Damn it, missed the reference.
And
He did come back, is what I'm trying to say.
Victoria have now been able to pick up a 2,000 gold lead for themselves. Very comfortable 15 minutes into the game.
And it's actually caught King up quite a fair ways. I mean, he was able to grab another kill in that little bit of a skirmish. Sure, FBI is 4-1-1, but running into a Cassiopeia that is this accelerated.
This one wasn't at least 4-1-3.
Must be weighing on his mind. Swift has gone a little bit of a strange build here, though.
The Rod of Ages.
Roller.
Yeah. I don't think that's exactly a standard Cassiopeia build. It does mean he can expend his mana for health and vice versa through the laning phase. And from what we've seen of the teleport echo is that he's trying to heavy trade and utilize his ultimate and teleport to get lane advantages. I feel like this is a way to keep him in lane for a little bit longer.
I feel like you run out of slots though at some point, don't you? Because you've now got Roa, you're going to have Seraph. You want Rylai's as well as Leandries to deal with Swiper in the late game.
And it's a Void Staff.
Everyone wants Deathcap, Void Staff. How many hands have you got? You don't need boots, that's good. So you get one extra.
That could be the reason though.
Next Dragon's going to be spawning in the next 2 minutes. New South Wales are positioned around top side of the map.
Yeah.
Both top laners have moved down bottom lane, but Swiper has a teleport. Fantix does not.
However, if we've seen anything from Fantix, it's that he's going to look to kill the person with teleport, as opposed to stick around.
Now charge
Oh,
towards
Jake.
Jake takes a lot of damage from FBI. Throws out the culling as well. Doesn't get anything from it. Second
Oh, and he's face checked only. Jake might be in big trouble here.
Only decides not to take it.
I mean, he knew that there was the ultimate there, as well as shields. And diving into a Cassiopeia with ultimate is, for lack of a better term, suicidal. So, do agree with the fact that he did not take that cue.
Still not your average run-of-the-mill Lee Sin play right there. He didn't follow it.
Do it!
It's FBI still trying to chip away at these turrets, but Lucian not very well known for sieging, especially against the grounder that comes out from Cassiopeia. You're not dashing anywhere once she puts that on top of you.
Yeah, Lucian very good at sieging, but not when contested, of course, being a low-range champion. Wants to use the double-tap passive to hit the turret as much as he can, as once again, top laners are going to have it out.
Fighting over some fruit. Come on, there's more than enough to go around.
Oh!
Oh, you missed the auto attack. Or cancelled it.
Yeah.
That was so exciting.
I actually thought after that miss, Fantix could have maybe flashed on his head. Not flashed, like, what's it called?
Cataclysm?
Cataclysmed his head.
Making mashed potato references over here as you're trying to say the Java ult.
Cold spaghettied him.
So Swiper still holding onto the top lane turret by himself. New South Wales still have the AD carrying support up there.
This is, however, good for New South Wales, I believe, because, well, not really, because Fantix won the 1v1, but keeping Ryoma away from Swiffer seems to be allowing Ryoma to very much catch up in farm, and Swiffer was forced off that turret.
They're trying to trade turrets, though. Jungler is bottom side for Victoria. I don't think New South Wales know that.
Yeah, and Swiper should actually be able to hold in a 1v2 against the Jarvan end at the least. Their dive is good, they have a lot of damage, but Sejuani with an ultimate up is still just very difficult to kill with the multitude of stuns and pushes that the champion has.
Not to mention he got the extra shop. He did the right thing. He left first turret to get the extra shop on the second turret. Might actually lead to a Herald, although it is under vision right now. So New South Wales need to be careful. Fantix has got TP wards behind them and can go.
His teleport's not up just yet for Fantix. Spooks is at Cloud Dragon. Swiper is ready to teleport in if he's required to only. Looking to try and get the smite off. Will be able to do so. Rip Barrel picked up by New South Wales.
Yeah, actually really well timed. As you mentioned, Fantix had a slither not on the teleport. Spooks was caught bottom side of the map, so hats off. New South Wales definitely with a heads-up play.
Yeah, and they're still kind of waiting for that 1-3-1. You mentioned it already, Ryoma's starting to catch up in that CS. It is still available for him now as the teleport comes back that he can go to the side lane. And if Swiffer has to answer that, it's actually good for New South Wales because they can then bring Ryoma in. So not only do they hide the Echo from the Cassiopeia, they bait Swiffer into having to come to that lane, and then he immediately leaves.
And I feel it only gets good once Swiffer can 1v1 Swiper. Because then you send Fantix against Ryoma, just wave clear, and then Swiffer can actually have legitimate kill threat on Swiper, whereas Ryoma in a side lane is ultimately going to be way too slippery now that he's got a proto belt, now that he's got accelerated movement speed and stuff like that.
You can't help but feel like the Rod of Ages build isn't designed to kill Swiper either, right?
Not at all.
Only made a trip down towards the bottom side of the map. Does have the empowered recall, so can move around the map quite fast. Swiper, 60 CS behind Fantix, but does have his Righteous Glory. And that's where we saw Swiper start to make plays for New South Wales last game.
You're optimistic. I think that at this point, if he catches out King, King dies. I think the 1v1 right now, Fantix is so much stronger.
Black Cleaver as well as Tiamat. Whew. Top of that, just seems like it's almost impossible.
Oh, snapback.
Ryoma going right behind them. King gonna flash away. Jake with the
jump.
first casualty, but good jump on towards King. He's been exhausted. Cassiopeia's right behind him though. Swiffer looking to go for cleanup duty. Will be able to take down only with the poison, but Swiper wants him. Swiffer gonna fight with his back against the wall. No flash available for him. And New South Wales, they get a 3-for-1 trade.
And it was actually Swiffer ghosting and flashing forward, but he fumbled the ultimate that will mean that New South Wales come up massive. Also have the Rift Herald, although that's on only, I believe. So he's dead. Only dying there is actually massive.
It would have guaranteed them getting a turret right there, at least the one. But this will fall, so you're absolutely right. It could have been 2 taken. No teleport used by Fantix on his Jarvan, committing to the split push, it seems. Look, 200 CS, 20 minutes, not bad.
Ryoma still trying to go in, gets good damage onto Spooks, but Jake is there to keep him nice and safe. Swiper moves down into the bottom lane. This turret though, whew, not looking good.
Yeah, it took a lot of damage, and that's what we keep saying about Fantix. He's a stay-at-home top laner.
He definitely is. Doesn't venture very far. More of a hermit top laner.
They're still going at it. These two need to just stop. Go farm your minions.
Only's here, however.
Oh, that's right. He wants to go for a kick. Knocks him back. Fantix is going to be able to use the Cataclysm.
Oh, he's out of mana.
He missed his
get
flag
it.
and
There
drag.
it is.
There we go. Finally, but still going to be taken down. Had flash
That
available
is
as well.
Baron started up, however.
Jake looking for a Spooks is very low. There are 3 members close by.
Cassio as well as Blade of the Ruin King
They've
user.
summoned
There's
Rift
still
Herald.
3 here.
They're collapsing. They're going for it. Vic looking for Baron. It's going to be Ryoma jumping on for the first kill. Baron has been picked up, and now they're stuck. Do they have flash to get out of this one? Only Spooks. King trying to get out.
Swiffer's going to fight his way out.
Swiffer's going to go look for the kills. Charmed up by Rakan, who goes to toe to pick up all 3 in the charm. Here's the bowler. Swiffer's the next target. Shut down Ryoma. New South Wales with the ace.
Massive from New South Wales, actually collapsing. Everybody comes up, not just from the kills in the bottom lane, but Aegium, what an absolute hero on the Rakan as well. Swiffer really wanted to get out of that pit, but Aegium said, hell no.
Yeah, exactly right. Aegium was just so good at keeping them around the area until Swiper was able to get in. See whether they can defend this mid lane turret. Everyone is relatively low.
Harold is still pushing bottom side of the map, by the way, giving New South Wales that extra pushing lane with Ryoma top side.
Ooh.
Going in, though. Immediately, New South Wales turn around. Ejim and Swiper say no, Fantix. Don't get anywhere close to our AD
He's
carry.
not done, it seems. He wants another rotation, but it's pretty hard to follow through with a Rakan and a Sejuani.
So they get one turret at this stage of the game. They get themselves an 1,000 gold lead. You're right. It's going to look like, oh, that's a lot of damage.
Smack it, Harold.
Hit him in the eye. Get the big, yeah.
So it is just going to be 1 3/4, 5/5. Like, how much is that? 9/10 of a turret?
A lot of the turret.
A lot of the turret. But let's take another look at this one, Rusty.
Yeah, so this is actually big. From the fight going down, they're all stuck in the pit. They want to recall, FBI stops that. That's actually the most important part here, by being able to stop that. And this is where Swiffer says, we're getting out of here one way or another. Woo! But Ejim goes forwards, hits the charms on everybody, gets the move speed from the charms, and gets out with his life just in time for the reinforcements to come through from New South Wales. It was played well from them.
Certainly was. You maybe thought that Swiffer could have escaped, but there was also the potential, if he hit the poison on Ejim, that he wipes the floor of the whole team as well. So you can understand why he was still looking aggressive.
But Baron Buff did give Victoria 500 gold each. Sorry, 300 gold each. So New South Wales and Victoria still very, very even in gold. About 700 that separates them in Ejim.
Yeah, an ulti there.
Almost getting caught out there. Had a suspicion that there was a snake in the bush.
Generally, as soon as you see the sweeper, you just ult as Cassio because they're the same range. Maybe just knew it was Ejim and was merciful to his teammate.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, so do I.
Still he lives, and now there's actually a lot of big items for the New South Wales side as a result of getting the kills on top of that. They've got Redemption, they've got 2 items on the Echo, and QSS is there for the Lucian, so he can now go at Swiffer and try and be aggressive.
Antics. I'm going to try and
131 has been locked in here.
Oh my
Ryoma's
goodness.
bottom lane.
They're still going. They're going towards these inhibitor turrets. Ryoma does have Lichbane.
Stop the recalls is basically the name of the game here.
They're just beelining down towards the bottom side of the map. Ryoma has to be careful. Can get caught out, but the rest of New South Wales going in for the engage. They want to fight 4v5. Only is going to get locked down. Here comes Fantix. Jumps on top of Only. He's the first casualty. Big knockups, though, onto the remaining members of Victoria. This is still a 4-5. Here's Ryoma into the back lines. King is dead. Swiffer is dead. And it's going to be an ace for New South Wales.
Yeah, and that might be the game because there's already a minion wave bottom lane and looked like a really sloppy engage because straight away they turned around and blew up Only, but Swiper is just so damn tanky and would not die.
And I can't stress this enough. Replay that fight if you're on the analyst desk. Rakan is absolutely insane. Ejim's so good on this pick.
Yeah, 0, 1, and 16 and could have just led New South Wales to another victory.
Jake is up and alive. 10 seconds on King, 6 on
I don't think they can do it.
New South Wales try to push for 1 Nexus turret. They don't even get that. They back
Teleport
out.
is up out of Fantix in 8 seconds. If they stop the ports, definitely a possibility because there's 2 in the river.
The deepest teleport of all time if he commits to that one.
We saw one way deeper the other day. Let's take another look at it. So that was the engage, and because it's spooked, he just jumps back to his
What's
team.
this?
Woo! Rakan going absolutely nuts. And this is what I'm talking about. Swiper is just sitting there, not taking any damage from anything.
Yep. He's a pretty tanky Sejuani, that's for certain. And that's the thing right now happening in this game is Victoria are meant to be the super team of individual players. New South Wales are having individual performances that are well and truly keeping up with their opponents. And that starts to be the biggest difference. If they're meant to excel at team play and they're keeping up individually, it speaks volumes.
Certainly does. Also just shows you how comfortable Ryoma is on Echo. Because even though he had an abysmal laning phase, the performance so far in the late game has been absolutely massive. Fantix trying to walk this one out.
Ryoma says, all right, let's dance. I've got the rest of the team right behind me. Pops the ultimate back to full health, chasing down this Jarmo. Flag to drag, jumped on by Only, slows him down. Gonna kick him back as well. Alley-oop into the baseball bat. Meanwhile, Swiper's trying to take these 2-on-1. Will fall. Spooks picks up that kill.
Yeah, check the watch on that one. Took a while, however, does manage to grab a kill. Oh, FBI.
FBI with a quick feed, turns around as the Petrify comes out, and Ejim charges to his rescue as they take down the Snake Lady in the mid lane.
Ejim's massive. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even know what the champion really does, but it looks impressive.
0-1-18. Again, the trick to Rakan is to activate your ultimate before you dash. Nobody can dodge it. Ejim has it perfected. All of the games he's played on it, you can tell it's mastered. And New South Wales, more picks, more kills, and more objectives to fall.
Moving towards the mid lane inhibitor turret next. Only he's going to be able to take out Spooked. Will get locked down by Cocoon, a little bit overzealous almost. Will he fall to the damage over time? Not quite. Egypt in the backlines again. The 1-2 switcheroo. King is the next target of choice. Will be taken down. Fantix though into the backlines. Can't get Ryoma, but FBI is shut down. Ryoma goes in. He's going to fall next to the turrets. Big Swips gets the first stun, but the rest of New South Wales, they got to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, certainly do. All of their damage dealers are dead fish, and Fantix is pretty tanky in his own right.
Here comes Swiffer looking to charge them down. He's already popped his ghost, looking to go as fast as he can.
In.
Banshee's fail is going to stop the ultimate from Swiper, but the blast cone gets him back away. Only going to be the sacrificial land. Kicks away. Swiper trying to get to Raptors. Over the wall. Only you can do it. No, he can't. Doesn't have that wall to jump to. Stuck in the Raptor pit.
Yeah, but all of a sudden you have to look at the base because Vic's base is in shambles. King will be back and available. 20 seconds on Baron, which is still pretty long. I mean, FBI is probably going to be there by the time that is actually set up, as well as a top laner, and you just lost a lot of your base.
Yeah, I think they're committing to the long haul. They're just standing inside the pit. They're not even waiting for a pick next to the Baron. They're just right there. They want it the second it spawns. That's their last-ditch effort, it feels like. Even though it's only 4K.
I'm Baron. Oh, shoot. They're fighting me.
And they do it very quickly. Even without an 80 carry, Swiffer on the Cassiopeia, able to blow it up.
Swiper's going to try and contest this with Ejim. Oh,
Roman's ending the game.
What's to end this game? King, though, going to try and stop him. Doesn't get the stun. Jumps straight back on top of the Ash. It's a one-on-one. Baseball bat against arrows, and it will be King, the marksman, that gets that kill.
Yeah, really nicely played out of King, taking on the 10-4-3 assassin and somehow taking him down. Saves the game. However, now the base of Vic is in complete shambles.
Yeah, look, King winning that 1v1, Fish actually saves in the game. Remember, the Baron goes down as well, so this is actually a really big opportunity for Victoria to just hold on for an extra 5 minutes, get the base back up and running one more time. Super dangerous, but it's possible.
Only 2,000 gold separates these two teams, and Victoria have 3 minutes of Baron buff to work with. Woo. These games so far have been so exciting to watch between Victoria and New South Wales.
Certainly have very spicy ending to this one because teleport was used as well, which you can't understate the value of. Echo has legitimate backdoor potential if he had a bigger wave. Ooh!
Over the wall.
He's grounded it.
He can't get over the wall towards his ward. Only stuck. He's might fall here. Still on the ground, the material. Swiffer takes him down.
That must have been Only's remaining ward. It's hard not to say the word only twice there.
The thing was, the ward was over the wall, but he couldn't walk back the other way to get back off it. So,
Roman looked like he wanted that.
Ooh, FBI's actually gone forward as well. Everyone being very confident. I mean, he has a QSS. Maybe was hoping to bait out an arrow or something like that.
Victoria's inhibitors have respawned. Only's only up in the next 18 seconds. The turret here will equalize the game. In fact, put Victoria in the lead.
Looks like they're going to get it too.
Here comes Ryoma.
Going in, there's Big Swift's ultimate. Spook's taking a lot of damage. Ryoma going to be able to ult out of that one, so he's going in for another fight. FBI cleansing away from the petrified.
Here comes Starfish.
Fantix in the back lines, locks them all down in the Cataclysm. He goes airborne. FBI is still kiting away, but Big Swift is dead. The unkillable tank has been taken down. Only's back up, but Victoria charging towards the Nexus.
Yeah, and this might be one inhibitor. Only looking for a kick and is just about to come back off cooldown, and Vic needs to get out.
What a back and forth game between these two teams.
That was actually really clutch from Victoria. Again, the last-ditch effort, it felt like almost from New South Wales. They really wanted that fight. If they can take the Baron buff off the Victorian side, they then just outright win the game, work through bottom lane, don't even need minions at that stage. But as it stands, Victoria stands strong. They get the fight.
And these fights are actually so well executed. You saw an instant QSS out of FBI as he got nailed by an arrow. And you saw that while Swiper did fall down, he absorbed so much. If anyone was able to get past and follow up on Fantix's Cataclysm, that nearly would have been game, but Swiper held everyone in place.
Victoria now ahead with the Goldie, have a big minion wave to work with top side of the map. Swiper, as well as the rest of the team, is moving up there. Fantix doesn't have teleport, so if they catch Victoria out here, it'll be an advantage fight for New South Wales.
There is no QSS yet on King. He's behind the clock.
Go. Does Swiper go here? Yes, he does. Looking for King. Doesn't slap him with the flail.
Rest of Victoria now charging
Ooh.
up for Swiper. Swiper's dead! They melt him! He's gonna get locked down as well! Double kill for King! That's FBI down! They're still trying to go in! Ryoma looking for more, but King stands and delivers! Victoria take down New South Wales in this team fight! Quadra kill picked up by King!
What an absolutely massive team fight out of King. Goes into turret mode, able to clean it up, and that will be game.
Victoria gonna be able to tie this one up 1-1.
It looks like we've got a series on our hands.
We most certainly do. Both these games have been neck and neck all the way till the Nexus falls. New South Wales took game 1. Now Victoria, they are fighting back, knocking on the door of the Nexus. They will take game 2 and tie up this best of 5 series.
Honestly, the Nexus was at half health for Victoria, and they managed to get a victory almost within 5 minutes afterwards. If nothing else, that's impressive.
And King, on multiple occasions, 1v1 versus Ryoma on the doorstep of the Nexus. Quadra kill last team fight, as well as big arrows, really pulled them back from the brink. But I think it's the Cassiopeia. First time we've seen the pick, and was able to put in work, busting down those tanks.
Top of that, New South Wales. The decision-making just wasn't in line. First decision not to end the game, safe one. Then they went for a turret dive behind the inhibitor turret, behind the inhibitor turret, and then a Nexus backdoor attempt from Ryoma not working out for them. Risky and safe plays in the same game.
Really strange, actually. You could tell that that was the call to go for it, but King had just like a little bit too much maneuverability. One person I want to shout out, like above anyone else that game, is Ejim. If he sees Rakan again, that someone didn't watch the game properly, because he was absolutely popping off.
Yeah, the shining light almost of the team. It was a shocking early game from Aroma, but he pulled it back well, but at the end of the day, it was all Ejim, and he just couldn't get it.
It certainly was, and with that, the series is now tied up. To break down that game, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Fish. And I need someone to tell me what is going on, because I was dead certain that New South Wales, that's going to be a 2-0. I was literally going to ask you, how is anyone, like Victoria in this case, going to stop that amount of momentum, but then they just come out with a win?
I mean, ultimately, it was New South Wales' game to lose, and I echo what the caster said. You know, the fact that their Nexus was exposed, it was half health, and they win the game 5 minutes later. Just say that New South Wales, you know, there were a couple of calls where high risk, high reward, it just didn't execute perfectly. You think about Echo trying to backdoor the Nexus instead of being grouped with his team. I think that was a massive one, a big miss, but it could have gone very well the other way. And for me, again, that's going to be a hard one to come back from, but it should have been New South Wales 2-0.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, I felt like the Rakan pick was extraordinarily played. And I felt like New South Wales were getting to a point in the game where it felt like individually they were turning, I think Rusty said it best on the cast, where individually they're matching up against Team Victoria very well and their team play was spot on. But it looked like Team Victoria decided that their team play was going to actually form together. And there were certain points in the game where Cassiopeia was really well backed up, and King and Cassiopeia, both Swiffer and King, were doing so much damage in these fights.
For me, I just wanted, like, because I'm thinking, like, how is it that Victoria are able to win this game? They're supposed to be the super team. They haven't really met expectations. And it's like, why are they a super team? Why are these players, like people like Swiffer, like Spooks, considered like some of the greatest players in Oceania? And it's because they play big plays under pressure. That when it comes down to it, King will go toe-to-toe with an assassin who by every right should just destroy him, but he plants his feet and he says, I am one of the best 80 carries in my region, I can take you on.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
All right, let's draw it back to the game here. So I want to move into the early game where it seemed like a bit of a fiesta because there was lots of kills going back and forth and no objectives were really being taken from it. So we're going to bring up a replay here that illustrates that. And I mean, first off, we've got to talk about the Ash era because it was absolutely insane. But this was one of the examples of just like 8 kills going down in the early game and nothing really being taken from it.
And Swiffer had been taking control of this lane from level 1, quite honestly. Ryoma had been under pressure for so long in this lane. For a play like this to happen, looks really good. For the fact that only comes in, here's the thing, off camera, Ryoma dies. And so this, yeah, that was a long-range arrow. So just taking it back a little bit, you can see the beginning points of the mindset of bringing in only. Suddenly, Ryoma is going to get a little bit of help, which is great, but immediately, jungle attention comes through, King comes in with a very clutch arrow, and it turns a situation where New South Wales thinks that they're going to take something out of it, and immediately it's in Victoria's favor.
Clutch. I think that's my favorite word used to describe all of these players. They're not just superstars, they're clutch players.
Yeah.
Yeah, clutch players and clutch plays as well. And as you were saying earlier, you were talking about Ejim and how well he's done, not only in this tournament, but also in this game. Then take a look at the second replay where he literally just goes off around this Baron fight.
So I'm a big fan of Rakan. I know, Raz, you like to call him kind of like the pseudo Alistar and typically how he plays the lane, but where his lane phase is weak, his 5v5 is incredible. That 3-man knockup that Egypt gets out, and he's just zipping around, providing all those shields. Again, with the E, if you cast it immediately afterwards, you get another shield off. So just how he uses his mobility and his zone control is just beautiful to watch on this champion.
Yeah, and the champion just has such a high skill cap, which Jake mentioned down a little earlier on when he was saying that, the champion was being practiced by Ejim in Korean solo queue, getting a pretty bad win rate. But then, of course, once you started to get it down, you can see where the work really came in from. It's sad for him, obviously, because he ended up losing the game. But you could see it off the work that if he was able to take out the win, that was an MVP performance.
My favorite combo that he actually did was when he ganked on mid lane and he used the E to quickly reset his position and then used the W because it's obviously a ranged knockup.
Yeah.
And just like got Swiffer there. And Swiffer's like, you wouldn't expect for the support to be able to reach you that quickly.
And by the end of the game, it was really weird to me. I don't know what happened, and this is exactly what I need you guys to explain to me, because it completely turned on its head. And it was just from a couple of team fights, and it just seemed like a couple of picks that turned into a Baron. It's like, well, you got the Baron, but it still looks like New South Wales are going to pick up the win here, but it just, I don't know what happened.
I mean, they effectively found an answer for that big tanky front line. Fantix was having a much better game on Jarvan than he was previously on kind of his more fringe picks like the Kassadin, but Swiper got on that Sejuani. The difference this time around, though, is that the Ashe could deal with the Sejuani. King was massive. He's going to be able to shred through that front line, and a Swiffer on the Cassiopeia was just obliterating and zoning them. So Swiper's big tankiness wasn't enough to kind of stall out that team fight. Ryoma couldn't get to those backlines and be that devastating echo player, and just they drew the line of scrimmage and front to back just ran them over with their comp.
That's a big change. Last game we were talking about how they had small windows in which they can take fights because of their heavy assassin picks. Now they go towards a control mage where they actually have such a larger window in which they can play these fights. So suddenly when the Ashe arrow comes through, you can really play these fights for a long time. There's suddenly no such thing as overstaying because that's their fight to win.
It's the difference between burst damage and sustained damage.
Yeah, 100%. Let's take a look at one of those team fights at the end of the game, which pretty much decided it for Victoria coming in here. Just take a look at everything that you guys were mentioning.
And it's, again, pointing out where King and Swiffer and their confidence about where they're standing. Yes, Ejim's doing all that he can, but ultimately, they just shred through it. Good arrow onto FBI, forces him to reset the fight. Fantix then gets into the back line, knowing that FBI has used all of his resources to try to reset after the arrow connected with him, and they just push through.
That's the thing, just the blinking red HP bars. That's all of the work, all of the bursts that New South Wales has put down, and it just didn't mean much at all. They couldn't get a single pick off of it. They have to back away, and you can see Jarvan coming in later on in that fight just to see if he can hold them long enough for the fight to continue, because he just wants to extend the fight as much as possible.
So is this the answer, then, for Victoria? Do they keep drafting like this, and this will be the
standard League of Legends?
Yeah.
I mean, he just said
want to do?
That was in the interview. He was like, we know how to play League of Legends. He just saw the last game, or at least the last set versus New Zealand, when Victoria were going with crazy picks, the assassins constantly. If they play meta, Cassiopeia is not so much meta. I mean, it is, right? Kassadin is also meta. But if they play champions that win out the lane like the Cassiopeia, but are also control mages like a Victor, for instance, that they can actually just wipe team fights from that point forward, then the Sejuani isn't such a major force as it has been.
I think the biggest thing for me is not so much the Cassiopeia, while I agree with you, it's more so the Jarvan. The fact that Fantix actually finally looks comfortable on a meta pick up into the top lane. I think that's going to be the true contested pick throughout the rest of the best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, it was still a comeback win, though. I mean, they lost the early game hard. So what do they need to fix in the early game? Is it anything that we can fix in the draft, or is it just in-game shot calling?
I mean, frankly, I don't even know if I want to say that they just got blown out in the early game, because it was still kind of 4-4, and they had those then big, crazy clutch plays. They just...
I mean, they pushed into their base, and they alwast lost the game, and we all thought it was going to go to New South Wales.
But that was more like the mid-game. I think early game, they're still fine. They were creating a lot of chaos. I think mid-game got a little bit strange for them, just because they gave away some big tower leads, but I think otherwise they were fine.
Yeah, and if I were to go to Victoria, I would say look what they, like the picks like Cassiopeia that were just outright winning the lane, multiply that. Like, look towards the top lane. Sure, you mentioned the Jarvan.
Win lane, win game.
Win lane, win game, baby. That's all you got to do. That's legitimately what it is. If you have major players where you can get out of laning phase, sometimes it's just that easy.
All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up, and we're going to head to a quick break as the teams get ready for the third game. And it is 1-1, so we have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after this.
Almost
Ooh,
Snap
back.
Roma going right behind them. King gonna flash away. Jake with the first casualty, but good charm on towards King. He's been exhausted. Cassiopeia's right behind him though. Swiffer looking to go for cleanup duty. Will be able to take down only with the poison, but Swiper wants it. Swiffer gonna fight with his back against the wall. No flash available for him. And New South Wales, they get a 3-for-1 trade.
And it was Blade of the Ruin King
They've
user.
summoned
There's
Rift
still
Trail.
3 here.
They're collapsing. They're going for it. Vic looking for Baron. It's going to be Roma jumping on for the first kill. Baron has been picked up, and now they're stuck. Do they have flash to get out of this one? Only Spooks. King trying to get out.
Swiffer's going to fight his way out.
Swiffer's going to go look for the kills. Charmed up by Ricard, who goes to toe to pick up all 3 in the charm. Here's the bowler. Swiffer's the next target. Shut down Ryoma. New South Wales with the ace.
Massive from
bottom side of the map. Ryoma has to be careful. Can get caught out, but the rest of New South Wales going in for the engage. They want to fight 4v5. Only is going to get locked down. Here comes Fantix, jumps on top of Only. He's the first casualty. Big knockups though onto the remaining members of Victoria. This is still a 4-5. Here's Ryoma into the back lines. King is dead. Swiffer is dead. And it's going to be an ace for New South Wales.
Yeah, and that might be the game because there's already a minion wave bottom lane.
Looking for King. Doesn't slap him with the flail. Rest of Victoria now charging up for Swiper. Swiper's dead! They melt him! He's gonna get locked down as well! Double kill for King! That's FBI down! They're still trying to go in! Roma looking for more, but King stands and delivers! Victoria take down New South Wales in this team fight! Quadra kill picked up by King!
What an absolutely...
All the way till the Nexus 4th. New South Wales took game 1. Now Victoria, they are fighting back, knocking on the door of the Nexus. They will take game 2 and tie up this best of 5 series.
Welcome back, guys. So League of Origin, we're getting underway for our third game. I'm back with my analyst. Before we get into this one, I know you guys at home didn't hear it, but Don was hyping up the crowd, and he was saying a couple champion quotes, such as the Nami one, for example, and then he was just like, all right, so which champion says Demacia? There's like 20 champions that say
Demacia. The context was, which support champion? And my immediate response is, that should not be a support champion. But it was Lux.
Love myself some support Garen, my friends. Finding that bush.
There was actually a terrible meta where when Misfortune support was being played, that Lux was being scrimmed as the counter support because she outranges the Make It Rain with her E. That was almost a solo queue world where we had Lux and Misfortune running around. So thank God that never saw the light of day.
Almost happened in competitive, man. All right, it's time for some call-outs because at the start I asked you for predictions. For Oscurian, you said it was going to be 3-0. Now it's 1-1. What happened?
Whoa. That Nexus was half health. So I feel like, yes, technically Raz, I'm already out because I predicted it was going to be a 3-0, but it was very close. Like, that Nexus was half health, and Victoria just, the miracle, the clutch plays came through.
All right, Raz, talk to me. 3-1, is this the one win that Victoria's going to get?
That's it. That's it, pretty much. Look, I am the betting king. I may not bet money, but
he bets pride.
If I did, I would be rich. I would be rich. So that's definitely the thing here. I think at this point, that was a great game from Victoria, but that was still very close. You could even say that the Echo had gone towards an actual expected point instead of going all in on Ashe at the very end, like kind of end of the game where she's on the Nexus.
The stress there, like your hands are shaky. Like, do I
one
kill
more
the
thing,
Ashe?
Rosk. Yep. Last comment.
What?
Oh, well, that was
What's
it.
your last
All right, that's
comment?
fine.
I thought you
All right,
were
we don't want to hear it.
Let's
Get out of here.
on stage.
Don't
We're
catch
standing by with two team representatives.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined by Swiffer and Swiper here, and we are halfway through the series, just about 2 more games, and we could have a potential victor, or we could be going to a game 5 if the two of you are willing. But of course, that's up to your teammates as well. How's it feel? You've tied it up 1-1. This is now a best of 3 to find out who's the best.
I think our strategy is going in is to make it 5 games because we have the 2 5-game kings on our team. So, and we also have Simon's Kryptonite, so we'll be good.
Oh, secret strategy there.
Yeah, he's talking about Tommy. No. I think if that game that we just played showed anything, it's that I've overcome that.
Well, you're certainly looking very strong in the mid lane. I heard the two of you talking a little bit earlier about a little bit of banter, who's better. And you said, come top lane, could we perhaps see a lane swap?
Maybe eventually. I mean, it depends on whether or not I think we win this game.
Well then, we'll keep our eye on that. And for you, do you think they're going to win it?
I told my team, pick whatever you want. Pick a Z. I'm taking this one.
All righty. Well, gentlemen, we are ready to get into game. Once again, if you'd please shake hands and take to your seats, and we'll get ready. Casters, take it away.
There you go, Swiffer and Swiper refusing to let go of their hands there. I mean, they're from the same team, really loving of each other, but really want to win this game.
I think that's what Origin should all be about. I mean, you can see that they're very good friends. I mean, they live with each other, but at the end of the day, they would rather die than lose this best of 5 against their teammates.
All the Chiefs feel like sibling rivalries to me, honestly. They really do want to beat each other or just be the best, even in their own team when they actually are the Chiefs. So it is good to see that competition.
I mean, Swiper was talking about Swiffer's Kryptonite of Tommy. They used to play on the same team, used to be a sub for the Chiefs, so a little bit of an understudy story coming in between these two.
Beforehand was a Legacy member, so very appropriate that, able to get in there as one of the Legacy Genesis boys and then take down one of the Chiefs members. But, now very firmly on Sin and doing a good job carrying them. We'll see whether he can step up for the Blues in this game and maybe get them another win on the board.
I mean, he didn't have a great early game last match against Victoria. However, late game was doing fantastically, but questionable decisions still coming out from the young mid laner.
Yeah, and curiously enough, as we get into this third draft phase in the best of 5 series, we've seen New South Wales go for a standard team fighting composition. We've seen them try the 1-3-1 and maybe split push their way to victory. They got the Nexus to half health. The question is, coming into the third, which team composition do they prefer, and which do they prefer to play against?
Already have a couple of changes in bans. Cassidy has been taken off the table by New South Wales now that they're on the blue side. Karma banned away as well. Zac and Galio, staple bans towards New South Wales.
Yeah, pretty stock standard stuff. The Zac and the Galio are must removes, but still no Sejuani's to be touched just yet.
Ooh.
They seem to be pretty happy with Swiper playing it.
Lulu being taken off the table as well.
That's big. I mean, all of a sudden, the double shielding champs, what has been very successful for Victoria, getting a mage into the top lane, no longer going to be possible. I mean, you maybe have to look at hiding the Sejuani until the Jarvan or something comes out. But really, Swift just feels like he played that lane a little bit poorly and should be able to recover.
You have to wonder past this point as well, with the Thresh being banned, do New South Wales actually put higher priority towards their jungle pick, maybe early lock the Lee Sin again for only? He looks fantastic on it. I don't think they're afraid of Spooks playing something like the Elise at the moment.
Does he take Ashe here? Yes, he does. FBI locks in that champion for himself.
Yeah, we said it was a denial last game, right, Spawn?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, King really wants to play long-range hyper carries. FBI definitely is one of the better Ashe players at this tournament. And we saw King was able to nail some long-range arrows, but really in the late game, that turret-like DPS is what makes Ashe so fearsome. So hard to get on top of her, and it's very difficult to shut down FBI.
And we're going back to the traditional matchup of Ashe against Varus, which has been very popular throughout 2017. Spooks will be picking up Lee Sin, so Carbon has not been subbed back into this game yet. Waiting to see what the next two picks from New South Wales are going to be.
And I mean, that's just going back to control. We thought that it would be all about the hyper carries and, you know, a little bit of the Jugger King comps. But it seems that now that Vic have played 2 standard games and got relatively close in one and won the other, they are very happy just to pick stock standard comps, as we've been seeing elsewhere around the world. And Spooks actually getting Lee Sin as a priority here is a pretty big deal, given the fact that he should have a little bit more initiative now in this match.
And I already mentioned that, right? Only may have wanted the Lee Sin into the Elise matchup. It's a very heavy-hitting matchup, to say the least, both being gank junglers, one of them having a higher preference on the boots of mobility.
Ooh, Rakan.
Early.
Very early Rakan pick for Ejim. Had a good game last match.
Yeah, I think that actually even forces a Zarya ban. So they might be forcing that ban to get some better picks in their pocket come the second pick phase, especially as you go down the list. Red side gets that slight advantage, getting the first ban and the first pick in the second phase.
Victoria's still waiting to see what their final...
You have to take support here, surely. They've already hit support pools so damn hard, and it's not going to be.
No, instead, Swift are picking up the Syndra.
Lulu, Karma, Thresh, Rakan. There are a plethora of support champions always available, but now you're kind of at the whim of New South Wales. What do they want you to play is the question.
Thresh already banned, as you mentioned. Lulu and Karma already banned.
Do you hit the J4 here? Fantix looked fantastic on it in the second game.
It's his only top champion. The rest of the mid laners.
That's not true. He plays Galio as well.
That's a mid lane champion as well if you want to get.
Oh, it is the Jarvan band that comes out from New South Wales, trying to see what Fantix is going to play topside. Echo banned out towards Ryoma despite Swiffer's impressive performance against the champion.
Now I'm getting a little bit nervous over here because Fantix's champion pool, I think we've listed the 2 champions he wants to be playing, and also they've banned Lulu out, which is what his go-to is. There's not really all that much in response.
I'm pretty sure New South Wales will be pretty happy with the Zed ban. Swiffer has been getting a lot of Zed bans himself.
Yeah, banning counters away from his own champion in the Syndra. Kind of out of necessity here. You have to wonder, can Roma play something like even a Fizz? Maybe it could give it to Swiffer.
That's a good ban coming out from New South Wales, taking away Zyra, which is one of Jake's go-to supports.
I mean, there really is nothing left. Nami is one thing that comes to mind when you see Jake, as well as potentially... he's not really a melee matchup.
Let's go Taric.
And it's already into a range. I think, yeah, maybe a Taric or a Tahm Kench is what we've seen most frequently out of it. That's different.
Morgana has been locked in, most likely Jake's support champion of choice.
Yeah, Flandre doesn't play in this league, so I'm fairly confident in calling that one not top lane.
Neither does Mara, thankfully. Yeah, they're going to go for the Morgana. Now, that is a curious pick. It can potentially go top lane. Look, it is definitely Fantix, but when you look at counters to a Rakan lane, usually it'd be something like a Braum from the Zarya, but Rakan specifically doesn't get countered by Braum. It's the 2v2, so they're picking the champion blind, and they go for Morgana, prevent the knockups, try and just get some safety out of the Ashe arrows, potential pick compositions as well. Morgana excels against that.
Whereas Tommy's going to be picking up Ari heading into the mid lane against the Syndra.
That is the traditional soft counter. It has a pretty rough laning phase still, but once at level 6, there's the legitimate kill threat there, as well as the ability to help out with the Elise. It's something that you have to be very aware of if you are going into a Syndra matchup. You don't have Ghost in this. You're going to have to take Cleanse because of the Ashe, because of the Elise. So there is kill potential definitely for Ryoma after 6.
Now Big Swift has picked up his Sejuani as well to head into the top lane.
Yeah, 3 times, 3 Sejuani games. Swipe is getting a little bit boring.
Woo! What? No way. That's a little bit better. Talon has been picked up. Should be a top lane Talon for Fantix. Not quite sure how that matchup goes against the Sejuani, but usually Talon does well into tanks.
Certainly does. I mean, what Talon excels at is he's got really mana-efficient wave clear now. One of his biggest weak points used to be if you keep raking, you go very quickly. Now with Corrupting Potion, you can take Meditation. You're able to clean that wave out, and tanks do struggle to keep up with that, as well as if they ever get into melee of you, you get the big crit that comes out of the Q, and he's pretty much ungankable top.
In saying that, Swiper does have the push back mechanic with his Q, so it's very difficult to actually get the crit unless Fantix is really on point with his positioning. But the Rake for wave control, definitely still a prevalent feature in the 1v1 top lane. You'd still give the edge in laning phase ever so slightly to Fantix, especially when the Q gives health back, so sustains there. But Swiper's still that big team fighter compared to the Assassin.
And I think the big thing as well is that you're going to see spooks visit top side of the map. Whenever you have a Morgana, you generally play on the back foot, especially if it's something like a Varus. I think that as the Lee Sin, you have a lot of, I guess, pressure to be able to put onto a Sejuani, be able to put onto a Ahri, pre-6 especially.
Yeah, namely because when you're playing against a Morgana, your opponents don't actually look to kill you. They look to push the minions in, prevent you from being bound in any awkward positions, control the minion wave, so Morgana will be under the turret. So you're right, Spooks could definitely look towards elsewhere on the map. However, ganking a Morgana lane is always going to be reasonably successful, especially when that binding hits.
Still curious to see how this match is going to pan out. It's currently 1-1 between these two teams. Back and forth matches both times round, all of them going to incredibly late game. And this is what we expected between New South Wales and Victoria.
And of course, the pizza's just out of reach. Come on, Choose. Hook his brother up. Oh, there it is.
Actually did.
What a great guy.
Good bloke, Choo Choo Z.
Certainly is.
Choo Choo's delivering pizza.
Hand-delivered Pizza Hut pizza right here. That's fantastic.
But we're on to Summoner's Rift for the third match between New South Wales and Victoria. Currently tied up 1-1, as we've mentioned.
I'm actually going to eat that while we're...
Yeah, Spawn's eating pizza. It's a duo cast right now until Spawn's done
that's
with
too
pizza.
much pizza. We don't need that much pizza. Got a game of League of Legends to talk about as well. That'd be ideal.
You know, it's just me and you, Rusty. Not sure where Spawn's gone.
Mate, you know exactly where I am. I'm chowing down into some sick barbecue meat lovers pizza.
Does it have pineapple on it?
No, it certainly does not.
That's unfortunate.
Thank
Pineapple's
God.
the best topping.
We're not having that conversation on air, Fish. Keep going. Keep talking.
So far, nothing too eventful taking place at level 1 between New South Wales and Victoria. Just all fanning out across the river. Jake will be spotted out in the bottom lane.
Yeah, of course, there's no real pressure in the 2v2 down in the bottom lane. No such thing as a Zyra, so they're just looking for a bit of lane control. Bringing the Ashe there as well indicates they want to start with a bit more early pressure. Could be advancing the vision or just stopping Victoria from being there, maybe getting a binding at level 1. But it also means they lose pressure in their red side jungle. So it is curious to see Only immediately rotate that direction. They don't actually know where their opponents are. Thankfully, Swiper has it locked down.
I think there is a ward, as you mentioned, on that Raptor camp for Swiper. I can't quite tell. No, there's no ward there. Swiper's trying to use Sejuani's natural vision to try and spot that out. Does not. It's interrupted by Fantix, so he can't be certain if he started that side, but you can kind of tell based on the way Talon was positioning. Both junglers starting on the Raptor camp. Egypt nice and early trying to dash on in. He's going to take a trade for that. A couple of auto attacks from King.
Very aggressive, however, because he knows that pretty much unpunishable from Jake. Binding is taken level 1, actually. Generally, you go pull for the push.
Yeah, it just means they don't really want to push. They actually want to have some kind of threat down in that 1v1. If you start with your puddle, then they'll just walk over it, take the Thunderlords at level 1, and just keep running at you, especially with a champion like Rakan. It's just all in.
Very surprised he decided not to throw it in straight away there.
Ooh!
Takes hits 2 and just goes to town on Swiper. That's basically how this matchup's going to go.
Yeah, if you ever use your Q to last hit minions or to pressure a minion wave, the talent will go towards you. So top lane 101, I suppose, will be learned on the fly in this matchup for Swips.
I mean, the surprising thing for me is he didn't go Doran's Shield. In a matchup where he's going to be taking a lot of auto attacks from the Q, not looking for it. Ejim actually does a sneaky thing of getting a deep ward level 2. Ooh, Fantasy's in big trouble here. Nowhere near a wall.
We'll get some good damage on towards Swiper. Actually going straight towards the turret. Swiper flashes away. Now Only missing its cocoon. Trying to go toe-to-toe against Fantix. Hits level 3. It's going to be a bloodbath here. Repel trying to get away from this one. And Fantix successfully defends the 2-on-1.
I mean, Only could have actually won that, but Fantix does stay in lane. However, they force all 3 corrupting potions out of the top laner here from Victoria. Both top laners aren't in the best position, and junglers will be able to hang around that area, but one of them's bottom, while the other is top. So Fantix needs to respect that fact, you would think.
Yeah, and you can see straight away, Ejim knows Spooks' tendency. When you show top, the camp that is able to be taken is going to be that Krug camp. Spooks goes across and only gets the big Krug. It will reset the camp. Absolutely nothing to take there. And now he moves back towards the watered side of the jungle. So slight counter-jungling edge over to Spooks, but still nothing all that big to write home about.
And you're not going to get the shield in the top lane. It's going to be a cloth armor scene from Swiper.
Good snare from Jake. In between the minion wave, makes Ejim get chunked down towards half his health.
A little bit unfortunate here down in his bottom lane. The bindings dictate a lot of it, but still jungler's relatively invisible because they all know where each other are.
So far, no. It's very even between the two teams. Small advantage from the top lane. Only now moving towards mid lane. Swiffer does have his cleanse.
He is in.
Flash. Good cleanse. He's not forced to blow in the flash.
That's a great gank out of Only, actually. He just walks forward, lands a CC, knows that that means that Swiffer has to cleanse, and then doesn't even take return damage. So for everyone else, he's just top side of the map, absolutely full health.
And Swiffer didn't even go to dodge it. He actually just took it and chose to cleanse instead of trying to dodge. Walking towards an Ahri, even if you dodge the cocoon, could be more dangerous. Elise can then close some distance, so it is very good from Only to just get the gank off, force the summoner, but he has to come back if that wants to be successful.
Going in again, Ejim. Knocks up King, dashes straight back out. FBI not going to get locked down by the binding as Ejim steps forward to take that one for the team. Sloppy trades, but still slightly in favor of New South Wales. Spooks being flashed on by Ryoma. That is an aggressive play.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it's kind of a strangely aggressive play out of Ryoma. He knew the W was down, so it's always a jungle trade. But as a mid laner, unless you have real kill threat, you generally don't want to trade flashes with jungle. The one thing that makes it okay is ultimately he's an Ahri, so he has some flashes coming back off cooldown in a couple of seconds when he ticks over to that level 6. King has lost out on this bottom lane shove so dramatically, and all of his health as well, even though he started with longsword 3 pots.
Yeah, he's pretty much outright lost this lane. You'd almost argue at this stage of the meta, it's actually just better to have a shield.
Yeah, completely agree.
Don't know why you'd need a longsword.
2 potions as well as the continual regeneration. The FBI now is going to be able to keep himself nice and topped up. In fact, forcing King to go back to base. We'll have about 7 CS lead and crash a cannon minion wave into Victoria's turret. So that will reset nicely for New South Wales.
And the biggest thing is there's no real threat of a turret dive at level 4. However, with Only on the bottom side of the map, Spooks has definitely traded the top side for his bottom side, and they can't know where the Elise is. And Elise is one of the few junglers pre-level 6 that turret dives incredibly well. So good respect shown out of the Vic lineup. They'll take the wave of CS deficit. Will now push back into the New South Wales lineup, but at least they get away with their lives.
Top side, though, still very heavily in Fantic's favor. 20 CS up over Swiper, who's forced to farm under his turret again. No crafting potion stacks left, and cloth armor to Doran's shield. Swiper doesn't even have an item advantage in that lane. Ooh. Gonna miss. Ryoma's able to dodge that one out. Goes to town on Jake, says, get out of my lane.
The first real look at something special happening there. Jake getting the opportunity to go from base to the middle lane. Takes an adventurous path as well to place some wards on his adventure. So it's just a free binding, throwing out a pot shot, so to speak.
Certainly was. And now King being walked on.
Ejim's looking for it. Jake's going to return down to the bottom lane. Spooks and Swiffer in the area as well, around the river. It's nothing too much will happen in this bottom lane. Really right now for Victoria, a lot of focus top side of the map. Fantix is dominating that lane against Swiper.
Couple of times in a row. When does Swiper start having flashbacks of 2015? Fantix. Perfection up in the top lane. Going to town on people on Vladimir and Hecarim.
Swiffer getting good damage on Ryoma. Exhaust is used to block most of the damage from the ultimate.
Yeah, actually a very good exhaust, of course, would have killed him, but Swiffer still has the pressure, and as much as Ryoma wants to get these minions, it doesn't actually look likely he's going to be forced back to base. Does have his ultimate and the passives up, so if he chooses to get the 6-minion Q, it'll be okay.
You can see that Swiffer's shadow is not really all that far away from mid lane, surprise, surprise. Has flash available. They now have spotted out Only as well. So Ryoma just completely forced off turret.
It wants to stay though, Ryoma.
Yeah, Spook's actually got cocooned, so they knew where he was as well. Everything is able to subside.
And I feel like Ryoma should have just sacked that last wave, go back to base. He's only picked up 2 minions out of the last 2 waves that have been pushed into him.
A big thing, however, in mid lane is going to be that experience leave. You generally want to, be able to back on a canyon creep wave, keep some of them up if you can.
Teleport top.
That's actually big. Both top laners teleporting back the second time around.
Bottom lane King not going to get knocked up due to the black shield being put down by Jake.
And this is a very negative way to play bottom lane. I guess it's like the appropriate way to say. Not negative as in bad, but as in like you're shutting down momentum as opposed for looking for anything yourself. He's going lethality build. He's just going to poke from afar. And you can see the idea behind the whole build is just, you know, sit there with the black shield, Morgana behind the Varus, and just chip away, not really give up anything.
You know, going for another fight here. Ejim did go and engage aggressively towards King, but good binding comes out. Blocks down FBI so we can't get in range to get more auto attacks down.
They really are just conceding, right? And that's dangerous for Spooks. We just saw him at the enemy Raptor camp, and only now knowing that fact, is able to come in here and look.
Oh, Jake Corruption miss. Only will get a cocoon down. Black Shield is laid. That get burst through. King is going to fall. First blood picked up by Only. And now Jake is stuck between his turret and 4 New South Walesmen as FBI gets that kill.
Well, that was pretty much played as perfect as you'd like, honestly, from New South Wales, right? Only on the Elise, he can dive successfully, but Ejim also ticking 6. FBI is able to dive the turrets with them. Not quite.
Swift's really one of his team members there. Flashes forward, misses with the ultimate. And now Ryoma being traded back upon pretty aggressively. Didn't actually get anything from roaming bottom. So even though first turret going across, Ryoma doesn't really come out the benefactor. That's going to be all about the duo lane.
And look what happens top lane. The second Swiper disappears as well. The CS lead grows just that little bit further. Fantix also getting some hits onto the top lane outer turret, so it's going to get chunked out just a little bit more so.
Yep.
Not the ideal scenario for New South Wales, all things considered, everywhere but bottom, which is going well.
Both mid lane and top lane outer turret are incredibly low. In fact, Victoria call on more members towards this mid lane.
And now you just go fishing. Like one Lee Sin Q hits, you have to sack the turret. If an E hits, if it...
Got him.
Got him. Does he go through? Spooks has the black shield. Ryoma flashes forward. Spooks was given that kill. Egypt's now looking for a return. Knocks off Swiffer. Spooks goes in real deep and gets the heck out of there.
What? I don't know what that was. It's not your average Lee Sin, is it? No, that one is.
Yep, Carbon warm up. Fantix, meanwhile, top side of the map, still trading aggressively against Swiper.
But the big thing here is that Ryoma goes down, and all of a sudden, bottom lane has no pressure, top lane has no pressure, and they just continue to shove waves in and try and get back this CS. They're still up 500 gold, New South Wales. However, first brick is worth a little bit more than that, so losing out across the map.
The turret is basically the difference at this point in the game, as they are looking mid.
Trying to chase
my
down.
goodness.
Charm comes out from Ejim, locking down Swiffer. He's trying to run. FBI can't get the last auto attack down. Swiffer lives to find another day.
He didn't even have to use cleanse. That was so well played out of Swiffer. Really put the dancing shoes on, dodged out of everything.
Yeah, at the same time, Ejim actually didn't hit the combo that he was looking for. Pops the ultimate, gets the move speed, and tries to charm him as he is knocked up, which the cleanse would have come out from Swiffer from, but it misses and gets charmed afterwards. Means he's able to just walk it out. Some fancy feet, I suppose, in the end as well to ensure it.
And I actually think that New South Wales has to address something in the early game. We saw a lot of success from Chippies, putting a lot of pressure on Fantix with Soul Strike's help. We saw a lot of turret dives going up there and actually being successful. This time, it seems that they're just staying home and hoping that Swiper can 1v1. And it's not Swiper's fault. He's just not being given a matchup that actually will win the lane. Sejuani is a tank, and he's playing all kinds of unorthodox stuff up in the top lane, is Fantix, and Swiper's fallen very far behind again.
Gold's still dead even between the two teams. New South Wales have about 400 gold in their favor, which is not that much in this game so far.
Starting to hit the big item spikes as well is going to be the Victorian side. Ghostblade available. Getting towards the jungle items as well as mid lane almost getting his Morellos when that's completed.
Swiper's changed his build coming into this match though, going for the Balmy Cinder as well as the Sheen. Not opting to go for the quick rush of the run fast really quick item, which I forget the name.
Righteous Glory.
I don't blame you, no one really builds it.
Opting for more combat stats, it seems.
And once again, they've gone in on top lane. Fantix has to burn the ultimate. I can't actually see anything else that's happening.
Nope. They're trying to dive him, it seems. Only sticking around. Cocoon.
They got him.
Land. Swiper's taking turret through. That is a little bit of a disaster. Fantix is going on further forward. Only trying to duke it out. You can't repel anywhere else, Only. Gonna try and flash away. Almost gets taken down, but Fantix can't get the last auto.
Both of them just live. Fantix outplays in the 1v2. And meanwhile, in bottom lane, they force away Ryoma from his turret.
Hello.
Everywhere being sieged up.
Rakan standing right behind him, gets hit by an arrow.
I can't believe the score's 2-1. It's that close to going so poorly for both of these teams at different instances.
Here we go.
Spooks now in the bottom lane. Ryoma
Oh,
does the
missed.
first stun, goes aggressive towards Swiffer, gets him on the turret range, forces the cleanse, jumps back in again. Oh, no, the
Got
Scepter
him.
comes back in, and now Swiper chasing out Spooks.
It's a battle of the 2v1s. And
Teleport
every
top.
single time the one's winning. That
Teleport.
shouldn't happen.
Teleport being used by
Certainly
Phoenix
should
to go top. He's looking to try and take down that turret, where Swiper wants Spooks.
Yeah, he's not going to catch it, unfortunately.
He's not going to stop.
You know he wants him.
He's still going.
Oh, Rakan's actually cut him off.
There we
Pink
go.
members.
Gets the chance. Swiper's right behind him. Slap him one more time, Swiper. You can do it. Gets him. Meanwhile, it's going to be Blast Cone used by Jake to get back to safety.
While all this is happening, however, Fantix has taken down the top lane turret, looking for a blue buff. And 2 kills is very nice, will equalize the gold, but they're losing a lot on the top side of the map. Fantix is really starting to become a major problem. He's going to be level 11. He's also 50 CS up. And when you only have 100 CS if you swipe it, that's a lot.
Yeah, that is definitely a lot of his CS that's going to be an advantage of Fantix. At the same time, we mentioned Victoria getting item spikes a couple minutes ago. They've secured them now, so this is a good window of opportunity to actually push leads in places that you do have it, including that top lane. However, when you contrast that with the New South Wales side, not yet to pick them up, but Ryoma getting the 1v2 kill, a step in the right direction towards catching him.
Certainly was. It also gave them a much-needed Drake. That, you know, as the game progresses, being able to take down neutral objectives is going to be much easier when you have the Mountain Drake on your side. I thought T-Gun was your coach, Fish, because Jake seems to have taken lessons from the only other Morgana player I can think of in the region. On point so far with those binds.
He's been playing really well in this champion. Given that. Meanwhile, Victoria able to take down the mid lane outer turret, now giving themselves 1,000 gold lead.
Having a blinder of a series is Jake.
He's had a great tournament, Jake. Playing out of his mind. Excited to see how he's going to play next week during the start of the OPL.
Yeah, that is actually really interesting, right? How do you take your Origin form and actually play back in the OPL with your normal team?
Because we haven't seen too many players during this tournament actually drop form, so to speak. A couple of games haven't gone well for them.
Oh!
Everyone's playing out of their mind.
Here we go, Chief off.
That was pretty intense for a chief off, wasn't it?
That was a Spooks Q.
Spooks Q. That's why he was, you know.
Where's Carbon?
Not going to say it.
Carbon needs to start warming up.
They do, however, managed to take away a blue buff.
Yep, that was another Spooks Q, but this time from Ejim.
Also not his. What the heck? All right. Enough.
They need to hit abilities.
They do.
You want any fights that take place?
Here we go. Abilities hit.
See, Talon doesn't have skill shots.
He does so.
It's W.
Oh,
Mate, it's a shot. Maybe it doesn't require much skill. How about that? Do have a Death Brush set up here.
Yep, only throws that Cocoon.
High wide, not very handsome.
All right, new tactic. Get everyone on point-and-click champions. Fantix, though, going to try to go against Swiper. Swiper
Here we
Fantix
go.
a fight.
Still has his ultimate here. Does only, what the heck? Does Fantix.
yeah, neither of them actually having teleport on top of that fact. So whoever wins the 1v1 does actually win outright, as long as they have vision of the rest of the team of their opponents. As it stands, Swiper does have to go to base. Fantix seems to be very much aware of where the opponents are, as he's got Spook shadowing.
And nearly this exact setup was what happened a lot in Legacy versus Direwolves in the grand final. It was Choo Choo's playing. No, when was it? It was when Choo Choo's was playing Syndra mid lane, and they just could not break through the turret. And time again, maybe it was like week 7 then or 8, because I don't know when Choo's played last. It was like week 7 or week 8, and Choo's was just sitting there time and time again, just wave clearing out on Syndra, and no matter how many people you threw at it, was not able to break through that. So you can see right now that Swiffer was kind of just sitting mid, just throwing spears at things, and because he has cleanse and there's not enough hard engage to dive, really is no pressure to keep that lane, to break that lane.
So Victoria just took another outer turret for themselves. 3 turrets to 1, 2,000 gold lead for themselves. New South Wales uses time to take Rift Herald.
It's still going to be a trade. The question is, with this Rift Herald, can only actually use it successfully? Will they find a structure themselves, perhaps equalize the difference? Rift Herald's very good at taking down the middle lane outer turret if you actually get to pressure Swiffer at all.
Yep.
But as it stands right now, I don't really see that opportunity coming into effect. Victoria, knowing the Rift Herald has been taken, can hover around the middle lane. They can actually prevent that strategy from being successful.
Yeah, completely agree. And better than that, I mean, you can see that they're just looking to push in all the waves and then collapse around mid. Fantix wants a piece of Swiper in the top lane.
Yeah, the thing
damage
is,
on him, but Swiper's fairly tanky now.
I mean, there's one remaining outer turret for Victoria to take, so naturally they'll gravitate around the middle lane area. Actually, it's already gone.
Yep.
They're just set.
And they've got the poke really built up now. King is sitting there on the lethality build with the Manamune. He's just going to sit there and fire arrows. Got 20% cooldown reduction already.
Bite around blue buff though. Swiper's taking on Fantix. This time he's got help coming up right behind him. Swiper gets a good stun. Lasting Undying as well. Ultimate's already been used.
Oh
Fantix
my
jumps on top of
goodness.
right but Tommy's dead. The bleed is too much. And Syndra just fires on her way to pick up a kill.
Here goes
Here
the
comes
stun.
Ejim. Going to be able to lock down both of them. Gets the stuns. FBI is chasing him down but slowed up by
Whoa,
the Wraith.
down.
And now Jake is right behind the with Spooks as well. Locks down Ejim. He's going to have to be jumping away from this one.
Yeah, certainly is. What a play out of Fantix. He just does so much damage.
Flash forward from King, misses the arrows, but gets the second one through. Now
Whoa,
look at
holy.
Holy Health just get obliterated. Victoria get 4 kills in that skirmish.
Completely blasted by Victoria. That was just individual outplays, being able to survive in situations where you would not expect it. Fantix goes off, Swiffer manages to stay alive for far too long, honestly, and then all of Victoria comes crashing down, and they find New South Wales for the kills.
Yeah, and you can see that this actual marksman build of being able to sit back and attack from long range is coming out trumps right now because there isn't enough hard engage if Swiper falls down. And King and Jake are just sitting, throwing skill shots out and forcing people off turrets. In that case, even picking up a couple of kills as we take another look at it.
And you'd have to feel like when this 1v1 breaks out, yes, Fantix actually does play this perfectly fine to secure a kill. I'm surprised he gets it, but it's the burst that can come through from Swiffer as well as Fantix. And the corrupting potions are pretty much everywhere. It's nasty. And at this stage, you feel bad. He deserves the kill. He gets one, he gets two, charms them up. FBI comes in, he's like, all right, I've got one. No, I don't.
Yeah,
And
exactly
it's a bit
right.
awkward.
Just a huge stun. And it just continues. I mean, with this, they've got so much of a fight. That arrow was just short of taking people down. And then King is just able to, you know, sit here, set up, actually flashes forward and misses the chain. But after that, it was just all of the burst damage still there.
Look at Ejim. There's a big baller strike coming from Swiper trying to tank up the front lines. They've got King. He's dead. Reimer picks up that kill. Ejim is still alive somehow. Swiper's in the back line.
Oh,
and the wall. Snipes up one. Everyone's locked out. Gets 2 for himself. Swiffer gets that one. Swiper can't tank much longer. And Fantix is going to town on the squishy members of New South Wales.
And in the end, Vic, what a stun out of Swiffer. Actually stuns up everyone on the back line. And then Fantix just dives through and tears them apart. Another huge team fight victory. Although, maybe not, because Spooks feels like dying. No, he's alive.
He's all right.
He's going to survive. But again, New South Wales, the fighting spirit still definitely evident. They do not go down without that fight, but Victoria just seem to be trumping them right now. Not a lot of opportunities are going to be left with the way the gold lead is just completely blown out of proportion as a result of these last 2 engages.
6,500 gold lead for Victoria. Make that even more. So take down the mid lane inner turret. Spooks is working on an Ocean Dragon as well for Victoria.
And this is one of the first times that they actually have good enough priority in side lanes that the collapse is on. So you have a look here. They root him up. They're able to take out almost all of his health. And on the back end, it actually looks like once King is caught, that it's going to be a good team fight. But then Spooks, Swiffer, huge turnaround stun. Fantix gets on the back line, just absolutely obliterates everyone. FBI will eventually pick him up for a kill. But at this stage, if you're Talon, your job's done. You've dove onto the back line. You've got a huge rake. And that's just the timing out of the Rift Herald. So we'll get some damage here, but not that much.
Woo! That's it. That's all he had in him.
I mean, it's still a lot, but unfortunately it's not going to be something that New South Wales can protect, just throwing it down because they have to, right? And still, at this stage, you're looking at New South Wales just to get vision control in areas. They need to get some extra turrets, and mid lane and top lane outers are still standing. And until they go down, the gold lead's just far too strong for Victoria. They've snowballed incredibly quickly.
7.5k up. King is 1.1 ahead of his opponent. Mid lane's a 2,000 lead. Fantix as well. 2,500 ahead over Swiper. That's a full item almost.
I mean, you just don't expect it, and a lot of it has to be Swiper and Only sharing equal blame.
because this strategy was not working against New Zealand. Actually, this is what was kind of falling over and hurting the Victorian squad.
Yep.
However, against the tank player in Swiper, seems to be very comfortable.
I mean, you've got to feel like the Syndra being a big determining factor here. The pressure that it draws, the ability that it has in team fighting for Swiffer, something that you'll be looking towards in the next game, but right now he's still destroying this one.
That does way too much damage to a tank. Swiffer is unstoppable right now. Looking to siege up, bottom lane in a turret. Arrow from downtown, lands with the bowler. Poor crowd control chaining from New South Wales, but they're going anyway. Ejim with big charms, a big knockup, but look at the reset with the
In he
support runner.
goes!
There's Fantix, pops the ultimate, he's exhausted, still kills Ejim, and Victoria are not giving up just yet. Still going for more, sniping from downtown King, finds his mark. They're now 9,000 gold in the lead.
And you said it right there, Fish. Exhausted, still picks up a kill. Fantix is an absolute monster on this talent, and they're going to continue to push through.
Victoria do not look like slowing down. The momentum from their first victory is starting to cascade into the second, and they are destroying the base.
Swiper's coming back into this one. Spook's going to be able to dash out. Swiper flashing forward. FBI is dead. That is disgusting. Let's still go for it. Look at Swiper. He's still taking so much damage. Double kill for King. You're not that tanky, my friend.
This is nasty.
This is a disgusting team composition put together by Victoria.
I mean, this is just what it looks like when everyone is ahead that does damage.
Left, right, good night. Swiffer picks up that kill. Ejim's here as well. I think he's the next target if he sticks around. Knocks up Spooks. Teleport.
Let them recall.
Here comes Fantix. Guys, you need to stop fighting because Victoria, they're not done with you.
Just let Victoria go to base and none of this would have happened. Now your inhibitors are gone.
I think that's going to be game. Victoria could just push for the win.
It's still very early. I don't think they're that far ahead.
No, New South Wales is going to charge out, die again, and it's game.
Round 3, fight. It's not that fun.
But that was a massacre. That was 10 kills. And all of them were New South Welshmen.
Whew. It's now a 13,000 gold lead for Victoria.
And you can see Spooks is actually bouncing around in his chair. He's pretty happy. I mean, what a feeling juggling when you just have, what, 70 CS up in the top lane, 50 CS up in the mid lane. I would like to be the juggler right now.
Yes, you would. 1, 1, and 10 as well. They're all doing the grunt work for you. You just get to sit there and enjoy the ride.
You just W'd to someone.
6 to 16 in kills. Victoria having a great game so far. New South Wales really looking to try and find any avenue of attack. They went for the Hail Mary play, it didn't work out. Now they're going for it again. Locking down Swiffer, gets a black shield and flashes away. Stun connects onto Morgana, but look at Ejim's health. It's almost gone, and FBI is the next target. 4 members of Victoria split up to take him down. There's a fight on the other side of the map as well as that arrow connects. 3 members of New South Wales up against Fantix. Even that seems like it's not enough. He's just going to jump over walls. Hardcore parkour. Swiper is trying to go toe-to-toe. Fantix has no health. He doesn't care. And Spooks will chase down Ryoma, flashes forward, locks him down with a kick.
No binding.
And now the Elise is dead inside of her own jungle. Jake's going to auto-attack him to death. 4 more kills for Victoria.
And you think this has to be getting out of control. New South Wales just cannot stop the bleeding. And
Swiper is, though.
The last thing you want is this to get inside your head and really impact the rest of the best of 5.
Oh, Swiper, that is the wrong side of the map.
Look, we don't ask how we got here, only
Or is
how
it?
he's going to get
He's
out.
like, I want to be on Victoria now. This is my side of the map.
Well, he's definitely trying to get the heck out of there. Doing the best he can. Not going to be able to do too much. They've cornered him. Poor Swiper. Running straight towards the turret. Spooks moving in. King picks up that kill again.
Look, he bought them enough time that his whole team's going to be alive, so that's nice if you're Swiper. In this case, they need to try and get to the Baron area because the Baron's probably going to be another fight. New South Wales have decided that they are going to go down in a 5v5. They're just going to continue to engage until Victoria decide they've had enough playing with their food in this game.
They're not going out without a biff, it seems. Victoria now looking to try and see if they can go towards that Baron pit. Swiffer is sweeping this one out, waiting behind one of his wards, see if he can catch out a member of New South Wales moving towards the pit. Got him.
I mean, it looks like Baron will be started up. Teleport is available. But you don't really want to fight into a 15,000 gold deficit at 27 minutes. So I'm fairly confident this one will go down without a contest.
Yep, they give it up. Swiper's going to catch the wave bottom. But if you're New South Wales, what do you do from here?
Think about game 4.
Victoria are just going to stand and deliver. and you kind of just have to deal with what's coming at you. But you're definitely not heading the game with game number 3 right now. You are looking at the next one, so Spawn's correct. Swiper's got a big task just with super minions. I actually don't think he wins this battle most of the time because of how long it'll take to kill them. I think they'd actually be 2 stacked up by the time he even kills 1. So if he ever leaves that lane, he's actually just frozen it for his enemy team.
They're going to try and go for a last stand at least.
Here goes
Rakan.
the
Back line, charm to charm to charm for Rakan. Swiffer's actually going to
dead.
die first, but it doesn't matter. Look at Fantix. He just does so much damage. Reimer's down. Only is going to die as well. Even though it looks like Newcastle has put up a good fight.
FBI.
Cleaning through. FBI standing in delivery.
Look at him go.
He's got 2. He's looking for Spooks. He almost falls. What the heck was that? He just got a triple.
God, it's still
He's
going.
got a quadra. That's an ace for New South Wales. I do not believe it.
FBI is an absolute hero for New South Wales right now. No right winning that team fight.
What a monster.
I'll tell you what. You never see an Ashe like that very often.
Apart from last game, I guess. 2 quadra kills, 2 Ashe players going at it. And you can see that Victoria, you guys were right. They just stood and delivered, and then no one got onto FBI. The exhaust just weren't there, and he was able to just absolutely mow people down. You have to think that at least brings him back into the game. Black Shield was late out of Jake, and then Ejim just into the back line. Huge knock-up. Layers the CC beautifully. Swiffer didn't even get a chance to respond at all.
And look at the Ashe, even through the exhaust.
He got exhausted.
Auto-attacking perfectly. Still, you get bound. Doesn't matter. He's in the positioning that he actually wants. And Ejim ensuring that he stays alive for as long as possible. It was so well played from the Ashe and from the Rakan.
I think FBI getting binded there did more harm than good to Victoria. He just said, all right, I'm a turret now.
And I actually think that King inadvertently killed Spook, because King had the red buff, gave it to FBI, and then the red buff killed Spook. So
cycle continues.
Yep, exactly right. But it is still a 13,000 gold deficit. They've shown they can win 1 fight, got rid of the Barons.
They've got to do that 3 more times, I'd say.
One of those games where FBI is literally everything for New South Wales. They will now decide, as a result of that last fight, that pretty much all of their emphasis is now on protecting him and killing Swiffer.
Well, New South Wales have a chance to go for a dragon fight. They choose to do so.
I mean, Rakan can get back in again. Doesn't choose for it.
Nope, they just try to go for the steal over the wall. They don't get it. Ocean Dragon over towards Victoria.
It's just really hard to say, even after a team fight like that New South Wales can do anything other than sit in their base. But they have managed to establish vision in the bottom quadrant of their jungle.
And the other thing it does, it makes you feel better about the next game, right? So presuming that Vic still go on to win this one, it's a best of 5, and all of a sudden FBI can shake it off a little bit easier. You can remember that team fight and think, what did we do well there? We were fighting from such a deficit. So I think that that is one of the morale-boosting moments of the game. And if you're Vic, you do not want to give them too many more of that. You want to keep them down. You want to close this one out nice and quickly. The longer it goes, the more frustrating it becomes.
Ejim, though, chunked down towards less than half his health. Stun. Gets onto Spooks. But Fantix is still split pushing the bottom lane. Can't do words. Take over someone.
I mean, they're just slowly establishing vision right now, Victoria. They will play with the minions, try and get some wards down. It doesn't appear like there's any objective on the map other than the base of New South Wales that they can go towards. They just play around the Syndra getting a stun, the Varus hitting the ultimate, or Morgana getting a binding, follow it with the rest, and then they still end up getting that team fight. But they need to be patient and not get engaged on like what New South Wales did last time.
Guardian Angel has been picked up by Fantix as well, so even if he falls down this fight, he'll come back to life.
Watch Ejim, he's on the top side near the wolf pit. He's looking for the big engage again. He's sitting on a control ward, so no one there.
There's the flash forward. Swiffer gonna get chunked down, but takes Ryoma down, and he's still alive! They fought the plan that took place from New South Wales as there goes Fantix straight to the back lines, pops the Guardian Angel. Spruce is going to stay alive thanks to the heal.
Oh!
Get it. Big stun coming out from Swiffer, keeps them locked down. Spruce jumps back in. Jake puts the exhaust out to FBI. He's trying to stand and deliver again. Only gets 1 kill this time round, and only it's the last man standing. Victoria take down New South Wales.
Oh, King just nearly died. That was nearly enough to keep them in this one, although with King alive, should be able to close this one out, Fish.
I mean, even though Victoria picked up the fight there, their health bars are so low. Despite that, it's still a 15,000 gold lead. Victoria onto the Nexus, and they take the series to match point, going 2-1 against New South Wales.
And I think that shows the difficulty that tankless comps have in closing out games. You just can't turret dive effectively. FBI was shredding everyone, doing so much damage. But in the end, 14,000 gold is just too much of a lead to scale. I really think that even though they won that game, they once again look at the Rakan and the sick engages that you get off that champion and just think, why are we still letting him play it?
You do have to wonder why it wasn't actually hitting the ban list based off the last game. But this one, they still played around it a little bit better. The Syndra shows that it has what it takes to deal with the champion.
Morgana as well. I think Morgana was a really big pickup because it nullified a lot of the lane pressure that was coming out with the flash ultimates and engages. So really, hats off to Jake, who has shown that he is more than a simple, Nami, Lulu, Karma player. He's been able to go towards Taric, Tom, Kench, Braum, and now reaches back and picks up a Morgana, really having a great tournament.
And that was the first one-sided match we've had in the Specified Series. And even though it was one-sided towards Victoria, we saw some great team fights 30 minutes into the game. So it was fantastic to watch between these two teams.
I mean, yeah, there was definitely glimmers of hope for the New South Wales side, right? FBI, as you mentioned already, will have his head high even though it was a defeat, simply because he knows he can outplay his opponents in Victoria. But there was still a little bit of a overreach from the Victorian side. They were not respecting the damage.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, Ryoma also had a 2v1 in the bottom lane. They are mortal, and I think that the better that those two young players play, you're going to get consistency out of Swiper, out of Ejim. I think they still have what it takes to take this to a Game 5.
We'll have to see if they can, because now it's match point for Victoria. They're one game away from taking the first League of Legends League of Origin. To break down that game, though, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Fish. And who would have guessed that we would have 2 wins now over to Victoria? I know you guys certainly did, as you predicted, the New South Wales. And you're shaking your head, but we have the VODs. We have the clips that you were saying.
Wipe
them. We're going to get that one win. So what happened in that game? Victoria, that was, as Fish was saying, one of the most one-sided games we've seen all tournament.
Yeah, the moment they got a lead, it looked like their composition was unstoppable. Swiffer was going mad once again on the Syndra, and on top of that, a nice tidbit is that we saw a lethality build coming out of the Varus. So whenever your pick came off, it immediately popped up by Varus Q. It was nice to see when the lead was taken.
100%. And before we get out onto Frosca, let's take a look at the picks and bans, and I'm sure you're going to talk about it because Morgana was a huge thing in this game. So was Rakan into that bottom lane. It was just like, how is this Morgana going to go? But turns out if you just toss out a binding in a team fight, it's probably going to hit someone.
And he certainly was chaining a lot of that hearts you see there. You have to think about that one that he nailed on FBI. But FBI stood his ground, ended up with the quadra kill, but that wasn't Jake's fault necessarily. In terms of how this composition, I like the fact that you brought up the lethality build in Varus, just because it's really interesting when you work in that dynamic of Syndra. Like, Syndra has such a long-range stun. She's going to stand right next to her AD carry, so it makes it really threatening to get onto that backline, which meant that with the lethality build, King was able to do damage at a distance, as opposed to being that frontline Varus. So I like the synergy across the board in Victoria's composition.
Yeah, and we saw the diving threat coming out of Talon, too. A lot of the times, let's just say whenever New South Wales thought that they can look for a counterattack, if they can get onto Syndra, if they can get onto Talon, Morgana Shield, even though it feels like a very interactive champion, because you're just throwing out the bindings, and of course you got the shield. The magic shield was just doing too much in denying the fights from happening from New South Wales.
And the cool thing is then when you kind of take a bigger step back, there's just no way for New South Wales to get into the backline of Victoria. You can see the champion select on your bottom of your screen. You have Talon and Lee Sin who are able to dive in, look for those crazy big plays. You have Syndra who's stepped back, just hanging around with Varus, so the DPS is sustained and going to continuously come out. And unfortunately, the 14k gold lead meant that Swiper couldn't buy his team enough time with his tankiness because he would just fall apart.
Yeah, it was just team fight after team fight. It really did start off kind of on those early team fights where Victoria just started picking them up. And it was just, they constantly went their way. We're going to take a look at one of those. It was in the river, actually, near Dragon. And they literally just steamrolled them.
Yeah, this was a team fight that you started to see coming really well in favor of New South Wales. You can see Ryoma completely demolishing King. It looks great, but suddenly Fantix comes right through. You see the stun immediately from Swiffer, and it turns on a dime because of the synergy coming out of the just those two carries alone. And so it's really nice. You see really the mechanics out of the team, smart gameplay, because we see these assassin compositions before. It's just nice to see them starting to utilize the flanks.
And the thing is your vision has to be so on point when you look for fights like that, just because you are facing across from a Syndra and a Talon, as well as the Lee Sin. Their ability to get into those backlines or reach the backline, if you don't have the appropriate flanking wards, you end up like that situation where suddenly Talon's in the middle of the team fight and you're unprepared. Again, you need that Sejuani to be in front of you and creating space.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we saw that Sodrani just flashing forwards, and this is kind of like the lemming play as we bring up this replay, where New South Wales just go in one by one, over and over again.
They see the blinking red HP bars. Every single one of them is like, all right, I got this guy. Swiper, I'm pretty tanky. Oh, wait a minute. I guess I'm not. He immediately goes down. And you see time and time again, double kill for King, and it's because he has that lethality build.
But look at the vision as well. There are no available wards for flanking teleports for Swiper, so Swiper has to go front to back and be aggressive with that flash. Normally in a situation like that, like I understand New South Wales, we have to take them down here because they've got so much global gold, and if they back, the game is pretty much over. We need to punish them now for this overreach, but they wouldn't do it like that. Normally you would get a deep teleport, you would flank up behind them, and the rest of the team would running down, but Victoria did such a great job sweeping all of that and denying it before they set up their siege bottom.
Yeah, and it wasn't like full mental boom for the team, because we did see later on that FBI picked up that sweet quad in the mid lane, but it just simply wasn't enough. So heading into this one, I mean, like 2 wins over to Victoria now. Do they have the momentum to actually close out? Because none of us at the analyst desk predicted this.
I mean, they completely shut me up. They're playing great League of Legends. Like I said, that New South Wales is going to be easy. They're going to blow through them. But Victoria, like, we can play. It's fine.
Yeah, you changed your mindset pretty early on when your pick went through. I'm still in the process. I'm still a bit in
it's
denial.
like 2% the information.
It's just sad that Egypt could perform so well on the Rakan once again. And I swear to you, that's going to get banned next game. And the fact that they lost and it still showed up means that Victoria is on point.
I mean, is there anything else you need to look towards? Because Swiffer was on point as well with the Sender. You can see him making play after play, and we have one more replay for you guys. I just wanted to see it one more time. That's done in the mid lane, where Swiffer completely annihilated the lineup of New South Wales.
I mean, we've said it before and we'll say it again. The reason why this is an all-star team, why they have those reputations, is because they are clutch players, and big plays they will execute 100% of the time. And yes, we do have great new talent like Only, like Ryoma, like FBI, who are starting to make a name for themselves in the OPL and the OCS, but they don't have the consistency yet to do that right there.
It really does tell a tale. And of course, you can see it. They get aced right there. And man, like, Swiffer is a guy. That's all I gotta say. Swiffer has had about 3 to 4 games where he just performs like that, where he comes out on the Zed, on an Ahri, and if he just has that one game. And it looks like if he has another game, this could be wrapped up pretty quickly.
Okay, guys, we're at match point for Victoria. I'm going to give you a second shot at life.
Oh, no.
Victoria, are they going to take the next game? This is going to be the 4-game series.
Okay, I'm going to eject off of New South Wales. I'm sorry, Fish. And I'm going to get behind Victoria right now. Melbourne's looking pretty strong in the mid lane.
Oh, man. So Fruscian's jump ship, Raz.
If I do it, I'll look like a flip-flopper. And I'm keeping on to my dignity.
He's like, I'm going down with the Titanic.
I'm down with that ship. I am the captain of this ship. If I drown, you know what? That's just life. I'll take it.
Can you swim?
No, well, close to it. I just can't breathe underwater, and that's pretty damn important.
Wait a minute.
Fun fact, Raz does dragon boats on the weekend, and it's this reoccurring joke that he can't swim, but yet he races dragon boats.
Oh,
it's like, how much competition? It's like do or die. Like, I need to finish.
If you don't see me on the next show, you can guess why. You could probably guess.
That's how the tale of Raz ended. Anyway, folks, we're going to wrap up this segment and head to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be coming in for the 4th game, potentially the last of the tournament. We'll see you then.
Is able to come in here and look.
Oh, Jake Corruption miss. Only will get a cocoon down. Black Shield is laid. That get burst through. King is going to fall. First blood picked up by Only. And now Jake is stuck between his turret and 4 New South Walesmen as FBI gets that kill.
So if he ever leaves that lane, he's actually just frozen it for his
Well, they're going to try and go for a last stand at least.
Here goes
the back line. Charm to charm to charm for Rakan. Swiffer's actually going to die first, but it doesn't matter. Look at Fantex. He just does so much damage. Ryoma's down. Only is going to die as well, even though it looks like New South has put up a good fight. Victoria's cleaning through. FBI standing in delivery.
Look at him go.
He's got 2. He's looking for Spooks. He almost falls. What the heck was that? He just got a triple.
He's still
going
going.
for a quadra. That's an ace for New South Wales. I do not believe it.
FBI is an absolute hero for New South Wales right now. No right winning that team fight. What a monster. Again, he's sitting
on a control ward, so no
Oh,
one there.
and there's the flash forward. Swiffer gonna get chunked down, but takes Ryoma down, and he's still alive. They fought the plan that took place from New South Wales as the Echoes fancy straight to the back lines, pops the Guardian Angel. Spruce is gonna stay alive thanks to the heal.
Oh!
Get it. Big stun coming out from Swiffer, keeps them locked down. Spruce jumps back in. Jake puts the exhaust out to FBI. He's trying to set and deliver again. Only gets one kill this time round, and only it's the last man standing. Victoria take down New South Wales.
Oh, King just nearly died.
Despite that, it's still a 15,000 gold lead. Victoria onto the Nexus, and they take the series to match point, going 2-1 against New South Wales.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the League of Origin. We're coming in for our fourth and potentially final game as Victoria is on match point. And our analysts, well, one of them bailed. And the other one, the other one's going down with the ship if it happens. Captain Rat over there.
Now.
I look like a captain, I'm not going to lie, so I think I'm fine. I just need the hat. Probably to protect the head.
Is that a neck scarf or an ascot?
It is an ascot.
That is very fancy, sir.
We call them cravat.
A
can't even right now.
I thought
All
I
right.
were weird things.
I'm moving this one along. Raskurin, you've jumped ship potentially to the better ship in your own words. What do they need to do? Because we've looked at this pretty much from the perspective of Victoria all the way along, actually coming in as weirdly the underdogs into this series. But right now, they're on the verge of winning.
I think you continue to focus on Swiffer and Spooks and their synergy there. I think it makes sense to exploit the pivotal point of the map. I think it was a massive mistake for New South Wales to leave the Syndra open. Normally we see that champion ban.
Yeah.
Don't think Swiffer's going to get it again, but I'd like to see another comparable pick, like something like an Ari, that he can be mobile, he can go off, he can have assassination potential.
That's true. I've also been seeing Fantix and King and Jake all as well, kind of like play along with the picture as well. So you see a lot more of a team coming together. That's one of the biggest points, because remember before day one we were talking about how Team Victoria was just the clear favorites. You know, in fact, Jake even mentioned, oh yes, this team, 100% like the Oceanic All-Star team, not the Victorian All-Star team. We're starting to see that coming through. Maybe they're looking a lot better because during the actual group stage it looked pretty messy. So that's going to be interesting to see. Maybe they come along. Maybe they are the ones who end up with a 3-1 finish.
I'm sure no one can actually say that they were sandbagging coming into this one, because there were a lot of sloppy plays. That being said,
We
they
don't
are
use that word here.
Yeah.
they're very close to winning, and they are a match point. We're going to send it over to the casters for the call for potentially our final game.
Thank you very much, Pulse. You're the last friend I have on that desk, because both Roscoe and Raz have abandoned me. I bet if you're joining me is... No, you're not Zach Rossipie. That's Zach Rossipie, and Jake Sponsor is about to get into the fourth match of the grand final here.
I understand him getting us confused, I suppose. It happens all the time, but we look so different now, I don't even know.
We're both wearing glasses again.
What? That is...
Spawn has a beard.
Yeah, that's the similarities. The glasses. Yep. Good.
You're both color classes, you know. It's difficult to do.
All right, let's go. Match point. And Victoria up 2-1 right now. And I think that the biggest surprise is that Carbon is sitting where Spooks was for the 2 victories, bringing in the big boss again to try and close out this best-of-5 series.
I mean, Carbon said it himself before the games. He might go up there with the 2 victories and just int a little bit to see how it goes. I'm quoting him. He said it.
Goodness. I mean, I'm not complaining. He can do whatever he likes if he wants to int. That's fine by me. What happens backstage in the Victoria room, not my problem. But for now, it's a champion select for the 4th game. It is match point for Victoria.
I mean, in all seriousness, I don't think he'll intentionally try and die throughout the map. He'll actually try and give it to Only, but Only is a big task to deal with right now. He's already proven that throughout this tournament and throughout all of the round robin yesterday. And so now Carbon does have to step up to the plate and deliver, not like what we saw in Game 1.
Most definitely. And I believe all the rookies playing on New South Wales have had great performances this entire tournament. 1 or 2 maybe off games for Only and Ryoma, but FBI, he stood out. I don't think he's had a single game that's been bad for him.
Yeah, we've already had a lot of bans coming through, Fish.
Certainly have 3 bans on each side already taking place. We have Karma, Ash, and Zyra banned out by New South Wales. Lulu, Galio, Zach banned out by Victoria.
And something that Spawn mentioned, and I believe I have as well, is the Rakan ban is sorely lacking from the Victorian side, but they put a higher priority. Once again, they're on red side. It kind of makes sense. Get rid of the Lulu instead. Galio, a necessity, as is Zach.
Yeah, and finally maybe a change up here. Swiper getting rid of the Sejuani, looking at Gragas. Still a tank, but a little bit more lane priority going to be given up there in the top.
And it still is a flex. Only can play the champion. We just haven't seen it from him yet. And we know he likes to go towards the Middle East, towards the Graves, towards the Lee Sins, as you've mentioned before. Speaking of Lee Sin, that's locked in here. Carmen picks up his jungle champion already.
I mean, Gragas is actually one of those junglers that isn't too bad into the Lee Sin. You can cancel the Sonic Wave with your Body Slam. It doesn't even matter what direction you use the Body Slam. Still cancels it just because he's got the area of effect there. So the matchup's okay. Only might still look towards it.
And actually makes the Insect really hard unless you have Flash available. Of course, Flash Kick makes everything easier. Don't have to have many mechanics to be able to pull that one off. But we'll see whether Fantix is able to make it work, because as you said, interrupting the last bit means that you don't have the distance and means very not smooth. What's unsmooth? I don't know, rough. That's the word I'm looking for to get it off.
And we have Varus being locked in here for Victoria, so King will be playing that in the bottom lane, the last utility-esque 80 carry, and Thresh has been locked in for Ejim.
That, to me, is a gauntlet thrown from New South Wales. Of course, Thresh has been one of the consistent bans that Victoria have been throwing at him, usually in the second ban phase. They don't take the Rakan, though. They do commit to the Thresh, so maybe more down that pick route with the Elise perhaps to follow.
Let's see what the final pick for New South Wales will be. They could go for 80 carry here, prevent the pinch coming out, but instead they pick up Rumble for Swiper in the top lane. That will be only picking up Gragas in the jungle.
Yeah, very interesting here. A lot of pick potential, as you said, but then a high damage ultimate.
And you have to think that that is a good response.
Yeah, actually a lot of adaptations to what we're seeing in the ban list this time around. Ash, as an example, gone from New South Wales, means that opposition side of Victoria do still have the assassins that they can flex for their roster.
And that's what they've locked in. Cassidy, which has been a pain to deal with for New South Wales, has been locked in for Victoria. We've already seen Fantix play at this tournament, and Swiffer has had great games on the champion as well.
Yeah, certainly has. Also a good response into the Rumble top lane. It's something that doesn't have the shove at all, so will be pushed in. However, is able to trade very effectively and CS under turret, unless only gets on his bike and actually helps swipe it out. This could be a similar game of Fantix scaling up and then Fantix taking over.
And being able to scale, flex rather champions like the Cassidy means that Victoria on red side actually have the biggest advantage of all being last pick as well, so they can not reveal those flexes until it matters the most. I am most perplexed by New South Wales going for the Rumble third instead of picking something like their AD carry and not revealing the Rumble to allow the counter anyway.
I do like this Man of Time Kanjo, used very frequently against Thresh, counters his hook quite well. Stops a lot of pick potential that can come out from New South Wales. Z-Ban again from Victoria, so pretty sure New South Wales are okay with that. It kind of does show that they want this Gaston to go mid lane almost.
You have to wonder if they ban a Jarvan as well just to ensure that it does from Fantix.
Yeah, it certainly is a possibility. I mean, one of the big things for Fantix and Swiffer is all the overlap in the champion pool. We used to talk it a lot when they played against each other, that their bans would quite often take each other out. That things like the Zed, the Twisted Fate historically, and the Nami being removed means that finally, Jake, that's 4 bans leveled at him.
And what's he going to pick up this time? So much priority for New South Wales towards banning out Jake, who's had a fantastic tournament. Like FBI, I don't think he's had a bad game.
Morgana, Janna, champions that he can still play,
Yeah,
definitely. And have
Janna,
seen
Taric
play in this tournament. Taric definitely around the tank route if that's where they want to go.
There we go. There it is. Taric locked in for Jake.
And I actually love this into pick comps because we've already seen it once, but being able to get that unkillable zone down, especially with the Cassidy that you can unleash onto the back line, gives you that couple of extra seconds, and into Rumble particularly, just makes so much sense.
And also for the matchup against the Thresh. If Taric gets hooked by Thresh, he's actually pulling you towards him. If he's in flare range, it's a line skill shot. Taric's stun is a line skill shot. Everyone's pretty happy if you're playing the Taric against the Thresh. Just in the 1v1 matchup, he's got a Varus to lock it down as well. So the 2v2 is actually pretty set from Victoria, even though it's not the most favorable of matchups, just outright from the champion's damage. It's how they play into each other.
FBI defaulting towards the Caitlyn, which is his comfort pick over Ashe when that's banned away. Are we going to see Ryoma pick up Orianna here?
I was going to say that's actually difficult if he does go towards it. Lucian makes more sense because Cassidy actually does well into Orianna as well at the moment.
If they pick Zed spawn, then they have made this... Ah, it's banned. Oh, Talon?
Talon is definitely a possibility. I'm trying to think of anything else with all in potential. I like Cassiopeia still into it. Talia is hard because if you miss the shove, it becomes a very sticky situation.
So it will be Fantix picking up Cassidy and heading to the top lane, and we have a mid lane Lucian coming out from Ryoma to go up against Swiffer.
And come on, Only, show me the fact that you play Jungle Rumble and that this was just all a ruse to lull them into a false sense of security.
The biggest bamboozle of all time.
However, instead, it's just going to be a very mid-game heavy conversation. Double AD carry means that even though they come online, actually, you know, with Caitlyn, it isn't even really the case. They have to play this really carefully, I feel, New South Wales, because if they ever fall behind, they're in big trouble.
They certainly are. Victoria, again, picking up a lot of comfort champions. New South Wales, very similar pick phase, just big changes in the mid lane. Definitely thought they would have gone more towards the Orianna.
And you quite often see Taric as a pick into a champion like Vladimir, somewhere where the ult has a lot of utility, and you can't help but feel like, to a degree, when you've got a Lucian and a Rumble, their consistent damage is generally going to be the strengths that they can output. Taric is very good at being able to diffuse that, and if you put it on top of someone like a Cassidy, and then he's diving forwards, nothing actually stops that Cassidy, nothing actually stops Fantix from being able to make those big plays.
Yeah, exactly right. And then coupled with the fact that the sustained damage that's going to come out of Talia, going to be able to come out of the Varus as well, means that right now Victoria's team fight in the mid game looks very scary, and I'm just really worried about the Caitlyn. It's the big question mark always. If you hit the road hump, as so often happens,
how do you get her through to that late game with absolutely no protection?
And it's currently do or die for New South Wales Ball. This is their final throw at this game. If they can pick up a win here, they got one more to go through. But for Victoria, it's match point. They have the luxury of a little bit more breathing room heading into this fourth match.
Yeah, absolutely. So Victoria, they've got the upper hand in this, but New South Wales have a very strong team composition in their own right, and you can only have high hopes for them.
They certainly do, and with that, we're getting on to Summoner's Rift for the fourth match of this grand finals. New South Wales taking on Victoria. Let's get on to Rift for this game. Oh no, we're not going on to the game. Unfortunately, there is a pause.
You have to think that that is probably Carbon trying to set up his account again, potentially, or his peripherals. See what it is as we get into this one. But you have to think that, you know, lots of momentum now on the Vic's favor. New South Wales were able to pick up game one. But as we're doing pirouettes here.
Yeah, we've been told to spin around in circles a couple times. Yeah, so unfortunately there was a bug going into the game, so we're going to remake
Summon
the
a
match.
spell bug,
Summon a
I
spell
think
bug.
it was.
So there's going to be a remake of Champion Select here. We'll get back into the game really shortly. Thankfully, no pauses though. Just a small bug before we get into the fourth match.
And look at me throwing, you know, the blame all Carbon's direction. It's probably Carbon. Turns out it wasn't at all. So, whoopsie.
Unlucky.
No, definitely not going to blame Carbon for something like this. Some of the spell bugs, they do happen, unfortunately.
All right, cool. And as I was saying, New South Wales had so much momentum going into this, coming through first seed, watching what was a scrappy best of three, would have had high hopes, then coming in and being able to take out that game one. But since then, Vics really have arrived to the occasion. I mean, we've talked about it already. So much leadership, so many LAN players on that team. And you have to think the rookies now backs against the wall. How will they respond to this?
And from what I know, this is going to be same picks and same bands heading into this match because there's just a quick remake here. So we can kind of talk about these two teams because we dived into it a little bit, especially towards Victoria's side, how if they get ahead in any way, shape, or form, it's going to be very similar to that third game. But what are we looking from New South Wales? Because although they've thrown Lucian mid, it looks like a very New South Wales team comp.
Yeah, for me, the big thing actually looking at the team composition out of New South Wales is their spiking and their timings with their spikes. They've got a Lucian mid lane that is usually strong around one item, but very strong at the two-item point. Rumble, the exact same thing applies, and Caitlyn wants those two items to be a super prevalent AD carry. When you put all of these champions together and you throw them into a single lane, this team composition excels at any kind of sieging, especially when you've got the threat of the Rumble equalizer. So you look towards them perhaps going for turrets. Not always the easiest thing to do against Victoria's composition, I should say, but the fights around the Drakes even, where Rumble can shine the most.
But the problem is we've seen this already, is if Vic's able to split up the map, if Cassidy gets a free lane somehow, gets shoved in but is able to pick up CS, and then can match the Lucian at two items, he just chases him down with Lich Bane, with that Rod of Ages, and kills him because Lucian hasn't put him behind at all in that phase. And Talia matched up against Rumble, the shove is going to be absolutely fine. I think the collapse is much better out of Victoria. If the team fight starts with everyone on the screen, definitely an advantage there for New South Wales. If it's the big flanking plays, Victoria should be able to take this one out.
Yeah, and that's really the debacle that you've got here for both of these teams, right? New South Wales actually need to set up for the objectives, and Victoria need to decide to fight for the objectives for it to be optimal for their team. However, Victoria are going to look to be pulling them apart, splitting them apart, and New South Wales just need to get the jump on those objectives, be there early, be set up early, and force Victoria to come in. That's really where it's tipping in the balance.
They really need the Kate traps down as well, being able to set up that line and siege in. No one can really deal with the range that Kate's going to be bringing. I expect Ejim is going to have his hands full, however, keeping the Cassidy away from her. So, you know, it is going to be that back and forth war, and really interested to see whether the Vic squad, who at times have looked very sloppy in 1-3-1, is able to execute cleanly here.
We'll have to see if they can do just that. And also, heading into this next match, Carbon has been put into the jungle instead of Spooks. What does that bring to the Victoria dynamic, especially since we're going to Game 4, and it's been a very long day for Victoria already?
To be honest, Carbon's actually been really good behind the scenes this whole tournament. He's a very calm voice when he goes in. He tries to sort out the communication as much as possible. In fact, it was mainly between himself and Swiffer where they're like, there's too many people talking right now. We just need that one decisive voice, and they're able to get that one sorted out. Champion pools, honestly, are nearly completely the same. You would say that Carbon, in some situations, is a little bit savvier and gets a couple of more cheeky plays out, whereas Spooks is a little bit more mechanically sound, but ultimately, when they're playing at their best, there really isn't that much between these junglers.
I'd just look at Carbon and say that little bit more aggressive out of the two, right? He's the one that will actually follow with that Lee Sin Q more often than not. Of course, Spooks was doing it in the last game, so there is some confusion, honestly.
They also, sometimes when they are in the same room rub off on each other a lot. And you can see that, they both bought Gragas back simultaneously. Just made a decision that, we're going to be playing the tanks. I know they've been kicking Rek'Sai around a little bit as well, saying, you know what, if they ban out Gragas, we still have a tank up our sleeve. So it's very funny what happens when you put two of them in the same room together.
I'm not going to say who's being inspired from who, but I have asked Carbon about it. I can tell you that his answer's obviously not himself being inspired from watching Spooks, but it is funny to listen to those two and their dynamic.
I'm really interested to see how this is going to reflect next week when the OPL starts again, because we touched on this very briefly, and now that we have this remake going on, we can go into it a little bit more, but these players have played intensively one another for the past 5 days, and they've played fantastic games so far in this tournament. I'm curious to see if that form is going to reflect next week.
And for me, what's even more interesting about exactly that point is the coaching stuff. Being able to experience how coaches actually work from different teams, bringing them together for a state and learning what's good and bad about it.
I mean, ultimately, Chiefs are playing Direwolves, I think, week 1. And Volt and Sharp have been locked in a room together, brainstorming. You've got King, you've got Swiffer, Spooks, Fantix, all running around on Summoner's Rift together. I don't know if they really have that much insight into how they want to play the game come week 1, but definitely have been sharing a lot of ideas to try and take Origin out for themselves.
I mean, you find out small things about the people you're playing with as well, like what champions they can and can't play. You also get to the lane with different people. I know Ejim's having a great time laning with FBI, said he's a really fun AD carry to work with, as well as Ryan and FBI getting along so well together and having fun working with people like Only as well as Swiper. So it's been a great tournament so far. Really enjoyed watching the players, and the game's been fantastic, especially this grand final. Every single game's looked great.
If nothing else, these games have been very exciting. And speaking of games, we're not far off getting into this one.
No, we're not. We told them we're going to head back into the game very shortly. The players are loading up. We're going to be able to get onto Summoner's Rift for this 4th match. New South Wales taking on Victoria. It is match point between these two teams. Victoria, one win here, will crown them champions of League of Origin. New South Wales, they want to take this one to a 5th game. They have to win.
They absolutely do. So New South Wales, they are the ones on the back foot. We've mentioned this already. You said they have to win. Well, we have to see how they're going to actually go about that. We've spoken about the strengths, potentially the weaknesses of each team composition.
Yep.
But we know that Victoria has the advantage. Their individual laners have started to run away with it just a little bit through laning specifically. Ryoma's been having a hard time against Swiffer.
It certainly is the case. Another difference we see between Spooks and Carbon. Spooks is a W first Lee Sin, starts on Raptor Camp nearly every single game. Carbon does like to take the Q and move on to that red buff. However, you don't want to tango with the Talia early in the game. Actually, no Thunderlord proc there. So it must be the Storm Raiders Talia.
You'd have to imagine Storm Raiders. I can't see a DFT either. And there's only really 3 logical options unless he's made a big mistake and had a whoopsie.
Further a battle, Talia. Let's go.
Nah, I was thinking more of, what's the Courage of Colossus? Just good. Seismic Shove, give you all the HP.
In the mid lane, Ryan has picked up Lucian, which is becoming a little bit popular, especially in solo queue, heading into mid lane and top lane sometimes.
Of course, speaking of the middle lane whilst we're watching them, one has Ignite, the other has Exhaust, and such is the name of the game when you are going to play against the AD carry in the middle lane. Try your best to get level 2, try your best to wave clear, and that could also be a reason for the Storm Raiders surge specifically to burst and get out before the Lucian finds you.
Yeah, it definitely could be the case, and you can see that Swiffer was very hesitant to throw out his first Q. Probably didn't want to be dashed on. It's always a concern if you're a mage at level 1 that Lucian actually takes E. And it's a little bit strange, but being able to get himself in range for free and chunk you out, never all that fun. However, push does go against Swiffer, at least initially. And Ejim and FBI putting in some good work down here.
Certainly are. Armor with the 5th Aegis Tarek, no longer going for Baywatch. FBI will continue to shove out this lane. Top side of the map, Fantix, he's played Cassidy top quite a few times. And every single time he's played this top lane, he's looked fantastic on the champion.
And the thing about this matchup is Cassidy is never going to win the show. But with the Magic Shield, should be able to secure himself enough farm that he stays relevant. And then against any mages, Cassidy has kill threat at level 6.
Yeah, has kill threat, and not just that. When the Rumble pushes, not only does Fantix have the shield, but he can last hit on the turret as one of the best champions in the game that can do that of his own accord. Carbon's actually just up here.
Yeah, right behind. Swiper tags him with the Q, follows up with Resonating Strike, still trying to lock him down with the red buff. Not enough damage to get the kill, but forces the flash.
It certainly does, and it may even force out the teleport because all of a sudden Wave pushing very far against Swiper. There's a cannon creep there that's going to continue to chunk down. Carbon, because there is no ward just yet, can return return for a gank as he teleports back to the wave and see if he can get those 2 charges of the refillable potion out.
You see immediately Swiper moves down towards the river, puts a ward down for himself. Carver did take down the Rift Scuttler, but look at this. He's over the Blast Cone. He's coming back for round 2, and it's going to be good night, Swiper, if he gets there.
Yeah, it certainly is already in. And you can see Swiper has no summoner spells. He just wants potion charges, so he gets one right there. Will not get the second, so very good job by Swiper to actually return some damage, but still the gank is successful.
And he's returning damage against a red buff Lee Sin, so realistically the Lee will be perfectly fine. Getting a potion out, still that big win for the Kassadin in particular. Carbon is trying to protect Fantix in the top lane.
That's a good movement from King and Jake as well, able to stop only from taking Gromp.
I mean, they need a good movement because they're already 12 CS down in this lane, Fish. Not going the way I think they designed it. Taric getting very far harassed out. And as we can see, King actually going with the Doran shield this time around. Has one less extra potion, but should still be a little bit better off in the sustain war.
Once in the mid lane, Ryoma and Swiffer are fairly even. Slight CS lead for Swiffer at the moment, but both of them have chunked through all their potions.
Oh, bottom lane, Egypt's dead. First blood is picked up by King. Suddenly in this bottom lane, Only is coming down. There are summoner spells available for Vic. Vic takes the flash. Jake will get locked down, takes so much damage, and Only picks up the return kill.
Really nicely done out of Only. Follows him through with the flash. Perfectly played. FBI was still within range. Egypt actually went down with both summoner spells available, so you have to think something went very wrong there. As Carbon sitting on top of a ward. That's going to be spotted out.
Absolutely, that was very crisp from Only though. Even dodging the Taric stun, but still staying in auto attack range as his Gragas is what it takes to be able to secure that kill. So we get to see how Ejim died here.
Yeah, so Ejim actually missed the hook, goes back in for a play, and then just gets stunned up. I mean, little bit of an interesting play out of Ejim. Probably could have flashed the arrow, but they would have flashed after him. Only being right here, however, does mean that the kill was returned.
Meanwhile, mid lane. Ryoma's getting locked down. Jake has made a roam down. Swiffer, though, gets jumped on. He doesn't get the double tap to pick up the kill.
It was actually very important that Jake secured the kill there, that he took it immediately so that Swiffer stays alive. Yes, he has flash, but Lucian had already dashed forwards. The auto attacks were about to
Only
connect.
wants it again.
It's coming in. Swiffer, body bomb, barrel. Only picks up the kill. Looks like he just wants to hold this minion wave as long as he can. No, Egypt's here. Jake's going to be a bit careful. Jake says, I have a minion wave. Fight me if you dare.
A small army, if you will, Fish, of creeps.
Look at him. Go. Jake doesn't care.
I mean, he needs it to hit the turret, so probably should stop dancing. Otherwise, it's going to freeze against Swiffer. But still, very good job there out of the Avant support.
I mean,
Only is on fire right now.
yeah, he's at the right place at the right time, albeit just that little bit late. He's still there when it matters, right? He's reacting extremely well. He's moving immediately, and he's going to secure kills at the very least, so Victoria don't run away with advantages.
Swiffer probably could have lived there. He preempted the cask Only, knew that he was going to be able to hit it, but if Swiffer had have had the presence of mind to flash, there really was no more follow-up, and with how big that creep wave was, you think that Only would have been in a little bit of trouble. However, Swiffer probably window shopping, looking for a new pair of Nikes or something like that.
I mean, both Chiefs forgetting to flash.
Yep.
Oopsies.
Roma now in this mid lane. He's still slightly behind SCS. We'll catch up to Swiffer.
And you can see that once again, top lane, 55 CS. This time it's not just Fantix, it's been Carbon that has been up there putting an absolute number on Swiper. But they have just recognized that top lane is so crucial to get ahead in this matchup. And this time with a carry, still a huge CS discrepancy.
I don't think Swiper's ever been ahead of CS against Fantix in this tournament so far.
Well, I don't think he's actually had a fair lane, to be fair. Only got a gank on mid, gank on bottom, but it's been, what, 2 or 3 ganks top lane out of Carbon, actually ruined all of his tempo to the point that he's behind a tank. And as you can see, now Fantix can just take the cheeky trades and can continue to whittle down.
Still throwing out those Qs. Very annoying coming out from the Kassadin.
Just a really disheartening lane to be a part of as Swiper into Fantix right now, just knowing that the Kassadin will sooner or later run over everybody on the map.
Yep.
But the fact that he's doing it so early to you is the problem there. It needs to be addressed, honestly. If you were the side of New South Wales, Only might want to get up there. He's 2-0. He can make an influence, even though it's going to be a tanky Kassadin.
Yeah, and I mean, the one scary thing is the anti-magic shield now is stacking up quite high. And, ooh, Ryoma takes all the pebbles to the face.
Has no dash.
Tries to dash on towards Swiffer. Is he being locked down? No, he does have Only in his back pocket. There is a collapse coming in though. Only actually found Carbon. Goes toe-to-toe. Good damage. Kick back. Alley-oop to Fantix. Knockback. Swiper finds him. Auto-attacks him with the overheating attacks. Fantix
missed the Q.
will need to flash or at least Rift walk away. Does start there as the Rumble equalizer. Swiffer over the wall. Flash from Swiper. Swiffer is burning alive.
He's alive.
But it's just not quite in range to pick up a kill. Swiper gets jumped on. That is a massively stacked up Rift walk to pick up the kill.
Swiffer actually uses the explosive plant to get over the wall, doesn't use his flash. Swiper committing to it, trying to follow up, was just out of range, and the end of that, Swiffer getting the kill.
Carbon, because if they dash over, they actually pick up the kill. Come on, Observer. That was a pretty easy one to follow there.
I mean, yeah. Let's just, you know, pretend like he didn't die there or something.
Well, we're going to have to, because I didn't get to see it, Fish.
I mean, I didn't
bottom
see
lane though, Jake's taking some damage here.
Carbon didn't see it. He's blind.
You can already see Spooks is warming up after that one. FBI though, still pushing in this lane. King as well as Jake. Not having a great time in the bottom lane, but still only a small CS lead for FBI. There it is, on top of a ward. Teammate.
I mean, it really wasn't even worth catching in retrospect. It was just too easy. It was on top of a ward recalling.
I mean, it was just really nice vision control, and that's what shows sticking with the play sometimes is worthwhile. Carbon obviously wanted to get vision of his red buff while he was recalling to make sure it wasn't stolen away. But heads up play out of Ryoma to stick with it because he knew Swiffer had gone back. That was really nothing that Fantix was going to be able to do about it. So in response, they are able to make it a 1-for-1.
3 kills to 3. Gold is still in Victoria's favor though. They've got 800 gold up. That's just from the CS leads alone. 20 from Fantix.
Oh!
Top lane. Look at Swiper's health.
That might actually be
in big trouble.
That's it. Fantix, one more Rift Wall on top of Swiper. Not enough, actually. He didn't have the cooldowns of the rest of his abilities.
Yeah, unfortunately, of course, Fantix is level 8. He's not level 11. It's not going to do that much just yet. But the pressure's secured. The lane is his. And now the gauntlet is thrown to Swiper. How can you respond to this situation where Fantix as a Kassadin has outscaled you basically at 10 minutes?
Oh my goodness.
A big knockback only flashes away immediately to avoid Carbon.
Yeah, Gragas is doing a lot of damage, but he's taking a lot of damage. Being 2-0, having his upgraded jungle item, he's set to go if he's the one engaging. But if Swiffer's going to find him again and engage on him like that, then it's the opposite of what they planned.
Big arrow coming out from King, this time going towards the Blade of the Rune King build. Decides not to go for the tier, the arrow damage anymore.
I think that's mainly around the support choice. You could see that they were having trouble with Rakan, so they had locked in Morgana, pretty much seeded that lane, and instead just taken a very gold efficient route there with the lethality build. This time around, with the Thresh, they know that they can win the 2v2. Actually, even already picked up a kill on Ejim in that situation. So a little bit more of a confident build coming out.
Carbon's topside again. He is not leaving Swiper alone.
Exactly right. I mean, Swiper pings it out because it was a ward placed in range of a control ward, so they both know, but all of a sudden, Ejim in trouble.
Stuck again. Ejim finds himself caught between Jake and King for the second time this game.
And Swiffer scoots down, gets himself an assist. It's just confusing.
Yeah, they're just really good at giving King the kills also. Now Victoria, 2v2 still available in this bottom lane. They'll pressure. They should be able to bring the Lee Sin down as he's coming back from base with his upgraded item. They could still even look at a delayed Mountain Drake if they choose, but only has other things to say about this. He does want to respond.
Wants to dive, actually. This is really risky.
Yeah, Carbon's right here. Ryoma's taking up the turret with exhaust. Kicked back. That's good night, Ryoma. And Fantix is trying to chase on towards only Swiffer. Still alive with just about 200 health.
Yeah, a little bit of a poor communication on the complete. Think that one should have been called for a cancel. However, better to teleport and not be needed than not teleport at all. And you see that that was only trying to force the issue. However, gets Ryoma killed in the process.
It's now 3-5 in kills. Victoria are leading about 1,500 gold up, and this is match point. They must be feeling it right now. Must be getting excited after the couple of plays they've had.
And Lee Sin's also going for the very early Rift Herald, not delaying it as long as possible. Right now, Victoria are in complete control. It doesn't feel like this crazy amount of control. It's not always going to be evidence to any gold leads. The map pressure is only minute, but it's still there. And you have to feel like with the superstar team, that's a dangerous position for New South Wales. And when they're in a position where they feel behind, they start making some big plays.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's all about those pressure plays coming in. The thing that was talked about a lot, I know, between the two junglers is when it is appropriate to take Rift Herald.
I think that this is a good example that you can solo it out if there is pressure elsewhere on the map. 2v2, winning naturally. Already taken out Egypt twice, who's having a rough game. Then in the mid lane, you get the kill, not really all that needed. So Carbon just able to walk into the pit, solo it out. Now 3 members strong. King is pretty much, no, it's actually 2, but teleport as well.
Ryoma is trying to scuttle down as well. King is in trouble. Hook from Egypt does not connect, but forces flash out of Jay. King still has his own flash. Invulnerability will come out.
Get out.
Victoria, he might actually just get out of this one. There's going to be Spooks that finds them in the backlines as well. Ryoma's waiting to see if he get the assassination going on. Can't dodge quite in. Will get kicked back. Jump on by Carbon. He's forced to run away. Culling not going to do enough. He can't find the last few autos. FBI's been stopped as well. Jumped over the wall by Swiffer. FBI is stuck on the wrong side of the map. He's trying to keep himself alive. Flashes over the wall. Keeps himself safe. Still auto-attacking. Jake will fall. Builds up a Peacemaker is going to be enough. FBI gets that kill. Swiffer's being hunted down by Swiper, but again, the robot's just too slow to catch up. Only still going for it. Slows him down. Almost dead. Will take the Dark Passage out of there. Rift Herald getting used during this time, but what a scrappy fight.
Rift Herald is actually being used mid lane because Carbon's like, if everyone wants to fight, no one wants to defend turrets, I guess I'll just start knocking them down myself. Meanwhile, Fantix, the stay-at-home top laner, has once again just not moved, and Vic are able to pick up 2 turrets on the back end of that skirmish.
Super close fighting, though. Very clutch performances from individual members. Jake getting the ultimate off. King living for so long that he could get the Tarek ultimate when he comes back around to help him. Swiffer rotating. The fact that he shoves someone over the wall as well, like, individually they are playing well, but if both teams are, the outcome was such a small amount until Rift Herald was placed, and then the turrets drop.
And I think at the beginning of this tournament, everyone looked at Vic and said if they can play together, there is so much strength in this lineup. Couple of days into scrims, first day of the tournament, definitely didn't look like they could, but in these best-ofs have come together incredibly well. Now with a 4,000 gold lead on match point.
Yeah, they're having a captain's game here, Spawn, and seeing that most of them are captains of the team, it's quite fitting. Only going to try and take down this Rift Scuttle. 4,000 gold lead for Victoria over New South Wales, just 16 minutes into the match. Flashbacks of Game 3 already for the New South Wales team.
There's one thing you can say, though, Fish, is that from what we've seen of the New South Wales side, I'd never want to count them out.
No.
FBI is still 1-0-1, only still 2-0-1, and they really have been the big carries of this team.
They have been.
Swiper in a lot of the games that New South Wales lost was dying a whole lot. Well, he's not, and so there's definitely still a lot of hope left in the tank.
And the thing about Rumble when you're playing into a squishy comp is if you're ever able to bait out Jake's ultimate without dropping the Equalizer, Equalizer will tear through everyone on the Vic squad. So still have to maintain a little bit of hope. You can see that Ryoma's actually found the Cassina matchup maybe more early than Fantix would have liked, so cannot go aggressive. In fact, he's getting chunked out, probably solo killed right now.
Yeah, Fantix forced the Rift walk away. Victoria, however, looking to try and take down Mountain Dragon for themselves. No teleport for only.
Only may not want to be in there
Hello?
if they don't touch the Drake. A little bit awkward.
They try to steal it, not close enough. Secured by Victoria. During that time, as Jake was mentioning, Fantix almost got soloed out by Ryoma. He was forced to Rift walk away.
And as I said, you want 2 items before you go up against that Lucian. Probably want to be able to pick up some tabbies for yourself as well as a Lich Bane. Fantix not at that point just yet.
I mean, to be honest, I might even go for an Iceborne Gauntlet if I was going to take on a Lucian specifically, knowing that he's going to side lane against me the entire time. Still gives you extra cooldown reduction, and that added armor might actually be an okay idea.
Yeah, helps with the dash away as well. We've seen stranger things. Nice stun coming out onto Ejim, although no follow-up this time.
Ejim's 2 levels behind Jake. Level 7 on Summoners Rift right now. Even only falling behind the duo lane of Victoria. FBI again, though, despite all the action taking place bot lane, still holding his own just fine. Just about 700 gold behind King, who's been donated 2 kills.
I mean, donated. One of them was a very clean 2v2. FBI has stood up very well, however. I think that, you know, when anyone that had seen FBI play solo queue knew there was something special about him. It was about whether he would stick around long enough to be able to see pro play. I mean, 14 years old was, I think, the first time I saw FBI. So I'm certainly happy to see him transition what was an awesome solo queue stint into really good pro play.
Victoria though, looking for the next opportunity. But Smack, that's a flash forward from Jake. Lockdown from King as well. They hook Carbon, trying to stop him from jumping in. Misses the Q onto FBI, who is low. Traps being put down by FBI to make sure Swiffer can't get the jump in on towards them. Swiper being kicked back after his teleport. Teleport coming in as well from the top lane. Swiper is low. There's only separated team. Gets Carbon first. Now the lockdown to Fantix. He's under the turret. Culling comes out from Ryoma, whittling down the Victoria squad. This is a botched turret dive for Victoria and New South Wales. They're looking to clean up. Ryoma with the massive double kill. That's an 18-minute ace coming out for New South Wales.
And Ryoma again coming up trumps. Now has 4 kills. Gets that snowball rolling in his favor. Might even be able to pick up a turret. And this gold lead is going to shrink very quickly.
Certainly is. 30,000 and 32,000 with turrets being knocked down already. New South Wales pick this one up and they bring the game back to even.
Always trust the young guns to pop off. That just seems to be how it's going at the moment. 2 kills in 1 Q from the Lucian. We get to see this dive again, Spawn.
Certainly do. And unfortunately, it is Carbon having a little bit of a spooks queue. That means he can't follow up the turret dive. Swiffer's behind there, all on his lonesome, and a huge equalizer without Taric ult means that they take so much damage on the back end. And sure, Swiffer, Fantix, they come in and do their job, but really it is the late arrival and the overcommitment to try and take Ryoma out. I mean, you can see King called him back in. He was like, we can do this.
Woo!
And Fantix was like, you sure? And King was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. We can't.
630 gold in that single queue as well for Ryoma. And it's the little things as well for me. Like Swiffer, he's a mid laner. He'll reactively dodge the Caitlyn ultimate and not care who it hits. But it was hitting a mid laner in a Kassadin.
Yeah.
So the fact that it connects means maybe that is why Ryoma actually gets these kills. Puts him within 1 hit.
And you can see big, deep teleport wards are there. Actually, no teleport available, so it's just going to be the on-foot goon squad coming in.
Hello.
Swiffer has ulti, so this is very dangerous.
Unconnects there. Swiffer's ultimate. Egypt does not connect with the hook. They've locked down FBI. He's forced to flash away. Egypt now the next time. King flashing on forward. Only trying to do as much as he can, but it's not enough. Egypt now Spanish out of a sticky situation. Tarbin will come over to get the assist with the W, but there goes Ryoma into the back lines. He gets 1. Meanwhile, Swiper trying to fight Swiffer on the other front. Carbon wants to get over the wall as well. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. 1-for-2 trade, sorry.
I think Swiffer actually blast coned himself over that wall and legitimately nearly got 1 comboed. Equalizer dropped on his head. Big Swifts turns around and gives him a little bit of the burn. However, it is still a 1 trade for Victoria. And looking to see if they can push even more advantage down this mid lane.
And it all starts with Ejim really wanting to go forwards there, but Talia rotates so quickly, it's hard to actually maintain a siege or a gank even to that level if it prolongs for longer than, honestly, 5 seconds, or you don't have more people there to counteract that Talia. So dangerous stuff here from the New South Wales side. It's still working out okay for them in the end because, again, the waiting arms, the open arms of Only and Ryoma are there to actually pick up the slack.
FBI is now found his home in the mid lane as he continues to farm that up. Has his Ninja Tab. He's looking for Infinity Edge next to go with the Hurricane he's picked up. King, a little bit of a cheaper build with the Blade of Ruin King into Hurricane. Already has his 2 items complete. Fantix, Rod of Age is almost fully stacked and has the Lich Bane available, and Swiffer has his on his Hourglass if he wants to get into the back lines.
Yeah, and now this is a dream situation for Fantix. He actually wants to go searching for Ryoma because he's got that level 2 Riftwalk stacked up as well as the Tabbies, so can certainly look to pressure out.
And yeah, Ryoma hasn't actually gone towards a Hex Drink or anything of the likes just yet. Straight down the carry route. Merc Treads are his magic resistance of choice, and with the next dagger, may even be the Phantom Dancer. And when he gets that, a little bit more difficult for Fantix to duel, but that could actually be the level 16 breakpoint that Fantix needs, and things get even more spicy then for Illusion.
Here we go. Once again, a turret dive into the bottom lane.
Swift has been thrown down into the bot lane. Easy pickup for Victoria. See if there's any reaction play coming out from New South Wales. Carbon taking quite a bit of damage here. Jake takes the full channel of the culling.
He absolutely does get culled. At the same time, the bottom lane turret is going to fall, so past this point, will New South Wales continue? Will they look for a dive?
Ooh.
If Victoria try and wave clear, well, they just find
Swiffer
Swiffer.
gets him, gonna knock him back. Yes, he does. Into the wall. Hook does not connect from Egypt, though. Only gets the flash from Swiffer. Gives him time to chip away mid lane outer, but it's already Fantix who's picked up the turret in the bottom lane. Good headshot coming out from FBI as well. Keeps King nice and low. Lots of red buff procs onto every single member under that turret. They will be able to trade 1-for-1 on turrets, which is quite crucial, even though they lost the top laner. Ooh, not yet.
Still very low.
It's going to take them another wave, and Fantix is about to have his teleport up again. He could just come and join them in the first place, walk down that middle lane, let them have a recall, and it looks like New South Wales, by choice, they are going to back away. They're not going to overcommit themselves to a turret that could actually result in their death. It's low. It's been prepared for another day.
And just like that, New South Wales now 4,000 gold behind Victoria again.
Yeah, exactly right. When you have a look at the gold deficit, so much of that is in the top lane. 2,000 gold up for Fantix. He's got another 50 CS advantage. I think every game here, he has nearly gone for the Flame Horizon, on track for another one. And you have to give props to Carbon, because this time around, it was certainly the jungler giving him an early game advantage.
Which is basically how New South Wales won game number 1, was by only being up there as well. It does feel like the top lane is the gateway to success in the best of series for both of these teams, but right now only one of them has focused it.
And look at this. Poor Swiper wants to be able to pick up this farm, but straight away you have Carbon cheat into Fog of War, you have the Talia down there as well. There's just absolutely nothing you can do until you pick yourself up as Zonya's Hourglass.
So it's gone down.
And he's just being bullied out by a Lich Bane Casterton because there's so much priority over that side of the map.
He's having a lot of fun on this bottom lane. Fantix jumps straight on top of Swiper. That's half his health gone. Ryoma is here, though, trying to bait it out. Fantix goes the opposite direction to get back to safety.
It's still very hard to kill the Cassidy, even if he went forwards, once again, the flash is going to be there. Swiper, he knows that he can't lane against the Cassidy right now. They're trying to actually put him into the off lane and try and get Ryoma to face Fantix in this case. It'll be a bit more successful for the New South Wales side if they can actually secure that. But then at the same time, all of this effort spent towards getting the proper lane assignments in side lanes is still going to result in objectives falling down because they will continue to be met by mismatches.
And the big problem with putting Ryoma down there is the fact that he doesn't have teleport. So if anything ever goes awry, then teleport comes straight in. They're able to knock down Baron, Blade of the Ruined King, Talia, just shred through that objective. So I think the lane assignments right now are correct. Somehow Swiper has to be able to stand up. If you have a look at his items, he's actually gone towards a Banshee's Veil, which of course gives AP at the moment. So I like the pickup. The idea is certainly the correct one.
Yeah, and of course, Cassidy should always stay down in that bottom lane for the exact reason of wanting to be into the Rumble matchup. It's almost predictable that Swiper will go down there. But level 15 to 14, you'd have to imagine that Fantix is creeping ever so close towards that level 16 power spike that a Cassidy wants to enjoy.
Talia in the mid lane is under fire. This turret is incredibly low. Teleport is available. There is a ward in the middle of the lane that Fantix can go to. However, it looks like they just want to give it up because no one else is there.
Yep. 4 turrets to 3, so to try and pull back the gold lead slightly. 3,000 gold in Victoria's favor.
Fantix, he is so obnoxious. He is not leaving that lane for anything at the moment.
Why didn't he play Singed, by the way?
I have no idea.
I mean, you're the coach.
No, I'm not.
All right.
I have
basically, don't lie to me, you were.
I have 2 very good coaches.
Children.
In Curtis and Tim.
Calm down.
I'm sure they are. Just saying that you talk about
it. Hey, I'll get in the middle of you two next. You're going to stay on the outside.
I'm like that obnoxious dad coach. You know, that when you're playing footy and the coach is like, don't worry, Rusty, you did your job, you tagged him, like you kept him out of the game. Your dad's like, why didn't you get the football as much as the other guys? Why didn't you kick any goals? Dad, I was playing back pocket. Not good enough.
Are you
That's
referencing
me.
AFL in New South Wales?
I have no idea what they play over here.
Wow.
Dad, I was playing halfback. What does that mean? I'm a Victorian and my squad is about to win Origin. Respect my sport.
See, the crowd just strongly disagrees with that.
I don't even know what to say anymore. You can just keep going.
I have like one dude on the right side of the room just screaming his love and appreciation for AFL football.
Oh, there's going to be a
Here
fight.
we go.
Oh, they get King, knock him back. He's going to try and flash, but look at Egypt's health. He's dead already. Victoria turning around this team fight straight away. Double teleport being channeled. Only is forced out of the fight. Carbon King goes back. That's a dead FBI. Good Rumble equalizer, but it's not enough as Victoria will be able to find 3 kills in that team fight. Ryoma is trying his best, has to jump over the wall. But still, that was the surprise from New South Wales that they couldn't finish.
Yeah, it certainly was. And one more time, Tarek just comes up trump. You'd think you can burst through someone, but ultimately just puts the sunglasses on them. They walk away. And Swiffer.
Oh, we actually got him.
He dashed through the pebbles.
Yes, he did.
Little
That'll
bit silly.
do it.
And with that, Baron buff has been picked up by Victoria as well. Now, 7,000 gold in the lead, 27 minutes in.
And of course, we get to see this again. It's the small interactions like getting bobbed out of the direction of the Gragas cast that are going to save your life. Small things like that allow you to get the Taric ultimate off, as FBI, for the record, tried to QSS net, I believe, to displace himself. I didn't see the flash, and he manages to go down at the same time. So Carbon still gets the good flank, gets the good kickoff, and Roma, honestly, there's nothing he can do in this situation. He tried his best.
Certainly did there, but Egypt not having a great game so far, not only flaying him out of that cast, but also in the bottom lane dying twice. What seems like unforced error, 0-5 and 3 redemption being picked up by him, but Victoria barreling in towards the top lane, looking for another inner turret, potentially sieging up the inhibitor turrets next.
And if the Blues can't figure out a way to stop this, this will actually be Origin right now, because that is a huge creep wave. And Fantix is just sitting mid lane with his Lich Bane with another ATCS advantage fish, 3 levels, just absolutely destroying people.
They're going to back off for now, but definitely a tough spot for New South Wales to be in. They were able to get a good team fight last game when Victoria had such a dominant lead. They have to pull a couple more of those out. If not, it's going to be lights out for New South Wales.
You need the hook, you need the cast. Something has to hit.
They get King and the hook, both of them. Rusty, what type of prophet are you? They go for the fight. Equalizer's being used. Redemption's being put down as well. New South Wales have repelled Victoria from their base.
They certainly have. However, Cassidy's still trying to create a little bit of havoc, flirting in and out of range. Big creep wave bottom lane will attract Fantix's eyes, I'm sure. That will get him the Flame Horizon.
I mean, I can't expect that both would hit when I said it, but they definitely did. And the combo was perfect, only actually hitting the cask into the hook. Seamless crowd control being comboed, but Victoria are not done. Swiffer, he's trying his best to look for some pot shots here and there.
Carbon now trying to take Cloud Dragon for his team. Swiffer did try his best, couldn't get anything out of it. Even though that was a good fight for New South Wales, good pick, I should say. Still, 8,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and ultimately it's just a pick, right? It's just the kill. It's still going to be a massive gold advantage for the Victorian side.
And you can see that Flame Horizon has been reached again. That is just absolutely nuts. I can't believe a guy that's been playing top lane for 5 days has been able to legitimately run over the top of the New South Wales squad. Fantix is just so good.
I mean, you were talking about this coming into Origin as well. Fantix was able to be a terror in the top lane when he used to play top lane, especially against Swiper. I'm sure he's having flashbacks now of those games he's played.
And you have to be curious as to why they didn't ban the Cassidy this time. Just get rid of the Cassidy, get rid of his assassin pocket picks, force him onto a control mage. Yeah, he may be more comfortable, but it's not like he can carry.
And it almost feels like Jake is just drawing all those bans away. 4 support bans thrown out towards him. He's had a great tournament, so has Fantix so far.
Yeah, it certainly has. So Victoria, they continue to siege now. They're looking towards the exact same lane they've been at the entire time. This may well be it, but another hook to slow them down.
Yep, gets onto Jake King.
Oh,
knocked back again. He's going to be trying to keep alive. Equalizer is good, but the ultimate from Jake will keep him safe. That's twice now King's been caught at the inhibitor turrets. Fantix gets jumped up by Ryoma. But that inhibitor turret is a sliver away from going down.
Yeah, and you can see that Carbon wants absolutely nothing to do with it. He's halfway down the lane. The rest of the Vic squad is like, please come back. We want to continue the siege. He was actually just giving the Baron buff across to the creeps. Never doubt him. He wasn't scared for one moment.
Big wave bottom. Swiffer, good knockback onto Egypt. That's half his health gone. Forced use redemption. That inhibitor turret is going to break with one more cannon attack. Will he get in there? He does it. It lives to fight another day. And Baron buff has expired. Big wave bottom though.
Yeah, exactly right. And that is what Vic is waiting for. Someone has to go deal with that wave.
There.
See whether they now see Swiper and go for it. The waves aren't in sync, however. So that means that New South Wales, whilst they are down 9,000 gold, will still hang on by the skin of their teeth.
Somehow holding on to that top lane inhibitor turret. Victoria have backed, going back to base, spending their gold. Still 9,000 gold ahead.
And the big thing here is you're trying to end again without a pure tank. You've got the Taric, but the ult has been laid a couple of times, and King has continually been picked off.
see whether they can make it work.
Look at where all the gold is, though. 5,000 on Fantix.
Oh my god.
Everywhere else is relatively even. About 500 in mid lane, 500 to 1,000 in the bottom lane.
You have to wonder why they keep grouping Fantix up then. He's got a teleport, he's the top laner. He will be able to 1v1 Swiper, but they keep bringing him to group up.
He will
flame price him.
Yeah, he will absolutely destroy. This is 3 games in a row, I believe, that he has been able to achieve that Flame Horizon. And this one isn't a small one. This one will continue to grow as the game progresses. It has been an absolute clinic of mage top laners out of Fantix.
Certainly has.
The first of its kind.
11 to 15.
Oh, come on, mate. There's been a couple of patches where mages were popular up there.
Season 1.
I mean, that's because AD carries were mid.
Still, massive lead for Victoria. They just can't find an opportunity to try and finish off the game. 1 minute, 20 seconds till Baron respawns.
And I think the big thing here is that Baron could kind of be a trap because you've got the Equalizer, you've got the big cast that can come out, a big open space for Egypt to look for picks as well. You don't want to funnel in there. However, you can see that sticking with the split push seems to be what they want right now. They've actually sent Ryoma to Shadow Swiper. But he needs to be a little bit closer because one rotation will nearly do the trick.
Yeah, and Fantix being past that 16 point, you actually need to commit just a little bit more than Illusion's presence to secure a kill. You're actually relying on Fantix to go too deep for that to even be close to a successful opportunity for themselves. And they are still looking, however. They're hovering around the bottom lane.
Here we
Victoria
go.
We'll see it. How will they react?
Let's see what happens. They try to collapse on towards Fantix. They don't get the attack.
Kassanen is so annoying. He's got a flash on no cooldown whatsoever with his R. And you see that he just give up on it completely and bring everyone back towards the mid lane. Baron is up in 20 seconds. They need some priority over the area.
He's level 18, this Kassanen.
Yeah, and Lucian and Rumble are actually about to reveal. Rumble very smartly from Swiper's invisible Swiffer.
He uses on his Hourglass, his ultimate coming out from Jake. 2 big cooldowns being burnt for a team fight potentially, but look at Fantix already on towards the inhibitor.
I mean, I think the thing is that Vix realized if they're going to win the game, no team fight is necessary. Just keep this guy down here, split pushing.
What are you going to do, Rumble?
Absolutely taking the life out of this building. It could not feel better, honestly.
Here, but New South Wales say, all right, if they're going to do that, we have to take Baron. But look at FBI, he's been split up, but so is Victoria. Swiffer's built a wall and has kept Vic out of this Baron pit. Which team is he really on at the moment? New South Wales trying to take down this Baron.
I mean, it just takes so long. They didn't have an AD carry really in there. And now the big Baron ulti.
Teleport. Fantix is coming in from the side. They already get 1 kill on towards Egypt. Only's out of the fight.
Here we go.
Ryoma jumped on. Fantix is a monster. He's going to jump onto the back line. FBI's dead. And New South Wales, they have been aced.
The clean ace comes through for Victoria. They'll stream into the base, and this could be game.
It looks like it's going to be a little bit too bitter here for New South Wales. 20-odd seconds on the closest member. Jake's in. They're ready to end the game.
20 seconds.
One by one, the Vic squad marches in. Origin 2017, they were the super team. Teams thought on days 1 and 2 they weren't going to be able to do it, but they're on the Nexus turrets. Nexus turret 1 goes down. Nexus turret number 2 will fall. The death timers are just too long, and Victoria will win the first ever League of Origin.
And in decisive fashion as well. 4 games against New South Wales. First 2 back and forth, went to about 50 minutes each. And then a dominant game 3, a dominant game 4 performance.
Well-deserved victory is the best way to describe it. The hands will be shook. New South Wales is not going to feel too great to go down in that way. But you can only be impressed from how Victoria actually ended this one up.
And when you look on stage, you have to think that at least 3 of those members from the Blues have long Origin careers ahead of them. I mean, only Ryoma, FBI, all rookies this split and look very good. However, at the end of the day, it will be the Victorian squad hoisting up the shield.
There we go, Victoria. Your League of Legends, League of Origin champions for 2017.
Gentlemen, congratulations on taking the win and winning the first ever League of Legends League of Origin. Tell me, guys, were you nervous at all going into this game?
Nah, not really. I think for early today, we kind of discovered what we're doing wrong. We kind of just had to pick shielding champs and just comfort champs, and yeah, we were trying too hard before, but it's easy now.
Yeah, well, it certainly was a journey, and it's something that hasn't started just today, but something that you all have been working for over the course of the entire week. Can you tell me a little bit about what that's been like?
On the first day, I'm pretty sure everyone here had the same expectation. We had no chance of winning. even today, I was like, maybe I should just lose and go home. But after game 2, where I played Urgot, I think, I realized like to not try is like it's just the best thing you can do.
Well, there you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth. So tell me, what's it been coaching these guys? Because I would love to know some of the communications before when he did pick that Urgot. What was going through your hand? What was going through your mind? What was going through your mouth?
Yeah, so that wasn't really intended. It was kind of like Calvin that he's just like, yeah, this is the perfect Urgot game. I have to have it. I'm like, all right, Calvin, I trust you. Just go with it. And then yeah, ended up working out. But yeah, coaching all these guys has been like really great experience since I've only ever coached like Calvin and Richard. So yeah, it's been funny and a great time to work with members from all these other OPL teams. So yeah, great experience.
Yeah, it certainly has been phenomenal to watch you guys rise and succeed. Again, let's get a big round of applause for our League of Origins champions. Gentlemen, we'll toss it back to the desk to break down what we just saw.
Thank you so much, Darman. What an incredible victory and an incredible tournament that we've honestly had over these last 2 days. It's been a lot of ups, a lot of downs. The first day was a lot longer than many of us expected it to be, but to be fair to them, Victoria were in that frenzy, in that gauntlet. They fought their way out of it, and today they took the champion.
Yeah, and effectively Victoria proving that they are the LCK, the Korea of Australia today, and reigning champions now. We'll see if they can defend their title, but with so much talent stacked into that state, seems like it should be pretty easy. As Calvin said, we don't really even have to try.
It's like a knife right after that game for New South Wales, who essentially came in as favorites after the group stage had completed, and suddenly they lose out. And I was like, guess what? We didn't even have to try.
To not try is the best thing you can do, was his exact quote.
I just feel like they won with Urgot, and they're just like, guys, they don't know how to play League of Legends. We can actually play anything.
They're already dead for us.
It's sad.
I'm sorry, they have families.
Yep.
They really do.
I love
But it was
League of Legends.
honestly great performances from everyone at this tournament. I feel like as the tournament went on, players just got better and better, and so did the teams. Like coming into the tournament, expectations was that Victoria was, of course, going to be #1, and that New Zealand would be the dark horse. Everyone said it, maybe even coming out of 4th place. Big shock that it was actually Queensland who was eliminated so early. New Zealand come in as what almost looked like to be gauntlet winners before being shut down by New South Wales. And then New South Wales is like, okay, clearly now they're the favourites, and then they then lose the finals. So multiple upsets. Expectations have been all over the place for so many analysts and the fans at home as well.
It's just been a crazy roller coaster ride, and I feel like at this point, as soon as you saw that Urgot game, it's like, okay, all of the appendages inside the ride at all times, like put your seatbelt on because we're going for a wild one.
It's tough. It really, exactly right, because you started to see these star players suddenly playing like a team. Suddenly, everybody's starting to understand how to play around King's aggression. You're starting to play around, of course, Spooks or Carbon, perhaps.
Getting Fantix's Cassidon to really work for them. I mean, he was popping off, and that pick looked like a liability earlier on in the tournament.
He just goes back to his earlier picks when he was perfection in the top lane. And so once you start to get comfortable back in the top lane, and once his team is really facilitating his flanks well, then he's just demolishing them, and that's exactly what we saw.
100%. I want to relive that final team fight as well because it was perfectly executed out of the Victorian lineup, taking that 3-1 there.
And yeah, it looks a little bit sideways right now just because the wall is up, but it makes sense. You know, they're going to take a lot of the Baron damage. They're not in threat of steal territory right now, so they force them to eat more damage before they engage the fight. And just check out the amount of damage that Fantix is going to lay onto the backline as this Cassidon. Teleport's coming in right now, and he's just going to annihilate them.
Yeah, so he immediately comes in there, bam! Completely bops them. Ryoma, hand on head, couldn't really deal with it. not sure, like that. The moment that cleans up, yeah, that's the game. And so the TP plays coming in from Fantix, it's like he never really left the top lane. That's how good it was. That's happened throughout the entire, or at least the latter half of the tournament. So it's nice to see him play up. It's nice to see King play so well as well. So a lot of the start players, they start to show that stardom simply because, exactly, they played around each member.
And that was just evolving through the series as well, because let's not forget that, well, I mean, I'm not forgetting, both of you said that New South Wales were going to win the series, and decisively, I may add, 3-0 from you, Frost, and a 3-1, even though one of us bailed at the end and took the right team. But you did go down with the ship, Raz, so
I
thank
did
you for that one.
So Fish called me out saying that I wasn't with him. I was with him.
Did you
Just
commend
no
him
faith.
for getting it wrong?
Yeah, because he went down with the ship. I would
went
rather
down with the ship.
pick a captain who would go down with the ship, you know, instead of jumping out with the rat. You know what I'm saying?
I'm loyal.
I appreciate you.
There we go. I'll buy myself a house.
Buy your Okay, we're not
Yeah,
doing
we're
it.
done.
Mercy, hello.
But no, fantastic performance. I want to talk briefly about New Zealand as well, just about expectations, because we came in and everyone's saying like 4th place. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for them to take on these teams, especially with like Jungle, for example. A lot of people talking about how Soul Strikes is going to do. And once actually he found his groove, the team also found their groove with the picks like Nunu, like Ivan. Then other teams adapted around them, yes, but the amount of adaptations we saw just from game to game was exceptional.
The beautiful thing about this tournament, and not just New Zealand, but pretty much every single team, even if you look all the way back to Queensland, the guys who dropped out first, is that we just had so much talent and there were so many highlight points. Like, you could make such a great highlight reel or career resume for a lot of these OPL and OCS players. So that was super cool to see in the offseason, you know, get to experience and get in touch with a bit more of our local talent here, and we have a lot of it.
And one big thing, too, is that a lot of these players also get a different point of his perspective. Not even the OCS players playing on a stage, but also you get players like Raze, who's going into the mid lane. He starts to understand, well, this kind of sucks. I'm getting ganked a lot. What's happening here? Right? Like, that hurts. Well, he gets to see that perspective, and you get to see in the top lane as well. We saw Fantix, who took the win, starting to get back in touch with his roots when he was up there, and Sharp was like back when they were on a team together. So that's fun to see, and now that the off season is over, it's kind of exciting to catch back to the OPL.
It's all kicking back off, Raz, and that's going to be coming your way on Saturday, 3 p.m. local time and 8 p.m. EST. So make sure to tune in for that. And the LPL, where you'll catch this desk and also a Dom as well to join us, and Rusty coming at you with more LPL for the summer split, and that's happening on Thursday. So happening all before that as well, and that's going to be crazy. Going to be a lot of weeks of games, and a lot's going to happen. Lots of roster swaps have happened in the meantime. But if you want to catch more of these players we've seen at this tournament, make sure to tune into that OPL. And that's pretty much it, guys. So any final words before we close the show?
I know that we were kind of, you know, tossing around this idea of like MVP, of like player to recognize in the tournament or player to recognize. You would assume it would have to be on Victoria because they were the winning team.
Yeah.
I know we've thrown a lot of names out there, like, you know, Swiffer's having crazy performances on the Zed, the Ahri, Fantix finally making the Kassadin pick work for him, doing massive damage. King, clutch arrows, incredible Ashe performance.
Yeah.
But kind of the unsung hero that we never get to talk about is Jake, down there in the support position. Because you look at that roster and he'd kind of be like the only one that doesn't really have that superstar status around him. I just want to like give a shout out to Jake right now. I think he played a phenomenal tournament. Yeah, there were some 2v2 deaths in the bottom lane with a little bit of head scratchers, but his wording was on point, his 5v5ing was on point, and he had big shoes to fill and a lot of expectations on that roster, and I think he did so beautifully.
I agree with that. And remember in the championship interview as well, he mentioned comfort picks, getting back into it, and so the Morgana pick was surprising because you're like, oh, you know, Tom Kench, anything that's like better on that instance, but he played it incredibly well. So it's nice to see him perform on that instance. You mentioned it, MVP performance. I think we all agree on the desk that the tournament MVP for this one would be Swiffer because he played phenomenally well in the group stages. He would always have those standout performances, and I think he had it here too as well.
I want to get my 2 cents in because I felt Lost did exceptionally well in the AD carry position. So many times that we saw him just being the crux of his composition, and he turned up every single time. Now, they may have not have won the tournament, but I felt like he was what made the team tick.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I know you don't get to watch the OPL as much as you would like to just because of the conflicting schedules with LPL, but Lost just has this reputation. He's a superstar in the making, and New Zealand is very lucky to have a talent like him down there. I was also really impressed with Raze. I thought his transition on his Galio in particular, I was like, damn, that guy showed up to play. Like, if New Zealand had won, I think Raze definitively gets MVP.
Well, that's going to do it for us. So thank you very much for watching. Make sure to tune into the OPL, which will be happening on Saturday. I've been Pulse, this has been Froskuren and Raz. So from us, the entire production team and everyone here at the OPL, thank you so much for watching. Everyone who's joined us in the crowd as well. And we'll see you next time.
Gonna get a double stun for this one, but Spook's already taken down Ray's. King almost dying, but look at the mechanics. Look at the kite back from King. Gets another one. Double kill for the Jinx. Gets excited, charging on forward. The Feathers can't touch this man as he gets a triple kill. It's your boy King charging down Victoria, already knocking on the Nexus. They will be able to take this game. Somewhere across the map, Cupcake's gonna fall, but it doesn't matter because Victoria will head into the grand finals. Yes, he does. Looking for King. Doesn't slap him with the flail. Rest of Victoria now charging up for Swiper. Swiper's dead! They melt him! He's gonna get locked down as well! Double kill for King! That's FBI down! They're still trying to go in! Roma looking for more, but King stands and delivers! Victoria take down New South Wales in this team fight! Quadra kill picked up by King! There's the flash forward. Swiffer gonna get chunked down, but takes Ryoma down, and he's still alive! They fought the plan that took place from New South Wales as the Echo is fantastic. Straight to the back lines, pops the Guardian Angel. Spruce is gonna stay alive thanks to the heal. Didn't get it. Big stun coming out from Swiffer. Keeps them locked down. Spruce just back in. Jake puts the exhaust out to FBI. He's trying to stand and deliver again. Only gets one kill this time round, and only it's the last man standing. Victoria. Team is he really on at the moment. New South Wales trying to take down this Baron.
And it just takes so long. They didn't have an 80 carry really in there. And now the big Baron comes in.
Teleport. Phantom is coming in from the side. They already get one kill on towards Egypt. Only's out of the fight.
Here we go.
Roma jumped on. Phantom is a monster. He's going to jump onto the back line. FBI's dead. And New South Wales, they have been late.
Goes down. Nexus nut turret number 2 will fall. The death timers are just too long. And Victoria will win the first ever League of Origin.
Great.